Chapter 1 The Returning Boy. Tokyo, Japan, International Airport. Adobe, are you sure you want me to go to Hyote with you? Three teenagers walked off a plane from Britain slowly, and one of the black-haired teenagers said with a smile. Well-winded, otherwise you think why this uncle would travel all the way to England to find you. My uncle's time is very precious. On one side, a grey-haired teenager curled his lips and replied with disdain. Oh. The black-haired boy teased, are you really thinking about it? I remember you told me that you wanted to be the emperor of Hyote. The grey-haired boy paused, then gritted his teeth and said, you guy, don't be proud, sooner or later this uncle will definitely defeat you. Ha ha ha, how long have you been saying this? 4 years? Or 5 years? No matter how I look at it, I feel that you are getting less and less chance. Regardless of the grey-haired boy's increasingly ugly face, the black-haired boy started taunting directly. You guy, it's still so bad. While chatting, the two teenagers walked outside the airport. Behind them, a tall, sturdy, dull teenager followed behind him with 3 tennis bags on his back. Outside the airport, a luxurious car was waiting here early. After the 3 people got in the car, they headed directly to Hyote Gakuen, Tokyo. To go. Hyote Gakuen will start school soon. Let's go through the admission procedures first, and how about going to the tennis club after finishing the admission procedures? I don't care, but let me say it first. Although I promised to join Hyote with you, you can figure out the troublesome things in the tennis department. I heard that there will be a youth tennis match here in 2 days. There are groups under the age of 14. I am more interested in this match and I am going to take a look. Junior tennis match. Adobe was a little surprised. I remember that you have never been interested in these matches. How did you think of participating in this match, and given your strength, does it make sense to participate in such a match? Just adjust to life in Japan in advance, pass the boring time by the way, maybe you can meet interesting opponents. Yu Yun put his hands on the back of his head, and said indifferently. Cut it, forget it. I will appreciate your defeated posture after the uncle finishes dealing with the Hyote Tennis Club. Yu Yun smiled and said nothing. Generally speaking, what Adobe said is right. It is only the youth tennis match in Tokyo area, and it is still in the group under 14 years old. There are no masters at all. It is totally meaningless to participate in such a match with Yu Yun's strength. But this time, it was different. As a traverser from another world, Yu Yun knows very well that 3 years before the beginning of the plot, this youth tennis match will have 3 figures who are also top-notch in the future Japanese golden generation. Seiki Yukimura, Tezuka Kunimitsu, Sanada Genichiro. For Yu Yun, this youth tennis match is an excellent opportunity. It would be a pity if you don't go to meet them for a while, and besides, you have a reason to go. Hyote Gakuen, as a well-known aristocratic school in Tokyo, the tennis club's performance is not bad. Every year, it can achieve good results in the Kanto tournament. Last year, it successfully entered the national tournament under the leadership of Tsukimitsu Oka, which made the Hyote Tennis Club. Its reputation is even higher, and many new students join in every year. It took a while, and the 3 of Yu Yun have completed the admission procedures for Hyote. Aren't you going to the tennis club with my uncle? Adobe has already asked where the tennis club is and is about to go to the tennis club to start his dominant business. I'm not as energetic as you are. When you take the position of Hyote's tennis department head, I will just give you my application for admission. Yu Yun took her tennis bag from Hwade and walked directly outside the school. This guy, still looks like this. Let's go, Hwade, let's go. This tennis club is the first step for this uncle to rule Hyote. Yes. When Adobe began to show off his edge in the Hyote Tennis Club, Yu Yun had already returned to his residence in Tokyo. This is a house specially prepared by his parents in his life to make his life in Tokyo more convenient, away from Adobe's home and Hyotei Gakuen. It's not far. After waiting so long, is it finally going to start? Yu Yun lay on the bed, looking at the virtual panel in his mind. Host, Kazumi Yu Yun. Current world, Prince of Tennis. Age, 12 years old. 5 dimensions, 20.3. Strength, 3 technology, 3.5 speed, 3.2 physical strength, 3.1 spirit, 7.5, cannot be measured. Comprehensive evaluation, national level. Abilities, ball skills Gensokyo, nostalgic for the gods, power of fantasy. Currently unlocked, Yakumo Purple. Mission, main mission, Phase 1. As a member of the Hyotei Tennis Club, he helped Hyotei Gakuen win the Kanto Championship. Mission reward, different dimensional fragment ×1. Side tasks. Participated in the junior group match of this Tokyo Junior Tennis Championship and won the championship. Mission reward, randomly unlocked the ability of one of Gensokyo's nostalgic gods. Asterisk. Chapter 2, Kazumi Yu Yun. That's right, this is the necessary gold finger for every person who crosses, and it is also a very scary gold finger. When the system just awakened, it did not directly give him powerful skills to turn him into a tennis master, but gave him a choice, allowing him to selectively add one free 5-dimensional attribute point to one of the attributes. Randomly unlock a corresponding ability according to his choice, and tell him that once unlocked, it cannot be replaced in the future, so be careful. After a little consideration, Yu Yun directly chose to add the attributes to the spirit. The abilities of the spirit department are mostly weird and unpredictable and powerful, which is more in line with his preferences. Moreover, as a traverser, the super high mental power itself is a great advantage, but when I saw the ability to unlock the system, I couldn't help taking a breath and lamenting my luck. The world of Gensokyo, whether it is danger, mystery, or force value, is definitely at the top level of the pyramid in many two-dimensional worlds. Even if the late Prince of Tennis is known as Killer Tennis, and the power of different dimensions is powerful, the two are completely incomparable. Not to mention that the first character ability he unlocked was Yakumo's. The monster sage Yakumo Zi, a monster of one person and one kind of clan. Later, one of the founders of Gensokyo. He possesses the power of the realm of dangerous abilities related to the source. He is powerful and intelligent enough to fight against the highest gods. Extremely dangerous, it is not an exaggeration to say that she is one of the strongest in Gensokyo. After Yu Yun gained the ability of the system, he showed his parents in this life that he wanted to learn tennis, and Yu Yun's parents also supported his idea. After all, Prince of Tennis is a world respected by tennis. Most powerful tennis players have a high status. It just so happens that Yu Yun's father once helped a powerful professional player. The other party owes him a favor. Yu Yun's father directly he was sent to the professional tennis player for training. During that period, it was a hell for Yu Yun, but his strength was greatly improved during that period. But Yu Yun knows that if you want to improve your strength as quickly as possible, you still have to focus on the system. The system that has been silent for a few years will finally start to work again. Therefore, he is bound to win the Tokyo Junior Tennis Championship. A stadium in Tokyo. Because of the youth tennis match being held today, this stadium has become a lot more lively than before. Not only are many tennis enthusiasts here to watch the match, but also many scouts hope to find one or two of great potential from here. If you can invest in them in advance, you can bring them considerable returns in the future. At this time, Yu Yun has come to the registration office of this online court and is registering registration materials. Little friend, what's your name? My name is Kazumi Yu Yun. What about age? 12 years old. The staff in charge of registering the registration materials gave him a surprised look, but didn't say much. In previous matches under 14 years old, although there were fewer 12-year-old players, it was not uncommon. After continuing to ask a few questions, the registration is complete. Okay kid, your match is in Area 3, pay attention to the announcement on the broadcast. Thanks. Yu Yun went to court number 3 while observing the situation of this match. The number of people who signed up for this match was not too small. In order to save time, the organizer divided the match venue into 4 divisions. The previous preliminaries were carried out simultaneously. Only the first names in each division can qualify and participate in the final, semi-final and finals. Boom! With Yu Yun's backhand wave, the tennis ball turned into a yellow beam and directly penetrated the court, landing at the feet of the opposing player, and flew out of the court before he could react. The match is over, 6-0, the winner is Kazumi Yu Yun. Patter. The player racket on the opposite side fell directly to the ground. The fear in his eyes had not completely dissipated. At this time, in his eyes, Yu Yun seemed to have become the most terrifying demon in the world, and the gentle smile at the corner of his mouth seemed to be also full of chills. After the match, the handshake between the two sides ended. Yu Yun slowly walked out of the court, ready to see the match situation in other divisions. After he left, the audience in the viewing area finally exploded. Hi, what a terrifying boy. Looking at his appearance, he is a junior high school student at best. It is unbelievable. Such strength really belongs to a junior high school student. He should be the champion of this youth tennis tournament. Not necessarily. I heard that there are also a few young people in other divisions. The semi-final and semi-final youth tennis tournaments must be very exciting. Walk around and go to the final venue. At this time, Yu Yun, who had finished the match, already took a can of drink and came to another division. The match here is not over yet, but the situation on the court is already one-sided, presumably not far from the end. Sonata. Asterisk. Chapter 3, Sonata, Yukimura, Tezuka. In the match arena, a young man with a black peaked cap has suppressed his opponent and lost points frequently. The last smash ended the match. The match is over, 6-0, the winner Sonata Genichiro. As expected, the Emperor of Rikai in the future, Shinichiro Sonata, has already had the strength far surpassing ordinary junior high school students in the first year of junior high. After watching the match, Yu Yun is also ready to leave, and the latter match is his purpose here. Soon after he left, a gentleman also came here. Yukimura. Kendakiro, are you over, too? Well, to be honest, I'm a little disappointed at the level of this match. If it weren't for you to participate, I'm not interested in such a match at all. This is not necessarily true, Kendakiro, I heard some interesting news on the way here. Oh. It is said that the players who qualified in the other 2 divisions are quite good. I think this match should not be so boring. No matter what, I must beat you in this match final. Really, I'm looking forward to a match with you, Kanakiro. In order to keep the audience from missing the final match, the semi-final and finals use the same venue. The 2 semi-final games are given priority. After the semi-final is over, the 2 semi-final winners will be given a certain rest time, and then the finals will be played. When Yu Yun came to the match venue, someone was already waiting here. She has short brown hair, a pair of glasses, and no expression on her face, giving a sense of unsmiling and seriousness. Tezuka Kunimitsu. Now he has not experienced Seigaku's hand injury tragedy, and his strength is intact, capable of overpowering Sonata, and he is not much better than Yukimura. Yu Yun is very interested in playing against the current Tezuka Kunimitsu. On the other side, Tezuka Kunimitsu glanced at him. From the surface, Tezuka Kunimitsu couldn't judge Yu Yun's strength. After looking at it for a while, he withdrew his gaze. After a while, Seiki Yukimura and Sanada Genichiro also came to the venue, and then the match draw was held. The first semi-final, Tezuka Kunimitsu vs Shinichiro Sanada. The second semi-final, Kazumi Yuyun vs Seiki Yukimura. The news that four geniuses appeared in the youth tennis match this time has been spread, and many people have already come to the match venue, looking forward to a wonderful match. It's not bad to be an audience first. Yuyun sat in the audience area and looked at the two people who were facing each other on the court. And now Tezuka and Sanada in the venue have serious faces. Sanada put away the underestimation in their hearts, and energized 120,000 points. Obviously, both of them felt that the other was strong. Now we will start the first semi-final game, with Tezuka Kunimitsu vs Sanada Shinichiro. At the end of the game, Sanada serves the game. The referee is announced and the first semi-final game begins. No matter what strength you have, I will pull you into the abyss of defeat, as fast as the wind. Sanada's eyes flashed, tossing the tennis ball, and directly shot with a phantom-like swing speed that was difficult to see. Boom! The tennis ball swept across the court like a swift wind, slamming heavily on Tezuka's halftime. At the same time as the sound rang, the tennis ball had already appeared behind Tezuka. 15-0. Hey, it's really amazing, it didn't come in vain. What's this? This is just the beginning. Is this nothing? That's natural. Do you think the boy opposite is a simple character? Tezuka's eyes shrunk slightly, and his expression remained calm. He held racket's hand tightly. This trick, even if he was careless, would lose a point. As fast as the wind. Sanada shot again like the wind, but this time Tezuka was ready. At the moment Sanada took the shot, he had already determined the impact point. At the same time that the ball fell, Tezuka had moved in front of the tennis ball. Boom! With a textbook swing, the tennis ball flew across the court at a very fast speed, landed on the empty court on the other side of Sanada, and then flew out of the court. 15-15. What? Sanada was a little surprised. Apart from Yukimura, this is the second time someone has cracked his skills so easily. Is it possible that the opposite is a player of the same level as Yukimura? Impossible. Sanada knows Yukimura's strength very well, he can't believe that Tezuka's strength has reached that point. Only such an opponent is worth fighting. After all, it was the future Emperor Sanada of Rikai. Although his trick was broken, he quickly adjusted his mentality. No matter what the opponent's strength, he would go all out and never give up. It doesn't look like a simple opponent. Kenichiro, what are you going to do? Yukimura smiled playfully. As fast as the wind. Still swift as the wind, Tezuka still hit back steadily. Sanada already knew that this trick would not have any effect on Tezuka, so naturally he wouldn't be in a daze. He swung the racket vigorously and hit the tennis back again. Boom! 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 The match has just begun, and the two of them chose to try out by coincidence, and they didn't have any tricks, and they started the baseline confrontation directly. However, although Tezuka's speed, skill, and ball handling are better than Sanada, Sanada has beaten Tezuka in strength. It is very difficult for the two of them to suppress each other based on the basics. For a time, neither of the two could score, and the ball gradually became a tug of war. Asterisk. Chapter 4, Tezuka's Strength. These two people are not easy. Yuyun looked back. Adobe was looking at the match on the court with a serious face. Adobe, you actually came. Have the tennis club's affairs been dealt with? Are you doubting my uncle's ability? It's you, won't you have been eliminated? Adobe replied with some disdain. Do you think it's possible? Yuyun rolled his eyes. Huh. Adobe ignored Yuyun, watching the match on the field intently. The two of them, no matter which one they were extremely difficult opponents for him. At this time, the situation in the match venue has changed. After a long time of fighting, Sanada became a little impatient. After playing for so long, he also discovered that it is too difficult to continue to fight for the basics and want to score. Aggression is like fire. Sanada held the racket tightly, the muscles on his arms bulged, and the powerful force gathered, and he aimed at the tennis ball that Tezuka hit back with a fierce wave. The fiery flames directly wrapped the tennis ball and rushed towards Tezuka with a terrifying aura. Even the temperature on the court seems to have a rising trend. Sanada's stunt Fenglin volcano comes from the ancient Sun Tzu's art of war in Daxia. It is as fast as the wind, Su is like a forest, grazing like fire, and immovable like a mountain. The aggression is like fire, which means that Sanada will launch a continuous offensive like fire. Unlike the wind that pursues extreme speed, the speed of the aggressive ball is much slower, but the threat to Tezuka is much greater than the previous one. Tezuka's face was solemn, his body squatted slightly, lowered his center of gravity, and swung racket to meet him. Boom. Patter. 30-15. Sanada has practiced kendo since he was a child, and his strength is far beyond that of his peers. This aggression is so heavy that Tezuka's racket was caught off guard by Sanada. Amazing. Both of them are very strong, I don't know who can win. I think Sanada can win. Not necessarily, Tezuka hasn't used his own trick yet. Feeling that heavy power, Tezuka's face became more solemn. I admit that you are a formidable opponent, but you can never beat me. It's like a wind. The tennis once again turned into a gust of wind and flew towards Tezuka. Although the wind speed is indeed fast, this move is no longer a threat to Tezuka. Tezuka's expression was indifferent, and his feet quickly moved to catch up with the tennis ball, a precise swipe back to Sanada's gust of wind. Aggression is like fire. Sanada was merciless, holding the racket in both hands, and hitting the tennis ball that Tezuka hit back. He no longer wanted to drag it down. This time the aggression was fierce, and the power and momentum were stronger than before. Tennis. The raging fire was burning, and it hit the court with a loud boom, causing a slight vibration on the ground. Are you going to score? How does Tezuka deal with this trick? Everyone looked at Tezuka and found that his eyes were still as calm as before, and there was no look of worry or fear. When Sanada made aggression, Tezuka's body began to flash with colorful lights, and finally all converged on Tezuka's left hand holding the pad. Boom. The racket shrouded in light hits the burning tennis ball. Sanada's aggression like fire seemed to be an ordinary return. Tezuka hit it back without pressure, and the aggression that Tezuka hit back was like fire. Strength, momentum, and speed have all risen to a level. Before Sanada could react, he landed in his court, leaving a deep black mark, and then flew out of the court. 30-30. What? Sanada looked at the ball mark behind him, his eyes full of horror. His aggression was so easy that he was beaten back so easily, and what was the power of that power? What is this? Adobe looked back at Yuyun, his face a little ugly. Selfless state, the limit of hard work, how about it? Yuyun replied with a smile. Selfless state. It's not that Adobe doesn't know selfless state, but the trick Tezuka uses is completely different from the selfless state he knows. Yes, in the depths of selfless state, there are three gates, the limit of tempering, the limit of radiance, and the seamless limit that only the samurai Akaizen Nanjiro has successfully opened. The function of the limit of tempering is to return the opponent regardless of the strength, speed, and rotation of the ball. It will be doubled and returned, which is a pretty terrifying skill. Really, I underestimated Tokyo. Adobe knew very well that his own strength would not have a high chance of winning against anyone on the court. It seems that the uncle will have to work harder in the future. Many well-informed people in other audiences recognized this trick, and everyone who recognized this trick was extremely surprised. Since Akaizen Nanjiro created this realm, it's not that no one has opened the limit of tempering. These two doors and the limit of brilliance, but they opened at this age. It was the first time they saw each other. They have to sigh, Tezuka is indeed an out-and-out genius. Asterisk. Chapter 5 Sonata Fiasco. At this time, the situation on the field has turned to the unfavorable side for Sonata. The speed of wind is not effective, and the aggression is like fire and is restrained by the opponent's thousands of tempers. His cerulean and immobile like a mountain are both defensive tricks. The two began a tug of war on the baseline again. Hoo. The successive baseline attacks caused Sonata's physical strength to drop sharply. Sonata's breathing has become very rapid. Sonata fought back while observing Tezuka, looking for Tezuka's flaws, but found that Tezuka's face was only sweaty. His breathing is still extremely stable, much better than his situation. Why is he so much stronger than me? Impossible, what? Looking at Tezuka, Sonata was shocked. Not only Sonata, many people have discovered that when the two attacked, Tezuka has been standing motionless in the middle of the baseline since when the two attacked, Sonata's return ball would fly to Tezuka wherever he hits. In front, and under Tezuka's feet, there is a circular area. In their eyes, there seems to be an endless sea behind Tezuka, on which there is a huge. The whirlpool, everything, cannot escape the attraction of this whirlpool, and Tezuka is the center of this whirlpool. This is the domain. Field. What is the field? Applying a subtle spin to the tennis ball will make the opponent's return ball return to his front no matter where he flies, unable to escape his control. This is the domain. This is a professional level trick that requires extremely advanced spin skills. With rich tennis match experience, how could it be possible at his age? High, professional grade? Really, but how did you know, uncle? I'm a reporter for Professional Tennis Monthly. After professional explanations, the original limit of tempering was enough to shock them. They did not expect that Tezuka would even perform such professional level tricks. Some people have even begun to doubt their tennis strength and talent. Boom. Sonata's return was once again attracted to Tezuka by the domain. At this time, Tezuka had already placed a short ball position. After the tennis ball flew in front of him, racket slammed down everything, and the tennis rushed towards Sonata. Hey! Although Sonata ran to the tennis ball's landing spot ahead of time, the tennis ball didn't bounce up after landing. Instead, it rolled back along the ground and didn't stop until it reached the net. 30-40. 0 short ball. It seems that Shinichiro is in danger. Yukimura was also very surprised by the strength that Tezuka showed, even he didn't dare to say that he would be able to defeat Tezuka. The appearance of each stunt has brought surprises to the audience again and again, and even some scouts are ready to contact them when the match is over. Both of them are rare geniuses. After Tezuka used the combination of field and 0 short ball, Sonata has fallen into an absolute disadvantage, and even scoring has become very difficult. 1-0. 2-0. 6-0. The match is over, the score is 6-0, and the winner is Tezuka Kunimitsu. The referee announced. Ended. Yu Yun sighed and took the next match. It was his turn. The reason why the match has become like this is not that the difference in strength between the two has reached such a point. On the contrary, the difference in strength between the two is not large. Under such circumstances, determining the outcome of the two is the ultimate skill of the two. But now Sonata's strength has not reached the level 3 years later, neither can he use aggression like fire to forcibly break the Tezuka domain, nor have he realized the limit of Tezuka's tempered efforts like thunder to seal Tezuka. It can be said that there is no way with Tezuka. Such a fiasco is also being cleaned up. Before the net, the two shook hands. You are strong, but I won't lose again next time. Sonata looked at this and Tezuka said solemnly. It now appears that he has one more opponent to defeat. I look forward to matching you again. Tezuka is still an iceberg face that hasn't changed for thousands of years. After leaving the field, Sanada came to Yukimura and found a place to sit down. I didn't expect that there were such opponents in this match, and I was a little interested in the next match. Yukimura was a little excited. I think your next opponent will not be that simple. Sanada replied. That would be great. Yukimura got up and entered the match arena. You guy, if you lose, get ready to get out of Hyote, my uncle can't afford to lose this person. Adobe gave Yu Yun a sideways glance. Lost? Don't you understand my strength? Yu Yun looked at Adobe, smiling. Huh. Adobe couldn't help but recall some bad memories. Now we will start the second semi-final game. Kazumi Yu Yun will play against Seiki Yukimura, and Yukimura will serve the game. As the referee's voice fell, the second semi-final game officially began. Look, let's start. I'm looking forward to it. I don't know if this game will be as exciting as the last one. It is said that Seiki Yukimura is stronger than Sanada Genichiro, but I don't know how his opponent is. Asterisk. Chapter 6, Yu Yun's Weird Skills. On court, Yu Yun and Yukimura stand on the baseline. Bang bang bang. Seiki Yukimura stood on the baseline, watching the opponent's opponent while trying the elasticity of the ball, but to his disappointment, the opponent Yu Yun was like an ordinary person. He could not see anything, so he could only secretly increase his vigilance. He didn't believe it. The person who can hit here will be such an ordinary player. Seiki Yukimura's strength is quite strong, at least the Kanto level is close to the national level. Judging from his current age, he can now have such strength, and it is no wonder that he will be able to win the title of God's Son in the future. You must know that even when everyone has not entered the U17 during the national competition, there are only a few singles players at the national level, and most of them are only Kanto level players. After 3 years of growth with Seiki Yukimura's current strength, even if he had to give up tennis for a period of time due to illness, his strength is enough to stand on top of all junior high school students. Boom! The tennis ball rushed toward Yu Yun's halftime at a very fast speed, and rushed in the opposite direction to Yu Yun after landing. Seiki Yukimura's serve is not a trick, but with his powerful 5-dimensional support, the speed, angle, and rotation are not weak, and the power cannot be underestimated. However, Seiki Yukimura's 5-dimensional data still has a certain gap compared with Yu Yun, so this kind of serve is not a threat to Yu Yun at all. At the moment Seiki Yukimura served, Yu Yun had already determined where the ball fell. When the tennis ball bounced, Yu Yun's racket had already stopped in front of the ball. Boom! The tennis ball that had just bounced flew back at a faster speed. Sure enough, it's not that simple. Yukimura's eyes condensed, but the movement of her feet was not slow. When the tennis ball bounced, Yukimura's figure was already waiting there, waving her arm and hitting the tennis hard. The tennis ball flew towards Yu Yun like an arrow. I'm not interested in fighting a protracted battle, let's end it quickly. Watching the flying tennis ball, Yu Yun murmured. At the same time, a strange blue-violet light emerged on Yu Yun's body, and then wrapped the entire racket. At this time, Yu Yun gave a very strange feeling. The demon butterfly that lives in the Zen temple. Yu Yun's eyes flashed, and the right arm holding racket swung fiercely, and the racket covered in blue-violet light hit the tennis ball. The tennis ball that was hit broke apart and turned into sky-blue light spots, and then these blue light spots gathered into beautiful blue soul-repelling butterflies and flew towards Seiki Yukimura. This is... Yukimura looked at this beautiful and mysterious blue butterfly, her eyes gradually blurred, as if she was immersed in the beautiful scenery in front of her. Happiness. 0-15. Referee was the first to react and reported the score. Although he did not understand what the ball was going on, the tennis ball cannot be faked on Yukimura's court. Obviously, Yu Yun scored the ball. But at this time referee also stared at Yu Yun with wide eyes. After so many years of tennis referee, he had never seen such a weird game. It wasn't until I heard the sound of the tennis ball bounce on the ground and referee scores that I suddenly turned my head and looked behind me, when a yellow tennis ball was quietly stopping there. Yukimura turned her head to look at Yuyun, her eyes full of horror. "Student Yukimura, don't keep your hands, please go all out." Yuyun smiled and looked at Yukimura, and said lightly. At this time, the audience outside the field seemed to have just reacted. All of them were extremely excited. "Okay, so beautiful, is this also a game? I've never seen such a skill. It's amazing. Hi, the tennis ball turned into a blue butterfly, how did it do that? Fortunately, I came to see the match today. If I miss it, I will regret it for the rest of my life." Yukimura. Sanada clasped his hands tightly. He was completely caught in the scenery just now. He didn't know what was going on. By the time he reacted, the tennis ball had already appeared behind Yukimura. "I don't know if Yukimura has any solution." Sanada looked at Yukimura on the court with a worried look in his eyes. "Is it possible that Yukimura will lose here too?" Yukimura took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the horror in her heart. Her face became extremely serious and solemn. He didn't even know how to lose the ball just now, so he couldn't help but cheer up. "I must see exactly what is going on." Yukimura tossed the tennis ball high, swiped his arm down, and sent the ball to Yuyun's court. After serving, Yukimura's eyes were firmly locked on Yuyun's body. "Since you want to see, then I will let you see enough." Yuyun smiled at Yukimura's performance, and a strange blue-purple light appeared on his body. Boom! The tennis ball once again scattered into blue light spots in the sky, and then turned into a large number of rebel butterflies flying towards Yukimura. Yukimura looked at these rebel butterflies and suddenly felt a trance. When he reacted, the tennis ball had already appeared behind him. Asterisk. Chapter 7, Balance of Dynamic and Static. 0 to 30. "How is it, Yukimura, have you seen it clearly?" Yuyun asked. "Kazumi classmate is really strong, but I won't give up easily." Although Yukimura has conceded 2 goals in a row, it has not been affected. "In that case, let's continue." Boom. 0-40. Boom. Game, Kazumi Yuyun, 1-0. Yukimura lost the first game without any suspense. Facing the monster butterfly inhabiting the Zen temple, Yukimura had no choice but to fall into a trance again and again, and then watch the tennis appear behind him, losing points, but there is already a little guesswork in my mind. But now it is Yuyun's serve bureau, and he can only prove his guess later. Bang bang bang. Yuyun slapped the tennis ball, and an invisible force enveloped the tennis ball. Next, let you feel something new. Yuyun grabbed the tennis ball, threw it up, raised his arm, and racket hit the tennis ball. The tennis ball rushed through the court and quickly flew off the court after landing. On the surface, the strength, speed, angle, and rotation of the ball were stronger than those of Yukimura's serve just now, but if only that, there is no way to threaten Yukimura. Yukimura quickly ran to the tennis ball, ready to hit the ball back, but when Yukimura was about to swing, her whole body seemed to be bound by an invisible force. Unable to move, she could only watch the tennis from herself. Flew in front of him. 15-0. Balance of movement and stillness. Opposite Yuyun's voice came slowly. What just happened? Why did Yukimura suddenly stop moving? I don't know. Although the speed of the ball just now was very fast and the angle was tricky, Yukimura had already ran to the ball. Why did it suddenly stop? Not sure. Sure enough, is it mental power? Yukimura's mental power is very high. When facing the monster butterfly inhabiting the Zen temple, he already felt strange. After the ball just now, Yukimura was finally sure that Yuyun is the same type of tennis player who is good at mental skills. But after knowing this, Yukimura's heart is even heavier. He himself has the skill of destroying the five senses, so he knows how terrifying this type of skill is. However, Yukimura is confident in his mental power. Now that he knows that Yu-Yun uses mental skills, he believes he can crack it. Student Yu-Yun, I already have a certain understanding of your skills, so next, I will fight back. Yukimura looked at Yu-Yun on the opposite side and said slowly. Really, that would be better. Yu-Yun smiled, did not say more, but is ready to serve. Outside the court, Audiobook couldn't help but snorted when they heard their conversation. As the number one victim of Yu-Yun's skills, besides Yu-Yun himself, he is the second person who understands the power of these skills, far less simple than Yukimura imagined. Boom. Yu-Yun served again, but this time the serve did not have a lot of rotation and tricky angles like the last one, but flew towards the place where Yukimura was at a very fast speed. In that case, then I'm not welcome. However, as soon as Yukimura was about to run, the whole person froze in place, and the feeling of being restrained by invisible power appeared again, only this time, he could only stand in place and couldn't even move. 30. Student Yukimura, I think it's better not to underestimate my skills. Yu-Yun raised his hand and served again. Boom. 40-0. Boom. Game, Kazumi Yu-Yun, 2-0. I did not understand. I didn't understand either. Is it possible that what's the weird skill? The situation on the field is very strange now. In addition to Yu-Yun and Yukimura, Audiobook who is off the field knows the real situation. In the eyes of other audiences, it is Yu-Yun's serve. The survivor only moved during the first goal, and the rest of the time. They all stood still and did not resist, letting Yu-Yun score. Yukimura's face is already a bit ugly. Since he started playing tennis, this is the first time he has been won 2 games in a row, and he hasn't even scored a point. But the match still has to go on. Now it's his turn to serve. Yu-Yun is very likely to use the trick that turned tennis into countless anti-soul butterflies. How to crack this trick is what he needs to consider most now. Call. Taking a deep breath, Yukimura calmed down slowly. Throwing the ball, bending the knees, and swinging are still very standard swings. Boom. The tennis ball crossed the court and hit Yu-Yun's halftime heavily. As expected of Yukimura, but unfortunately, it's useless to me. As Yu-Yun said, the racket in his hand has steadily intercepted the tennis ball. Snapped. The blue light butterfly flew out. Even if you look at the scenery many times, I am afraid you will not feel tired. But at the moment Yukimura is not in the mood to appreciate the beauty. He is resisting the trance and dizziness in his head. Yukimura used his mental power to the extreme, and finally caught the trajectory of tennis among countless anti-soul butterflies. Asterisk. Chapter 8 Double Black Death Butterfly. I saw. Yukimura's eyes narrowed, and the racket in his hand swung out without hesitation. Boom. The tennis ball appeared out of thin air in front of Yukimura's racket. A dull voice sounded, and the tennis ball went straight through the court like a bullet. And the person opposite Yu-Yun didn't show any surprise. It seemed that he had expected the ball to be hit back a long time ago. With constant movements under her feet, Yu-Yun quickly caught up with the tennis ball, turned slightly sideways, and exerted force directly with her arms. Boom. The anti-soul butterflies all over the sky appeared and flew toward Yukimura. This time, the number was more than the previous times. I have seen through this trick. Yukimura's gaze seemed to penetrate through numerous obstacles, firmly locking the tennis ball hidden behind the rebel butterfly. With a backhand wave, Yukimura's racket hit the tennis accurately. Boom. In an instant, the tennis ball arrived at Yu-Yun's court with a strong sound of breaking wind, slammed to the ground, and flew off the court. Oh, that's interesting. Yu-Yun smiled. In the blink of an eye, Yu-Yun had already crossed half-time, and racket swung violently at the swift tennis ball. Boom! There was a popping sound, and the weird blue light butterfly slowly flew out, rushing to the opposite Yukimura. It's just that this time, among countless blue rebel butterflies, some weird pure black butterflies blended into Yukimura's body without even noticing it. Boom! 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 Although the monster butterfly inhabiting the Zen temple has been cracked by Yukimura, Yuyun didn't seem to care about it and used this trick time and time again. With waves of anti-soul butterflies constantly appearing, the tennis ball shuttled back and forth on the net court like a phantom, dropping to the ground and setting off waves of dust. The two ran back and forth on the baseline, conducting fierce confrontations. Hi, both of them are so strong. Yes, but I didn't expect Yukimura to crack Yuyun's skills so quickly. Don't forget, Yuyun's serve Yukimura hasn't cracked it yet. Although I haven't figured it out yet, that trick is definitely more powerful. I won't discuss how powerful it is. Yuyun's skills are really beautiful. Yeah, it really makes me reluctant to blink my eyes. The onlookers expressed their feelings one after another. Yuyun's own 5-dimensional attributes are much higher than Yukimura, so even if the monster butterfly that inhabits the Zen temple cannot score in the Yukimura quota, but with its own powerful 5-dimensional attributes, it still wants to suppress Yukimura. A very easy thing, but Yuyun deliberately started to delay the rhythm of match. 15 minutes later. Boom! The tennis ball blasted loudly at Yukimura's feet and flew out of the court. Yukimura couldn't react well and lost another point. 0-15. How long can you hold on, Yukimura classmate? Seeing Yukimura, whose breath has become a little heavy and sweating on her face, Yuyun gave a dangerous smile. It's this nasty smile again. The corners of Adob's mouth twitched slightly. After knowing Yuyun for so long, he knew very well that once Yuyun smiled like this, it meant that someone was going to be unlucky. Most of the time it was him who was unlucky, but now. My uncle wants to see what step you can do. Adobe looked at Yukimura and said playfully. Call. Yukimura calmed her breath slowly. It's amazing, classmate Yuyun, but the match is not over yet. Yukimura's eyes became sharp, and although he is currently at a disadvantage, he is confident of his skills. In the attack just now, although he lost points, he also laid the groundwork for his skills to eliminate 5 senses. Now, he only needs to wait for a chance. Student Yuyun, I will show you what a real fear is. With a raised hand, Yukimura tossed the tennis ball high, squatted slightly, and racket swung down vigorously from top to bottom. Boom! Racket hit the tennis hard and rushed towards Yuyun with a dull sound. The demon butterfly inhabits the Zen temple. Yuyun repeated the same trick again. It's useless. Yukimura turned a blind eye to the beautiful scene in front of him, and swiped the racket in his hand, hitting the tennis precisely. This trick I have. You've seen through this trick, it won't work for you anymore, you think so, classmate Yukimura? Opposite, Yuyun's voice came slowly. Yukimura's heart was shocked. Are you sure, did you really see through my skills, Yukimura classmate? Boom. While talking, Yuyun played back the flying tennis ball. Extinguish the 5 senses? I'm afraid you will have no chance, so you should step into the trap I carefully prepared for you, the double black death butterfly. A pure black light appeared on the court, and the tennis ball turned into countless pure black weird butterflies, rushing straight towards Yukimura, and finally merged into his body, disappearing. Snapped. When these weird black butterflies rushed into Yukimura's body and disappeared, Yukimura only felt her body soft, and hurriedly supported her body with the racket, and did not directly fall to the ground. Boom! A yellow light flashed, and the tennis ball had appeared behind Yukimura, then rushed out of the court and hit the wire fence heavily. Asterisk. Chapter 9, Yukimura loses. 030. Huh, huh, here, what the hell is this? Yukimura Racket squatted on the ground, supporting his body, his face was covered with sweat, and he was gasping for breath. My physical strength is disappearing fast. Yukimura only felt that her body was weak, and it was extremely difficult to even move. Looking at Yuyun, Yukimura's heart was full of jealousy. Yuyun's weird skills really made him impossible to guard against. If he didn't pay attention, he was caught. Reluctantly raised his hand to toss the tennis ball. Boom. Turnover. Boom. Double turnover, 0-40. Referee gave Yukimura a surprised look. Impossible. Sanada stood up from his seat and looked at Yukimura incredulously. With Yukimura's strength, how could it be possible to double turnover? What did the opposite person do to him? Boom. Turnover. Boom. Double turnover. Game, Kazumi Yuyun, 3-0. The young people nowadays are really incredible. Referee couldn't help but sighed, shook his head, and announced the score. It was a blue butterfly at first, but now it's black again? What kind of game is this? I have seen Yukimura's match. His strength is definitely not weak. How could this happen? Is it because the opponent is too strong? Who knows, but this black butterfly looks much stronger than the blue one. The audience outside the court began to talk a lot, but they are not to blame. The situation on the court is really too weird. This is a mental game, powerful, weird, and elusive. Except for the person involved, it is difficult for others to see what happened. Bang bang bang. Yuyun slapped the tennis ball a few times and then bounced back from the ground to hold it. Boom. The tennis ball quickly pierced the court, exploded on Yukimura's half-time, and flew out of the court without any hindrance. 15-0. At this time, Yukimura was still supporting her body with racket, not letting her fall, and she could no longer take care of the flying tennis ball. Boom. 30-0. Boom. 40-0. Boom. Game, Kazumi Yuyun, 4-0, the two sides exchange venues. Upon hearing referee's words, Yukimura raised her head, picked up the racket lying on the ground, and walked towards the net. Puff through. However, as soon as he moved, without the support of racket, he fell straight down and fell to the ground. Yukimura. Sanada outside the court saw Yukimura suddenly fell to the ground, and rushed into the court, came to Yukimura's side to check his condition. When he saw Yukimura's appearance, he couldn't help but feel a hint of panic in his heart. Yukimura was already sweating profusely, especially on his face. A lot of wet hair stuck to his forehead, and some hair even covered Yukimura's eyes. Sanada, I'm fine. Yukimura supported her hands on the ground and tried to stand up, but his arms had completely lost strength and could only lie on the ground weakly. Since Seiki Yukimura has lost the ability to match, the match ended and the score was 4-0. The winner was Kazumi Yuyun. Referee looked at Yukimura and shook his head. He knew very well that Yukimura could not stand up anymore, and simply announced the result directly. Yukimura, damn it! Sanada couldn't help but slammed his punch to the ground, and screamed unwillingly. Hasn't he never seen someone lose the ability to match in the middle of a match with Yukimura? Even he himself has. But he never thought that Yukimura would one day lose the ability to match in a match with others. Huh, did you lose? Forget it, Sanada, help me out. Yukimura closed his eyes weakly. He was also very unwilling and helpless, but he had nothing to do. Not to mention that he has lost the ability to match and can't stand up. Even if he can stand up, he has the ability to continue to match. I am afraid there will be no change in the result. It is precisely because he is a mental player who is proficient in the skills of eliminating the five senses, so he can understand Yuyun's horror better than others. Sanada didn't say anything, and took a deep look at Yu-yun on the opposite side, and then helped Yukimura to walk out of the field slowly. And Yu-yun had already left the match venue at this time and sat down where he had just started watching the game. Your ball skills are still the same as before. No, it seems more terrifying than before. As soon as he sat down, Adobe next to him spoke directly. You are all making progress. Is it possible that I can still stand still? Yu-yun replied somewhat indifferently. Huh, that's the best thing, you guy, you still haven't shamed my uncle and Hyote. Hearing Adobe's words, several black lines appeared on Yu-yun's forehead. Adobe, it seems that you still lack a little education. I remember that we have not competed in a long time. Waiting for the end of this match, let's have a match. I just want to see you two. How much progress has been made? Come here, this uncle will be afraid of you, you know, the evolution of this uncle is going to be a mile at a time. Adobe's voice paused, but he still said something stiffly. Asterisk. Chapter 10, The Final begins. Yu-yun shook his head, and didn't say anything more. There is still some time before the next final with Tezuka begins, and he needs to take a break at this time. After all, Yukimura's strength is not weak. Although he won the match just now, he also consumed a lot of physical and mental energy. While watching the entire match, Tezuka was filled with a sense of crisis. Although he didn't know what happened in the match just now, he saw Yukimura all in his eyes. The match just now lasted only half an hour at most, and the intensity of the match was not too strong, but Yukimura seemed to have played a high-intensity match for several hours, and the whole person was almost out of strength. This inexplicable situation made Tezuka very concerned. 1 hour later, the rest period before the final is over. Now we will proceed to the finals. Players from both sides are invited to play. Yu-yun and Tezuka came to the net and shook hands with each other. Tezuka, I hope we can have a wonderful match. Yu-yun looked at Tezuka and said. Don't just go on it carelessly. Tezuka nodded. Yu-yun's expression is a little weird. Hearing Tezuka himself uttered the sentence with his own ears, and hearing it from anime, it really felt different. After the handshake, the two returned to the baseline and prepared. The match begins, Kazumi Yu-yun vs Tezuka Kunimitsu, and one game ends, Kazumi serves the game. Then, let's get started. Yu-yun held the tennis ball in his hand and threw it up, and racket swung it down heavily. Boom! The tennis flew across the court with amazing speed and landed heavily on Tezuka's halftime. Ta-ta-ta! Tezuka's eyes did not change, she ran quickly, and steadily intercepted the tennis ball. With a hard hand, he hit the tennis ball back. Looking at the flying tennis ball, Yu-yun's eyes flashed, and the dazzling blue and purple flashed again. Is coming. The audience was a little excited. How would Tezuka deal with this trick? Boom! Countless blue anti-soul butterflies appeared, all flying towards Tezuka. Seeing the blue butterfly flying over, Tezuka's spirit was in a trance. 15-0. Referee announced the score. Happiness. Hearing the sound, Tezuka turned his head and looked behind him. Sure enough, the tennis ball had already appeared there. Is this the weird game? Tezuka's eyes became more solemn, and he unconsciously clenched racket. Yu-yun tossed the tennis ball up again, and racket waved down. Boom! The tennis ball quickly ran through the court and rushed to the outside. Tezuka moved quickly, caught up with the tennis ball, swung the racket, and hit the tennis ball back. Only this time, Tezuka applied a subtle spin on the tennis ball. Yu-yun smiled and quickly caught up with the tennis ball. The blue-violet light enveloped the racket and swung fiercely at the tennis ball. The sky-filled blue light butterfly appeared again and rushed towards Tezuka. Coming. Tezuka's eyes flashed, and she forced herself to break free from the trance. At the same time, a circle of white cyclones appeared at Tezuka's feet. Among the countless blue light butterflies, a yellow tennis ball suddenly appeared, then changed its direction and flew towards Tezuka. At this time, Tezuka was already standing in the middle of the baseline and set the shot posture. Tezuka does not have as strong mental power as Yukimura, and cannot see through these blue light butterflies like Yukimura, but he does not need to see where the tennis ball is. He only needs to attract the tennis ball directly to him. Boom! With a backhand wave, Tezuka hit the tennis ball towards Yu Yun's right baseline. In this case, the blue-violet light dissipated, and the pure black light appeared on Yu Yun's body. Dual Black Death Butterfly. Boom! The tennis ball flickered like a stream of light, and countless pure black butterflies appeared on the court. Tezuka's face became more solemn. The match just now is still vivid. The danger of these black butterflies is much higher than that of the blue butterflies just now. Seiki Yukimura is defeated by this trick. The white cyclone appeared, and the tennis ball was once again pulled in front of Tezuka. And Tezuka's body was lit up with a layer of colorful light. These colorful lights converged on Tezuka's left hand, enveloping racket. After Yu Yun's match ended, Tezuka carefully analyzed the match in his mind, and already had some ideas on how to deal with Yu Yun's skills. Yu Yun's serve is too weird, he has never faced it and cannot analyze it. These blue butterflies and black butterflies, he can crack through the field. But one thing is particularly important, that is, we must not fall into a protracted war. He doesn't know what these black butterflies are, but it is obvious that if these black butterflies enter his body for a long time, it will have a great impact on his own strength. Therefore, Tezuka did not hesitate to use the limit of temperament. Although this trick consumes a lot of physical strength and has little effect on ordinary ball returns, after all, the limit of tempering is originally designed for those powerful ball skills. However, Tezuka has no other choice at this time. Raising his arms, the racket wrapped in colorful rays hit the tennis ball fiercely. Asterisk. Chapter 11, The Curse of Dreams and Reality. Boom! With double power, speed, and rotation, a strong momentum appeared on the tennis ball. Whoosh! With a violent sound of breaking through the air, the tennis ball has already arrived in front of Yu Yun, smashed to the ground fiercely, and bounced quickly. Yu Yun waved his arm and racket hit the tennis ball. Chi 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 chi. The tennis ball fell into the racket and spun violently, and bursts of impact hit Yu Yun's arm. Heh, it's really Tezuka. Yu Yun smiled. Then, let's try this trick. The Curse of Dreams and Reality. Yu Yun pushed hard and knocked the tennis back. Huh? Ordinary return. Tezuka frowned slightly, but still didn't dare to be careless. The white cyclone began to spin, and the tennis ball flew towards Tezuka in an arc in delay. Tezuka turned slightly to his side and lifted racket up, violently doing everything from top to bottom. However, what he didn't expect was that the tennis ball passed directly through his racket. Boom! The tennis ball swept past Tezuka's side and flew out of the court. 30-0. Referee announced the score. What's the matter? Missed. Isn't it possible? You have seen Tezuka's strength just now. How could he not be able to hit tennis? Then what's going on? You ask me? How do I know? The audience outside the venue began to talk. Due to the distance and angle, they didn't see clearly. In their eyes, facing Yu Yun's seemingly ordinary ball, Tezuka swung an empty shot. But Tezuka himself knew very well that it was not that he swung the shot, but that the tennis ball really passed through his racket. Tezuka understood Yukimura's feelings a little bit. After all, the unknown is always the most scary thing. Tezuka, what you see with your eyes may not be true. Yu Yun smiled faintly, and once again tossed the tennis ball high. Balance of movement and stillness. An invisible force enveloped the racket and hit the tennis ball hard. Boom! The tennis ball quickly penetrated the court and rushed towards Tezuka. At the same time, the invisible power of the tennis spread and covered Tezuka's body. Looking at the flying tennis ball, Tezuka just wanted to move. He only felt that his body was firmly bound by something. He could only watch as he flew past him and then rushed out of the court. 40-0. Referee reports the score. This is the weird serve? Sweat began to appear on Tezuka's forehead. Boom. Yu Yun serve again. Tezuka still stands in place, unable to move. Game, Kazumi Yu Yun, the score is 1-0. The referee announced. Off the court. Yukimura, what exactly is this serve? And just now, with the strength of Tezuka Kunimitsu, he was able to slap an aerial shot. Sanada looked at Yukimura and asked. After the match just ended, the influence of Yu Yun's ball skills on him gradually disappeared, and Yukimura had recovered at this time. Hearing Sanada's question, Yukimura's mind reappeared that feeling of being unable to move. That Kazumi classmate, like me, is a tennis player who is proficient in mental skills. The kind of serve makes people feel that they are firmly bound in place and unable to move. Yukimura said slowly. A type of player with you? A skill that keeps people in place. Sanada was surprised. You know that Sanada and Yukimura, as friends, often match each other, but he has experienced the horror of eliminating the five senses many times, and he deeply feels the horror of Yukimura. Yes, but his strength is much higher than mine, and his skills may be more terrifying than my five senses. Moreover, with the skills just now, I'm afraid he didn't use his full strength when he was in a match with me. Yukimura said. Hearing Yukimura's words, Sanada recalled the appearance of Yukimura lying on the ground and Tezuka's strange aerial shot during the match just now, silent. On the field. Tezuka held the tennis ball, a trace of firmness flashed in his eyes. I can't just give up like that. Tezuka tossed the tennis ball, then raised the racket and swung it down heavily. Then let me see how far you can do it, Tezuka. Yu Yun's body exudes a pure black light. I have to say that Tezuka Kunimitsu is really strong. Although it has not yet reached the national level, it is not far away. After all, Tezuka has not even started in junior high school. Strictly speaking, it can only be regarded as an elementary school student. Tezuka's five-dimensional attributes, in addition to spirit, strength, speed, skill, and physical strength are slightly higher than Yukimura. If the two simply compete in basic tennis, Tezuka can even slightly suppress Yukimura. If he hadn't been injured in his arm in Seigaku, he would not be weaker than Seiki Yukimura, known as the Son of God, after 3 years. And Tezuka's tennis experience is indeed very rich. Just by watching the match between Yu Yun and Yukimura just now, he found a way to crack Yu Yun's monster butterfly and double black death butterfly inhabiting Zen Temple. However, it is a pity that Yu Yun's strength and weird skills really surpassed his expectations. The result of this match was destined from the moment the two stood on the court. Asterisk. Chapter 12, the match is over, the task is complete. 30 minutes later. The match is over, the score is 6-0, the winner is Kazumi Yu Yun. With the referee's announcement of the score, the junior match of the Tokyo Junior Tennis Tournament is over. Ding, congratulations to the host, the side quest has been completed, whether to receive the reward. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Yu Yun's mind. Not receiving it temporarily. Hearing the system prompt, Yu Yun chose to refuse, because there are still other things to deal with now, and the system rewards can't escape even if you put them there, so you don't need to rush for a while. Yu Yun walked to the net and shook hands with Tezuka Kunimitsu. Although Tezuka was also sweating profusely, he was not affected by the double black death butterfly who chose to avoid the protracted battle. The situation was much better than Yukimura. You are very strong and I am very happy to play against you. Despite losing, Tezuka Kunimitsu still has an iceberg face without any expression. Me too. Yu Yun smiled. I hope there will be another chance to fight again in the future. There will be. Yu Yun looked at Tezuka, and a certain thought flashed by in his mind. The two shook hands and each exited the venue. Cut, is it finally over? My uncle is almost boring to death. Seeing Yu Yun walking by, Adobe curled his lips. We still have one very important thing to do. If this thing is successful, the strength of the Hayote Tennis Club will definitely increase. It is not impossible to have a national championship, or even a 3-tier national championship. Yu Yun smiled. 3 consecutive hegemonies in the country. Adobe's eyes flickered slightly. This is a feat that no one has ever done before. Even the national hegemon, Muse Hatang, Middle School, has just won the country's 2 consecutive hegemonies last year. This year, Muse Hatang Middle School's 3rd grade main players all fell out. What kind of results they can get is still unknown. What do you mean? Adobe frowned slightly and looked at Tezuka. What do you think? Yu Yun's face rarely showed a serious look. You fellow, this uncle hasn't seen you show such a face for a long time. But you are right. Adobe's brows stretched out. Congratulations on winning the junior championship of this youth tennis tournament, Kazumi. At this moment, Yukimura's voice came from one side. Yu Yun and Adobe turned their heads and looked. Yukimura and Sanada were already not far away. It turned out to be Yukimura's classmate. May I ask you guys come here? Is there anything wrong? Yu Yun asked, but Yu Yun had already faintly guessed the purpose of their coming here. It's nothing, I just want to ask if Kazumi is interested in joining Rikai University. If Kazumi is willing to join Rikai University, plus me and Sanada, then the nation's 3 consecutive hegemonies may not be able to try. Yukimura sent an invitation to Yu Yun, her eyes full of something called ambition. Humph, then you are going to be disappointed. Yu Yun has joined us Hayote. Yu Yun was about to say something, but Adobe on one side couldn't help it. Oh? This is... Yukimura's eyes narrowed slightly. My uncle's name is Adobe Kigo, the head of the Hayote tennis department. Adobe and Yukimura looked at each other, without any intention of giving in. The head of the Hayote tennis department. Yukimura and Sanada glanced at each other, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. With the strength of Hayote's tennis club, it is considered a strong school even in the whole country, and this young man named Adobe Kigo does not seem to be about the same age as them. He is already the head of the Hayote tennis club. Look. Coming is not a simple character either. Does Kazumi mean the same thing? Yukimura retracted her gaze and asked Yu Yun instead. Yes, I have decided to join Hayote. Yu Yun said helplessly. To be honest, if it weren't for Adobe to go to the UK to find him, then he would join Rikai University. After all, in the original book, Rikai had won 15 consecutive dominations in Kanto and 2 consecutive dominations in the country. If it weren't for Seigaku's and Ekaizen Ryoma's 2 serious young samurai, Rikai would have surpassed Mujiteng and achieved unprecedented success. The terrifying achievements of the nation's triple hegemony. What a shame. Yukimura shook her head, seemingly disappointed. See you later, we are opponents, Kazumi classmates, see you on the court in the future. Saying hello, Yukimura and Sanada left. 3 consecutive hegemonies in the country? Someone will achieve it, but it's not their Rikai, but our Hayote. Adobe looked at the back of Yukimura and Sanada going away, and said arrogantly. Then let's meet Tezuka Kunimitsu. If he joins in, the chance of winning the nation's triple dominance will be much greater. With Hayote's current strength, it is still somewhat insufficient. Yu Yun finished speaking and left the court. After Adobe was silent for a while, slowly followed. He knows that Yu Yun is right. Although Hayote's strength is not weak, it is still a long way from the national championship. To win the national championship, it is impossible to rely on the strength of 1 or 2 people alone, and it is impossible to be as strong as Ekizen Nanjiro. National championship, strength, background, and team are indispensable. Asterisk. Chapter 13 Interview, Invite Tezuka. After the players like Yu-Yun and Yukimuro left, the spectators from the outside of the field also left, leaving in twos and threes. These leaving audiences still had unfinished expressions on their faces, and they were discussing with the people around them in excitement. Obviously, the wonderful degree of this match did not make them feel that they had come in vain. The match just now is really wonderful, that Kazumi Yu-Yun is really good. That Kazumi Yu-Yun is very good, but I think the other three are not bad. What are you talking about? Who is Kazumi Yu-Yun? Huh? Didn't you watch the junior match just now? What's so good about the junior match? Cut, you don't know, let me tell you. Yu-Yun and Adobe are looking for Tezuka in the stadium, and occasionally some passing spectators are discussing the match just now. Some people who haven't been to the match say it's very strange. The junior group is a match under the age of 14, and how exciting it can be. Those who had just watched the match were not happy anymore. While casting contempt and regretful glances at those people, they slobbed at them and began to describe to them how wonderful the match was just now. Yu-Yun and Adobe, who were walking around in the stadium, naturally heard them too. You guy, this time there is really a big show, my uncle's ears are almost puffing up. Adobe finally couldn't help it, and began to complain to Yu-Yun. Then what can I do, I can still control their mouths. Yu-Yun is somewhat indifferent. Kazumi, please wait a moment. Adobe was about to say something when a shout suddenly came from behind him. Yu-Yun and Adobe turned their heads and saw a middle-aged man with a camera hanging around his neck running towards the side. It's him. With a move in your heart, Yu-Yun recognized the middle-aged man. Inu Mamoru, a professional tennis monthly reporter, pays great attention to the younger generation in the Japanese tennis industry, and has many scenes in the original work. Could it be that you are here to interview yourself? Yu-Yun thought in her heart. The two waited in place for a while, and Inu Mamoru panted and came to them. Excuse me, is there anything wrong with you? Yu-Yun asked, although he knew Inu Mamoru, it was also in the anime of the previous life. Yu-Yun hadn't seen him in this life and could only pretend not to know. Huh, Kazumi-san, hello, I'm Mamoru Inu, a reporter for Professional Tennis Monthly. This is my work permit. Can I interview you? Morihei Inu recovered his breath after the intense exercise, then took out his press card to show his identity, and asked Yu-Yun. Really? Yu-Yun thought in her heart. However, when I first came to Tokyo, accepting Inu Mamoru's interview had no effect on me, so Yu-Yun did not refuse. Yes, what do you want to ask? Really, that's great. Inu Mori was overjoyed, and then took out a voice recorder and placed it in front of Yu-Yun. Kazumi, how do you feel about winning the junior division of the Tokyo Junior Tennis Championship? How should I put it, I am very happy. Kazumi, with your strength, I think if I have met you before, you should have an impression of you. Is this your first time to participate in a match? Yes, this is my first time participating in a regular tennis competition in Japan. Participating in the Japanese tennis competition for the first time. Yes, I just returned to Japan some time ago and I used to live abroad. Oh? Will I go to junior high school when I return to Japan? I wonder if Kazumi can reveal which junior high school he will go to. This is no problem, the school has been selected, and I will go to Hyote to go to school. Inu Mamoru asked some questions continuously, but they were all normal, and there was nothing difficult to answer, and Yu-Yun had nothing to hide. After getting the result he wanted, Inu Mamoru left with satisfaction. After Yu-Yun and Adobe continued to circle the stadium for a while, they finally found their target in front of a vending machine. Tezuka classmate. Tezuka, who was buying a drink in front of the vending machine, heard someone calling him and turned his head to see that Yuyun and Adobe were slowly walking over. "Excuse me, is there anything wrong with you? Tezuka is a little strange, don't know why these two people came to him." "Nothing, I just want to ask if Tezuka has any plans to join the tennis club after entering junior high school?" Yuyun asked. Naturally there is. Tezuka said that with his strength, he would naturally join the tennis club. "Then Tezuka, are you interested in coming to our Hyote?" Yuyun is straight to the point. "Go to Hyote?" Tezuka frowned, thought for a moment, and finally shook his head. "I'm sorry, I am ready to go to Seigaku." Tezuka Elementary School is also in Seigaku Elementary School, so junior high school is also going directly to Seigaku's junior high school. "Tezuka, I think you should know the strength of the Seigaku Tennis Club. When you go to Seigaku, it is very likely that you will not even be able to enter the Kanto Championship, let alone the national competition. With your strength, don't you think it is too wasteful?" Asterisk. Chapter 14, Hyote Singles Without Dead Ends. Hearing Yuyun's words, Tezuka's eyes flashed. He naturally knows that Seigaku's tennis team has not performed very well in recent years, but he has not thought about this issue much before. The reason why the junior high school chose Seigaku is only because he was in Seigaku in elementary school, so the junior high school also subconsciously chose its Seigaku. Now that Yuyun mentioned this issue, Tezuka also had to think about it. After all, no one who loves tennis doesn't want to show his strength on the national stage, especially if he still has enough strength. Moreover, as far as I know, in the Seigaku Tennis Club, new first-year students have to pick up half a year before they can participate in the training of the tennis club. It is even more difficult to become a regular candidate. "Tezuka, don't you really need to think about it again?" Yuyun continued. After listening to Yuyun's words, Tezuka's heart began to shake. "Then Hyote, isn't it like this?" Tezuka lowered his head and considered for a while, then spoke. We Hyote believe in the supremacy of strength. As long as you have strength, you have status. The position you choose is just a trivial matter." This time, it was Adobe who answered Tezuka. "You are?" Tezuka looked at Adobe and asked a little puzzled. "My uncle is the head of the Hyote tennis department." The corner of Adobe's mouth was slightly cocked, and his body exuded an arrogance unconsciously. The head of the Hyote tennis department. Tezuka was a little surprised. "In that case, I promise you to join Hyote." A trace of firmness flashed in Tezuka's eyes, and finally agreed to the invitation of Yuyun and Adobe. "Since I chose tennis, it is inevitable to join the tennis club. Tezuka Kunimitsu also wants to get better results. In any case, Hyote's conditions are better than Seigaku." Although he is not clear about Seigaku's specific strength, after the match just now, he has a certain understanding of Yuyun's strength, and since another person claims to be Hyote's minister, he may also have good strength. "You are welcome to join, Tezuka classmate." Yuyun smiled and stretched out his arm to Tezuka. Tezuka also reached out and shook your hand with Yuyun. Since then, Hyote has formally formed a singles combination with no dead ends. And Yuyun's purpose for coming here has also been achieved, even more than expected. Originally, Yuyun's purpose for participating in this match was just to complete the system publishing task. By the way, I just looked at these important characters in the original work. The idea of inviting Tezuka came into my mind after the match with Tezuka was over. Not only because Tezuka joined Hyote can greatly enhance the strength of Hyote Tennis Club, but also because it wants to avoid Tezuka from suffering the tragedy of the hand injury in the original book. After all, with Tezuka's strength and talent, it would be a pity if he was destroyed by the scum of Seigaku in the original book. At night, in a luxurious tennis club in Tokyo. Boom. 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 On a lighted net court, two people ran back and forth quickly, waving racket from time to time, and a fierce match was being carried out. The fierce ball hits kept resounding on the net court. On the court, it was Yuyun and Adobe who had not seen each other for a long time. They just took advantage of the free time at the end of Yuyun's match and came to the tennis club under the name of Adobe for a private match. Tezuka Kunimitsu has decided to join Hayate, so what should I do next? Adobe saw the flying tennis ball, and with a wave of his arm, the racket hit the tennis ball. Call out. The tennis ball rushed to the opposite side with a rush of breaking wind. You are the head of the Hayate tennis department. Do you still need to ask me about these things? Yuyun ran quickly, hitting the tennis back lightly. You guy, are you really prepared to ignore everything? Several black lines appeared on Adobe's forehead, the power in his hand increased, and he slammed the tennis ball. Of course I don't care. If you think your workload is too much to do, then go to Tezuka, let him be Hayate's deputy minister, and help you share it. He is a very responsible person. While talking, Yuyun knocked Adobe back with a menacing ball. Boom. I am only responsible for defeating my opponent. Humph. Adobe was a little angry. Holding the racket tightly with both hands, he slammed hard on the flying tennis ball. Jackknife. A layer of fierce vigor wrapped around the tennis ball, and the tennis ball rushed away with a strong momentum. Boom. Chi. The tennis ball fell into Yuyun's racket, and the strong force and rotation continued to impact on the racket. It seems that your resentment is not small. Yuyun stabilized racket, and the blue-violet light on his body began to flicker. Boom. The sky full of blue light butterflies appeared on the court and flew towards Adobe. Do you think this trick is still useful for this uncle? Adobe's pupils shrank, and his terrifying vision instantly saw through the concealment of the anti-soul butterfly, and with a wave of his arm, he knocked back the tennis ball hidden behind the anti-soul butterfly. As for the mental shock, he can ignore it after he has suffered too many losses. Really, let me give you something useful. In Yuyun's eyes, a black light flashed by. Asterisk. Chapter 15, Do you want to see the scenery of the underworld? A phantom of a swallowtail butterfly fan appeared behind Yuyun. Adobe, do you want to see the scenery of the underworld? As the voice fell, the butterfly fan behind Yuyun slowly opened. What is this? Adobe held the racket, his eyes widened unconsciously. A weird smile appeared at the corner of Yuyun's mouth. The anti-soul butterfly 1 minute. When the fan of the phoenix butterfly fan opened to 1/10, the blue-violet light flashed, far more than the blue light butterfly that inhabits the monastery in the temple, accompanied by dots of purple halo appearing on the court, fly to Adobe. Although Adobe has kept his mind tight, he is still sinking into the beautiful scenery of blue and purple. Bang bang bang. The sound of the tennis ball hitting the ground. Adobe woke up suddenly, turned his head and looked back. The tennis ball has appeared behind him, just like the first time he saw the monster butterfly inhabiting the Zen temple. This is the real anti-soul butterfly, Adobe. Yuyun said slowly. Huh. Adobe was lying on the ground, sweating all over, gasping for breath. What was the one just now? Adobe looked at Yuyun who came by and asked. Nothing, just one of the new tricks I learned. Yuyun pulled Adobe lying on the ground up and said with a smile. 1. Adobe remembered the beautiful and dreamy scene that he could not forget just now, and the horrible murderous intent hidden under that beautiful scene, and his heart was still full of shock. Is it just one? It seems that this guy has become more terrifying again. Adobe's eyes became a little dazed. The trick just now belongs to the most powerful level among the new tricks I learned, but it's not as simple as you think. Seeing the look on Adobe's face, Yuyun naturally knew what he was thinking. Really, but my uncle was really ugly just now. Adobe recovered, thinking of his performance just now, and couldn't help but laugh at himself. Since the match is over, if it's okay, I'll go first. Seeing Adobe regaining some strength, Yuyun packed his tennis bag and left directly. Adobe looked at Yuyun's back and held his racket tightly. It's almost done, it's almost done. In the match just now, although Adobe lost miserably, he felt that his eyesight had improved a bit. With the improvement of his eyesight, the trick he had always envisioned was getting closer and closer to completion. Outside the club, Yuyun, who had already left at this time, walked to his home while observing the system panel in front of him. Host, Kazumi Yuyun. Current world, Prince of Tennis. Age, 12 years old. 5 dimensions, 21.3. Strength, 3 technology, 3.9 speed, 3.2 physical strength, 3.3 spirit, 7.9, cannot be measured. Comprehensive evaluation, national level. Abilities, ball skills Gensekyo, nostalgic for the gods, power of fantasy. Currently unlocked, Yakumo Purple, Yuyuko of Saiguji Temple. Mission, Main Mission, Phase 1. As a member of the Hyote Tennis Club, he helped Hyote Gakuen win the Kanto Championship. Mission Reward, Different Dimensional Fragment ×1. Side Tasks. Won the championship of this national contest Tokyo Area Qualifier. Mission Reward, randomly unlocked the ability of one of Gensekyo's nostalgic gods. After inviting Tezuka in the afternoon, Yuyun received the task reward for winning the youth championship of the youth tennis tournament. Yuyun didn't expect that her luck the second time was still good, and she unlocked the character ability of Zixingji Yuyuzi. After acquiring the abilities of Yuyuzai of Zixingji, the 5-dimensional attributes have been improved a bit, not only gaining powerful skills, but also collecting the CP of this pair of Millennium groups. Zixingji Yuyuko, formerly the eldest lady of the Zixingji family, died in order to seal the West Walker monster. After death, she became an undead princess. She lived in the White Jade building of the underworld. She possessed the ability to manipulate death. He was close friends with the monster sage Yakumazai, also has unfathomable strength. Taking advantage of the opportunity to play against Adobe just now, Yuyun tried a new skill. The Soul Rebel Butterfly and the Black Death Butterfly that were transformed by Yuyuko's ability in Zixingji Temple were much more powerful than those that were transformed by the ability of Yakumo Purple. But Yuyun thought for a while and thought this was normal. After all, Zixingji Yuyuko was the undead who was really good at death. The ball skills transformed by her ability are not as simple and crude as the monster butterfly and the double black death butterfly that inhabit the Zen temple in terms of the use method and the degree of use of the anti-soul butterfly and the black death butterfly. But there is one thing that Yuyun didn't deceive Adobe, that is, the anti-soul butterfly 1. Saki, in the class of Yuyuko's skills at Zixingji Temple, it is indeed the most powerful class. It's just that with Adobe's current strength, it only lasted 3 points. Adobe hasn't seen the real horror of this trick. Before you know it, Yuyun has come to his doorstep. Yuyun went home to wash her body and lay on the bed. Looking at the 2 tasks on the system panel, Yuyun's eyes flashed with heat. Let's start with this regional qualifier. Asterisk. Chapter 16, Hyote Selection List Selection. The next day, the Professional Tennis Monthly, which has always focused only on news related to professional players, published a report about 4 12-year-olds. Many fans of Professional Tennis Monthly were surprised. 12-year-old juvenile genius. The golden generation of Japanese tennis. After Ekizen Nanjiro, there is hope for the rise of the Japanese tennis world. Kazumi Yuyun defeated the 3 and won the championship. This report described in detail the detailed process of each match from the semi-final first Sonata game against Tezuka to the last Yuyun game against Tezuka. In this report, there are also photos of the 4 Yuyun who used their tricks, and a detailed explanation and analysis of each of the tricks is carried out. Among them, Yu Yun accounts for more than half of the space. The scene of Yu Yun's butterfly flying and the skills that make people unable to move and swing shots are described as illusions and illusions. Although many people feel that the Professional Tennis Monthly is exaggerating, there are also many people including professional players who have developed a lot of interest in Yu Yun and began to pay attention to them. But Yu Yun didn't pay attention to these things. Since the end of the youth tennis match, Yu Yun's life has returned to peace again. In addition to daily exercise, he occasionally matches with Adobe in private, or visits the surrounding public courts. Before I knew it, Hyote's school start time had come. Ding 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 ding. The bell rang after class. Yu Yun picked up her tennis bag and walked towards Hyote's tennis club. His application for admission to the club has already been given to Adobe, and he is now a member of the tennis club. The popularity of the Hyote Tennis Club has never been low, especially after entering the country under the leadership of Tsukimitsu Oka. It has become even more popular. After the main force of the third grade led by Tsukimitsu Oka retired, the new head of the Hyote Tennis Department has become Adobe. Although there are many people who are not convinced to be a minister for a freshman in the first year. But Hyote's tennis team respects the strength, and none of the new third-year members who have been promoted from the original second-year team are Adobe's opponents. In the end, they can only accept this fact. At this time, many people in the Hyote Tennis Club have already started training. When Yu Yun found Adobe, he was talking about something with the other two people. Adobe, Tezuka. Yu Yun walked over to say hello. One of the two people talking to Adobe was Tezuka. Some time ago, he had already enrolled in Hyote and joined the tennis club. Adobe intends to make Tezuka the deputy minister of the Hyote tennis department. The tennis department usually handles matters with Tezuka, but Tezuka has just arrived and has not had a chance to show his strength. Adobe is ready to wait for a better opportunity to announce this. The other man is in a straight suit, meticulously combed with curly hair, his eyes are flat, and his body exudes a faint sense of power and oppression. And this person is the coach of Hyote Tennis Club, Sakura Taro, who is a music teacher at the school, but according to Hyote's school legend, he is a billionaire himself. It is pure interest to come to Hyote as a teacher and tennis coach. You came. Adobe nodded. You are too late. Tezuka looked at Yu Yun with a hint of warfare in his eyes, but now that he is also a member of the Hyote Tennis Club, there will be opportunities to match in the future, so Tezuka is not in a hurry. But he has a big opinion about Yu Yun coming to the tennis club only after school. Really serious, Tezuka? Yu Yun smiled wryly. Are you Kazumi Yu Yun? On the contrary, Sakura Taro is very interested in him. Unlike Yu Yun, Adobe and Tezuka have been to the tennis club many times before the start of school, and Sakura Taro is already familiar with them. For the strength and talent of these two men, even he was shocked, and even saw the hope of winning the national championship in both of them. What he didn't expect was that these two people actually admired Kazumi Yu Yun very much, and he happened to read the report in the Professional Tennis Monthly, so he would have liked to meet Kazumi Yu Yun a long time ago. Yes, coach. Yu Yun is a bit sorry. For the tennis club, he is really too careless. Fortunately, Sakura Taro doesn't care much about these things. For him, as long as you are strong enough, then you should have a little privilege, not to mention the small things like coming to the tennis club just after school. It has to be said that the Hyote Tennis Club will form such an environment of respect for the strong and has a certain relationship with the coach of Sakura Taro. What were you talking about just now? Yu Yun asked. Speaking of business affairs, the faces of Adobe, Tezuka, and Sakura Taro became more serious. This year's national competition is about to begin, and we have just considered the issue of the right list. Adobe said. List of positive candidates? How did Hyote select positive candidates before? Yu Yun is a little curious. In the past, after the fallout of the third grade, the vacancies were directly selected from the second team, but this year's second team is all the stronger ones in the third grade. They have been fouled out, and the strength is simply not enough to serve as the main election. Sakura Taro said. Asterisk. Chapter 17, Hyote Qualifier. Then how do you think about this year's selection list? Yu Yun asked. We heard that Seigaku's method of selection is to divide the members of the tennis club into 4 groups to match, and the 2 best performers in each group are selected for the list. Tezuka said. You mean the way to learn Seigaku? Yu Yun looked at Tezuka. Yes, nor is it. Sakura Taro shook his head. Our Hyote and Seigaku are different. Although our Hyote tennis club has a lot of members, our Hyote has enough venues for members who are able to participate in the selection match. Therefore, our decision is to divide all the players into 8 groups. The first place in each group is selected for the list. And a cold light flashed in Adobe's eyes. A formal player challenge is held every other month. Non-starting lineups will have a chance to challenge starting lineup. If the starting lineup loses, they will be kicked out of the list and replaced by the winner. The loser is not eligible to stay. Hyote's Tennis Club. Yu Yun nodded, it really fits Hyote's style. When will Hyote's main draw start? Yu Yun asked Adobe. Time is running out, starting tomorrow. The next day, the atmosphere in the Hyote Tennis Club became tense. Because the head of the tennis club Adobe has spoken, today the Hyote Tennis Club starting lineup trial will be held. Most of the members are nervous, they have no confidence in their own strength. But there are a few people who are different from them. Official player trials, then I'm welcome. A young man with dark blue hair and a pair of non-prescription glasses, who looked calm and wise, flashed a ray of confidence in his eyes. Ashitari Yuushi pushed his glasses and walked towards his match venue. It's terrible. A serious-looking teenager with long brown hair curled his lips and turned and walked into his own match venue. Yeah, in the official player trials, it seems I have a chance too. A red watermelon-headed, very jumpy teenager, happily rushed towards his match venue. His vigorous movements avoided the pedestrians along the way, without being hindered in the slightest. In the future, the main players of the Hyote Tennis Club have begun to show their talents. In the Hyote Tennis Club, the sound of hitting the ball and the sound of the tennis landing began to sound, sometimes mixed with the sound of referees reporting scores. Boom! A dull voice sounded, a yellow light flashed, and the tennis ball flew out of the court. The match is over, 6-0, the winner is Kazumi Yuyun. Referee reported his scores and looked at the first-year student in surprise, a little unbelievable. Yuyun easily solved his opponent, and then left the court to find a place to rest, waiting for his next match to arrive. At this time, those who had been shocked and speechless finally reacted. Hi, first grade. So strong. Yeah, I didn't expect a third-year senior to lose so soon. It seems that he is very hopeful that he will be qualified for the election. Not necessarily, you have to know that Kuroda is also in this group, he is in the second team. The audience began to talk a lot, some were surprised by Yu Yun's strength, and some were not optimistic about Yu Yun because he was still in the first grade. Yu Yun didn't worry at all that he wouldn't be able to make the list, the old god was sitting on the chair outside the court. The singles have me, Tezuka, Adobe, there should be no problem, but I don't know if Hyote has any better doubles combination. Yu Yun began to think about Hyote's future match. Although Tezuka was drawn to Hyote, the singles strength of Hyote tennis has been greatly improved, but there are still 2 doubles matches in the national competition system. If you only rely on the 3 of them, once they are calculated successfully, there may not be no gutter. The possibility of overturning. But Yu Yun can't help it. After all, in the original work, Hyote only has a pair of powerful doubles from Maito Ryo and Odori Siotaro, and the remaining group is completely forced together. but now they are only in the first grade, and Feng has not enrolled at all. There is no way to talk about this group of doubles. Apart from the two of them, perhaps only the group of Ashitari Yuushi and Mukahiga Kuto is feasible. Hey, I don't know if they can get the qualifications for the formal election. If not, I can only hope that the seniors in the third grade can do a little better. Yu Yun sighed and stood up and entered the match arena. His next match was about to begin. And the other side. The match is over, 6-0, the winner Tezuka Kunimitsu. Accepted, Panasonic Senior. Tezuka walked to the net and shook hands with the opposite player. No, it's nothing, it's Tezuka Jr., you are strong enough. An ugly smile appeared on the face of the opposite person named Matsushita. Looking at Tezuka, who was serious and unsmiling, even his third-year senior felt an inexplicable pressure, and hurriedly fled here after shaking his hands. Tezuka put away the racket, walked out of the court slowly, and began to rest. Asterisk. Chapter 18, Education of Adobe. It's the first year again? This year's freshman is really amazing. Again? What do you mean by that? Don't you know, I heard that several other courts also produced some great first-year students, and many second and third-year students lost miserably. Could it be that the sky will change this year? The people around looked at Tezuka, a little speechless. In other places, Ashitari Yuushi, Mukahiga Kuto, Maito Ryo, and others began to enter the eyes of everyone. Before I knew it, the time came to the afternoon. Yu Yun's last match also began. The opponent's name is Kuroda Bazo, who has just been promoted from the second grade to the third grade this year. He is also a member of the second team of the Hyote Tennis Club. The match begins, and the game ends. Kazumi serves the game. The referee's voice fell, and the match officially started. At this time, more and more people began to gather around here to watch this match, which is about the right choice of places. Happiness. Yu Yun slapped the tennis ball a few times and then tossed the ball high. Boom. Call out. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and the tennis ball had landed and flew out of the court. 15-0. Referee announces the score. So fast. I didn't see it clearly. This is the true strength of Kazumi's younger brother. Although it is just an ordinary serve, it is beyond the understanding of ordinary members of the Hyote Tennis Club. As Yu Yun's opponent, Kuroda Bazo felt even more profound. At this time, he only felt an invisible pressure on his body, making himself breathless. Impossible, it's just a first grade, it's impossible to be so strong. Sweat began to appear on Kuroda Bazo's face. Seeing Kuroda Bazo's performance, Yu Yun couldn't help but shook his head. This kind of pressure can't stand it, and it's no wonder Adobe didn't directly select the players from the second team. If the people of the second team are at this level, when Hyote enters the Kanto Championship, they can only be beaten by people from other schools, and it will not be useful at all. It's really boring, let's end it quickly. Yu Yun is not ready to continue playing. Boom. 30-0. Boom. 40-0. Boom. Game, Kazumi Yu Yun, 1-0. 2-0. 3-0. The match is over, the score is 6-0, the winner is Kazumi Yu Yun. Yu Yun packed up his racket and left the court. Without the slightest surprise, he has already obtained the spot for the election. His opponent Kuroda Mi had already lost the desire to resist, and he fell to the ground and gasped. It's horrible, this first-year grade actually got the right place. It's over so soon, there shouldn't even be 10 minutes. I have to say, Kuroda is really unlucky. After Yu Yun left, the onlookers finally couldn't help it. What happened on court has nothing to do with Yu Yun. At this time, Yu Yun is looking for Adobe and Tezuka. If their match is not over, you can take a look. Who is the match here, Why so many people, can it be Adobe? Suddenly Yu Yun found an impenetrable online court that was about to be surrounded. Depending on the situation, it was very likely that Adobe was in a match and walked over quickly. Sure enough, it's Adobe, it looks like it's the last one, another person. After Yu Yun approached, he saw clearly the two people who were matching on the court. One of them is Adobe. Opposite Adobe is a teenager with long brown hair, who also looks like a first-year student. What is this person? Yu Yun frowned, there was no impression of the long-haired boy in his mind. Could it be Mingto Liang? Yu Yun recognized it carefully, and finally recognized it. It's no wonder Yu Yun didn't recognize it. It was the short hair and hat image in Mingto Liang's third grade that made him remember too deeply. Yu Yun looked at the scoreboard. At this time, the score between the two was 1-1. Although the score is the same, the situation on the front court is not very good for Hato. Run for the uncle. Adobe made a backhand swing and hit the tennis ball to the baseline on the left of Hato. Hateful. Minghu gritted his teeth, pressed his feet, ran quickly, and finally caught the tennis ball at the last minute. He was transferred to the baseline on the right by Adobe last time. If it weren't for his fast feet and Adobe had played 2 full games, he might not be able to catch it. Adobe's speed is also very fast, and his figure has come to the front of the tennis ball. Run faster for my uncle. Adobe's racket hit the tennis hard. Boom. The tennis ball pierced through the court like a sharp arrow, hitting the baseline on the right side of Hato. Hato quickly turned around and ran towards the baseline on the right again, but he was still a step late and could only watch the tennis fly out of the court. Game, Adobe Kigo, 2-1. Referee announced the score immediately. Adobe. Minghu roared, only feeling very aggrieved. If Adobe just uses his own strength to defeat him, or even crush him, he would recognize it. But Adobe uses such tactics to match him, so Hato just feels that Adobe is playing with him. Asterisk. Chapter 19, the list of positive candidates is confirmed. Hey. Adobe snorted. Why, not convinced? If you are not convinced, come and defeat my uncle. You. Minghu was helpless, but there was no way to refute it. Adobe stood on the baseline, raised his arm, tossed the tennis ball, then took off, hitting the tennis ball with the racket in his hand. Want to provoke my uncle? You should practice for a few more years before coming back. Boom. The tennis ball swiftly passed the court, exploded on the court of Minghu, and flew towards Minghu. The speed of the ball is too fast, Hato can barely block racket in front of him and hit the tennis ball back. It's just that the quality of Minghu's response is not high in a hurry. Adobe shook his feet and easily caught up with the tennis ball, seizing the opportunity, and hitting the tennis ball to Hato's sideline again. The rhythm on the court was again controlled by Adobe. Although Minghu's footwork was very fast, Adobe took advantage of this and moved the whole audience that Minghu mobilized to run left and right, causing him to fall into a protracted battle. It's just that compared to physical strength, the current Hato is much worse than Adobe. 3-1. 3-2. 4-2. 4-3. 5-3. 6-3. The match is over, the score is 6-3, and the winner is Adobe Kigo. The referee announced the match result. Adobe also got his place in the group. It's just that the current Adobe's reputation in the Hyote Tennis Club has not reached the level of the original work, and Yu Yun has not allowed Yu Yun to appreciate the shocking momentum of Adobe's cheerleading team. Minghu had already fallen to the ground and panting with big mouthfuls. His whole body was wet with sweat, and he was obviously about to reach his limit. In comparison, Adobe's situation is much better. Not only does he not sweat too much, but he also has a lot of physical strength left. You fellow, did he offend you? As soon as Adobe walked out of the court, he heard Yu Yun's voice. Adobe turned his head to look at the place where the sound was coming from. Yuyun was standing not far away from him. Humph, otherwise, why do you think Uncle Ben will play with him for so long? Adobe snorted and said. A freshman in Adobe became the head of the tennis department, and there were indeed many unconvinced voices at the time. And this haunted house is naturally one of them. He was both in the first grade, and he was very dissatisfied. Under his youth and vigor, he directly challenged Adobe. This time he was put in a group with Adobe in the official player trials. Naturally, he was educated. You guy. As a good friend for many years, how can you not know what Adobe is thinking? What a arrogant person Adobe, how could he attack because of others' provocation? Mostly he saw the potential of Hato and wanted to cultivate him. Hato's personality is too impulsive, and even a little arrogant. It's great for him to experience a little more failure. As for why he refused to admit it? After all, Adobe is just a hard-mouthed and arrogant guy. After more than half a day of competition, the list of 8 starting lineups has also come out. First grade, Kazumi Yuyun, Adobe Kigo, Tezuka Kunimitsu, Ashitari Yuushi, Mukahi Gakuto. Second grade, Otasuke. Third grade, Yuji Honshu, Kawasaki Mori. The 2 third-year candidates have already obtained the qualifications for the formal election last year and followed Tsukimitsu Oka to the whole country. They were selected as expected. Although these 2 players are not particularly strong, they are not weak. What makes Adobe feel lucky is that they are a pair of doubles. For Hayote, a group of doubles with experience and strength is obviously more valuable than 2 singles players with no strength. Everyone is not familiar with Otasuke's second-year selection, and there are no strong players in his group. There is a certain element of luck to get this qualification. In the official player challenge a month later, it is still unknown whether he can keep his position. What's surprising is that in this year's Hayote's main selection list, there are 5 people who are all first-year freshmen. Many people are even worried about whether they will get a very bad result in this year's national competition. However, contrary to these members of the tennis club, Sakura Taro, the coach of the Hayote Tennis Club, was very happy to see this. Because these freshmen in the first grade can grab the right place from the seniors in the second and third grades, it proves that they are stronger. In addition, these first-year freshmen represent the potential and development of the Hayote Tennis Club. Compared to those who rely on the third grade as the absolute main force, once the third grade fallout leaves the tennis club, their strength will be greatly reduced. The situation of the tennis club is much better. With the establishment of the list of candidates, the formal training of the Hayote Tennis Club will also begin. The next day, Hayote Tennis Club. Adobe stood in front of everyone, and Tezuka stood beside him. After yesterday's official player trials, Tezuka showed his strength, and Adobe also took advantage of this opportunity to announce that Tezuka will serve as the Deputy Minister of Hayote Tennis Department. Today's training begins. Non-starting lineup goes to a place outside of Area 1 for practice, starting lineup stays. Seeing the crowd arrived, Adobe ordered the start of today's training. Asterisk. Chapter 20, Akutakawa Jiro. Yes. Everyone responded, and then dispersed to find the courts for their respective training. Only 8 people, starting lineup, remained in place. After non-starting lineup left, Sakura Taro also came here. There are less than 10 days left before this year's Tokyo area qualifiers, and we are running out of time. Adobe looked at Sakura Taro and said, with our Hayote's strength, there is no need to worry too much about the regional qualifiers. Let the second team participate. Sakura Taro said lightly, with a hint of arrogance in his tone. The second team. Yuyun frowned slightly, remembering the scenario in the original work where Hayote was calculated by Fudaman and lost because of his careless underestimation of the enemy. What's the matter? With the strength of the second team, there should be no problem dealing with the regional qualifiers. Sakakitaro looked at Yu-yun and asked. Nothing. Yu-yun said. I'm thinking, maybe our Hyote's second team has no need to exist anymore. Why do you think so? Asked Sakurataro. I just think that starting from the regional qualifiers, it is enough to have 8 of us in the main selection. If you develop this arrogant habit of letting the second team be on the second team, it will be very troublesome one day if you lose. Hearing Yu-yun's words, Adobe, Tezuka, and Sakurataro glanced at each other. Coach, I agree with Yu-yun. Tezuka said that he also felt that the so-called second team did not have much effect. Adobe, what's your opinion? Sakurataro turned his gaze to Adobe. Adobe lowered his head in thought for a while, then raised his head to look at Siang Sakurataro. Coach, I also agree to cancel the second team. Since you all think so, then cancel the second team. Nodded, Sakurataro agreed with the 3 people's suggestions. But Sakurataro's conversation turned. Since the second team is cancelled, then your training efforts must be increased accordingly. Sakurataro said. Yes. There is no objection to the 8 candidates, after all, more training can improve their strength faster. Then, let's get started. Sakurataro stretched out his thumb, index finger and middle finger, little finger and ring finger with his right hand bent, and raised his arm gracefully and without loss of leadership, pointing forward. Yu-yun and other 8 people are choosing to leave and start their own training. As a well-known aristocratic school in Tokyo, Hyote is naturally rich in wealth, and the tennis club's venues and facilities are very complete. There are 10 courts in only one area, which is more than enough for Yu-yun to train them. And the matching serve machine, a variety of machines for training physical fitness, strength, physical flexibility, and other physical qualities, even with different weights and types of loads. Sakurataro sat in the rest area outside the court, watched their training, and spoke out from time to time to give some guidance. Yu-yun, your speed, skills, and physical strength are very good, but your strength is relatively weak. Strengthen your strength training. Adobe, physical training can be put aside first, it is more beneficial for you to perform high-speed serve training first. Yuren, your acrobatics have great potential, but physical fitness is your biggest problem. In the future training, you should focus on physical training, and you must learn how to reasonably distribute your physical strength in the match as soon as possible. Sakurataro was able to become the coach of the Hyote Tennis Club, and he led Hyote to achieve good results, and his own abilities are naturally good. Sakurataro's vision was very unique. He just sat outside and watched for a while, and soon discovered Yu-yun and their respective shortcomings, promptly put forward suggestions for them to correct, and carried out some shortcomings. Targeted training. Yu-yun leaned against a leather cushion, held the grips on both sides with both hands open, and pulled it toward the center. 198, 199, 200, it's done. After completing a set of arm strength training, Yu-yun left the training equipment and walked towards the resting area. He has left a lot of sweat and needs to be hydrated. Picking up her water bottle and taking a sip, Yu-yun suddenly glanced at a person sleeping under a tree not far away. Yu-yun took a closer look. He has brown hair in the middle, with his hands behind his head, lying under the tree, and a big tennis bag aside. Akutaka. Looking at the people under the tree, Yu-yun secretly said a pity. In the early stage of the original work, Akutaka strength has always been ranked second in Hyote, just below Adobe, and better than Hyote's genius Ashitari Yuushi. Although his volleyball skills are not as good as Rikai's volleyball master Marui Bunta, his power is not low. It's a pity that I was too lazy. The plot in the original book entered the Kanto contest, and Akutaka barely played. As for the reason, it is unknown. Akutaka destiny can only be changed by himself. If he does not seek to improve, he can only be eliminated slowly in the cruel environment of the Hayate Tennis Club. And with his arrival, the Hayate Tennis Club has changed. Now Hayate has joined him and Tezuka, singles is no longer a problem, and strengthening doubles is the top priority. So as a singles player, Akutakawa Jiro's importance is not so high. Shaking his head, Yu-Yun ignored him and entered the field to start a new round of training. The regional qualifiers are about to start, followed by the Metropolitan Contest, the Kanto Contest, and the National Contest. If you want to win 3 consecutive national championships, you can't relax for a moment. Asterisk. Chapter 21, Regional Qualifiers Open. On April 12, Shiji no Mori Sports Park. Today is the opening day of the Tokyo Regional Qualifiers. As the match venue and opening ceremony venue for the Tokyo Regional Qualifiers, Shiki no Mori Sports Park is much more lively than ever. All schools in the Tokyo area that signed up for this year's national competition gathered here today. Several luxurious buses approached quickly from a distance, and then stopped at the gate of Shiki no Mori Sports Park. Those who came here early to watch the regional qualifiers couldn't help but watch. Is this car a Hayate? It should be. With Hayate's strength, this year's regional qualifier champion is them again. As the perennial champions of the Tokyo regional qualifiers, those who often watch matches are also familiar with Hayate. The door of the front car opened, and Hayate's candidates walked down slowly. Hayate's second team has been cancelled. Starting from the regional qualifiers, Hayate's 8 players are currently selected. Yu-Yun, Adobe, and Tezuka walked in front, and the other 5 and the Hayate Tennis Club members who came down from other cars and acted as cheerleaders followed behind. There are more than 200 people, and the momentum is huge. Even Huadi followed. Myukahiga Kuto, who was being selected, was extremely excited and kept looking around. Hey, Ashitari, it seems that we came very early, and we haven't seen any other schools. Calm down, Yuurin, don't be so excited. Ashitari Yuushi pushed his eyes and persuaded Myukahiga Kuto that his emotions were too high. Ashitari, aren't you excited? We were elected in the first grade. Myukahiga Kuto turned his head to look at Ashitari Yuushi, a little unhappy. I'm not like you. Ashitari Yuushi's mouth twitched. Okay, I'm going to enter soon. Adobe said. Hearing Adobe's words, the two fell silent for a while. This is the profile of the 8 candidates for our Hayate competition. Adobe handed the prepared entry information to the staff responsible for registration. Okay. The staff took the information and started to register. Suddenly, the staff shook their hands, with a look of shock in their eyes. What's wrong? Is there any problem with the data? Adobe frowned. No, I will register you immediately. The staff immediately came back to their senses and speeded up the registration of Hayate's information. It's done, let's enter. The staff said to Adobe. Adobe nodded. Hayate and his group left here. Looking at the back of them leaving, the staff wiped the non-existent sweat on their foreheads. Should I say that it is really Hayate? There are actually 5 first-year players among the contestants. How did the opponent in this match understand? Adobe asked Ashitari, who had just returned. After registering the information, Hayate and his party went directly to the resting place provided by the organizer. Although the opponents of the regional qualifiers did not pose a threat to Hayate, Adobe still asked Ashitari to go out and collect information on the participating schools in the regional qualifiers. Now Ashitari just returned from collecting information. As in previous years, there is no such thing as a strong opponent. The only thing worth noting is Fudaman, but they want to beat us, and there is no such possibility. Ashitari said confidently. Fudaman 9. Adobe frowned. I heard that the tennis club of this school has a very bad reputation. Not only do incidents of oppressing newcomers often occur within the tennis club, but the methods used in the match process are also not very glorious. A gleam of light flashed in Ashitari's eyes and said, "Huh, only such a small character can do these things." Adobe said disdainfully. "Which school's team was our opponent in the first match?" Tezuka turned the subject back. Hearing this question, everyone else turned their attention to Ashitari. "Satan's second middle school is not a strong opponent." Ashitari pushed down his glasses and said, "If that's the case, let's go." Adobe's final touch. Everyone stood up and walked towards the match venue. On the online court, Hayate Gakuen and the 8 finalists from the second middle school of Sarawak stood opposite each other. Since this match has the match of the previous regional qualifier champion Hayate Gakuen, a large number of spectators have appeared outside the field at this time, and they are still increasing. But when they saw Hayate's lineup, they all felt shocked. What's going on? Why are there so many first years in Hayate's team? I heard that in the past regional qualifiers and even major tournaments, Hayate sent the second team to play. Is it Hayate's second team lineup this year? Impossible, don't you know? Hayate's second team was disbanded a few days ago. This should be Hayate's official team. Hayate's selection team. There are so many first graders. There was a lot of discussion outside the field, and everyone was shocked. In previous schools that came to participate in the competition, even the first grade is rare, let alone so many first grades appearing in the same team. And it's a strong school like Hayate. Asterisk. Chapter 22, Hayate's Strength. In any case, Hayate's team has attracted countless eyeballs as soon as they came out. Before the net, the two sides returned to the venue after shaking hands. "Ha ha ha, it seems we are lucky. Yeah, I didn't expect Hayate to have so many first-year kids this year. It seems that Hayate is going to decline too." On the way back, there were bursts of laughter from the second middle school team in Saratov. "Huh, these guys." Mukahikakuto was so angry that he almost turned around to trouble them. When will even this kind of miscellaneous fish school underestimate our Hayate? The faces of Honshu and Kawasaki, who are already in the third grade, are also not good looking. At any rate, Hayate is also a strong school in the country. Those who can't even play in the regional qualifiers are not afraid of the wind. Ashitari didn't speak, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Well, if you want to break the doubts of others, then prove your strength on court." Tezuka still has an iceberg face, making it hard to see what he is thinking. Hearing Tezuka's words, several people finally put away their emotions. In the Hayate tennis department, if most of the members respect the feelings of Adobe, then they are respectful and scared of Tezuka, the deputy minister. After this period of time, they have a deeper understanding of Tezuka's strength, and no one thinks that he is not qualified to be Hayate's deputy minister. In the hearts of the members of the Hayate Tennis Club, Tezuka, the deputy head of the iceberg, is synonymous with seriousness and conscientiousness, and he is very responsible. Once someone does not abide by the rules of tennis, the punishment is extremely serious. Especially Mukahikakuto, in the Hayate Tennis Club, he is one of the people most afraid of Tezuka. You know that Tezuka's punishment starts with 10 laps. His physical strength is really too poor. Every time he is punished by Tezuka for running, he is tired and almost collapsed. Fortunately, after being punished so many times by Tezuka, his physical strength has improved a little. Adobe glanced back at the place where the second middle school team of Sodden was located, and instead of being angry, he showed a somewhat playful smile. "Hayate is down? You'll find out later." Now the Tokyo area qualifiers have officially started, with Hayate Gakuen playing the second middle school against Sato. This match is divided into 2 singles and 3 doubles. The winner of the first 3 matches can advance to the next round of match. In addition, Since this is Hayate Gakuin's first match, no matter what the result is, both sides have to play 5 games. Now, please play with the 2 doubles players from both sides. Ashitari, Yuurin, are you okay? Sakurataro sat on the coach's bench, folded his hands on his chest, tilted Erlang's legs gracefully, looked at the 2 and asked. Don't worry, coach. Ashitari looked relaxed, without any tension. I must let them know how good I am. Mukahige is still a little unhappy in his heart. In this case, let's bring back the first victory for Hayate. Sakurataro stretched out his thumb, index finger and middle finger, little finger and ring finger with his right hand bent, and raised his arm gracefully and without loss of leadership, pointing forward. Yes, coach. Now starting the first match, Hayate Ashitari Mukai will play against Sato the second Yamada Moriya. The first round ends, and Sato the second serve. Hayate. 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 The more than 200 cheerleaders in the Hayate Tennis Club began to show their power. That powerful momentum, enough to overwhelm the opponent out of breath. As expected of Hayate. Seeing Hayate's amazing cheerleader, Yuyun couldn't help but sigh. In a match in this situation, once the opponent's mental quality fails, then the strength will inevitably be greatly reduced. Yuren, leave the back court to me, no problem. Ashitari, who was standing on the baseline, said to Mukahige who was standing on the mid-court. Of course, the same, I'm not welcome in the front. Mukahige stared closely at the 2 players who were facing the second place. Unexpectedly, with such good luck, I met 2 first-year students in the first game. Yamada at the second station of Sato's baseline was almost overwhelmed by the momentum of the Hayate cheerleading team. At this time, I saw Ashitari Yuushi and Mukahige appearing on the stage, with excited expressions on their faces. This was a chance to defeat Hayate. It's not that the cheerleaders are louder than the cheerleaders who play tennis. Yamada shook his wrist, tossed the tennis ball on his head, and racket swung down. Boom! The tennis ball schemed over the net, landed behind Yuurin, bounced, and flew towards Ashitari. Too slow. Ashitari said. Slightly sideways, Ashitari waved the racket and easily hit the tennis ball back. The tennis ball flew over the court, landed in the middle of Yamada and Moriya, and then flew out of the court. 0-15. Referee reports the score. How can it be? Opposite the second Yamada Sato, Moriya and the 2 looked at the tennis ball behind them with horror and disbelief in their hearts. Yuyun shook his head and stood up. What are you doing? Adobe saw his movements, turned his head and asked. This match is so boring, I'll go for a walk. Yuyun replied. Come back early, there will be your match later. Sakurataro glanced at Yuyun, but didn't stop it. I see. Yuyun turned around and left the match field. Asterisk. Chapter 23, Despicable Feuddaman. After leaving the field, Yuyun started walking around in the Zhiji no Mori sports park, occasionally turning his head to look at the match on both sides of the field. Should it be called a regional qualifier? This level is really unsatisfactory. Yuyun couldn't help but vomit. He watched for a long time and felt that most matches were not as good as the internal practice matches of their Hayate Tennis Club. These Feuddaman guys are really disgusting. Yes, why didn't referee sentence him to lose with such a despicable method? These despicable guys can only do this. There was a voice mixed with anger from a distance. After a pause, Yuyun looked for the place where the sound came from, which seemed to be a matchmaking network court. Yuyun frowned and walked over. On this online court, there should be 2 schools that participated in the regional qualifiers that are currently in a match. Yuyun looked at the scoreboard. The second doubles, Feuddaman 6-3 Kamada. The first doubles, Feuddaman 6-2 Kamada. What is going on the field now is the match of the third singles. It's just that the third singles player from Komoda Middle School is not doing well. Not only was the score behind 4-2 by a large margin, but there were abrasions on many parts of his body, and even marks of dredging after a violent impact. Ha ha ha. The third singles of Fudaman Middle School laughed and racket hit the tennis hard. Boom. The tennis ball hit the ground heavily, then bounced and hit the thigh of Komoda Middle School's third singles. What? Komoda Middle School's third singles let out a scream, and the whole person fell to the ground. It seems that one of his injuries was caused by the third singles of Fudaman on the opposite side. Game, Fudaman, 5-2. Referee reluctantly announced the score. Hateful. Komoda, someone at middle school finally broke out. Why isn't he flagrant foul? A hot-tempered person has started to reason with referee. The Fudaman player doesn't have a flagrant foul, and I can't punish him. Referee said helplessly. Indeed, in the tennis rules, it is not stipulated that the opponent's body cannot be attacked, but most people will not do this. This is a person's moral issue. It's just that the referee didn't expect that Fudaman's players would have such an unethical baseline and sportsmanship that they would beat their opponents all over. He is on the side of Mushin Middle School, but unfortunately he has no way. Ha ha ha, yes, it's normal to get injured while playing tennis. I don't have a flagrant foul. Hearing referee's words, Fudaman's third singles became more arrogant. You better admit defeat. Hearing what he said, a trace of anger rose in referee's heart. Want me to give up to a guy like you? You are dreaming. Komoda Middle School's third singles got up from the ground and said angrily. You wanna die? Fudaman's third singles had a cruel look on his face. In the end, Komoda Middle School's third singles lost to Fudaman's third singles 6-2. Fudaman. A cold look flashed in Yu Yun's eyes and left the match venue. It has to be said that Fudaman's methods are indeed a bit unacceptable, but it is just a regional qualifier that can achieve this level. It's no wonder their reputation is so bad now that it's totally different from the Fudaman Tennis Club led by Tachibana Jipping 3 years later. It's not that he can't accept violent tennis, but that depends on the situation. This is just a match for ordinary middle school students, not a U17 training camp or U17 World Cup match. In the U17 training camp or the U17 World Cup, it is not unacceptable to hurt people like Tono Itsukyo or even to abolish people like Biadwanhu. When he enters the U17 or competes in the world, he does not rule out the possibility of doing so. After all, on such a cruel battlefield, everything is for victory, and it is normal to use such methods. Because there is hell in itself, strength and victory are the main themes, and the weak are not qualified to survive there. But in an ordinary match like a regional qualifier, deliberately using tennis to attack someone else's body to win, that would be a bit too much. Even Yu Yun's relatively indifferent character can't help but feel a little angry. The match is over, the score is 6-0, Hyotae won. When Yu Yun returned to Hyotae and Sayadeng's second match venue, the match of the first doubles just ended. Now Hyotae has won 2 6-0 victories. Cut, is this only level? Honshu Yuji looked boring at the two people who were trembling on the opposite side. Forget it, Honshu, after all, it's just a regional qualifier, so it's the opponent. Kawasaki Mori's ideas are similar to Honshu Yuji's, but he has already prepared himself. To be able to participate in the national competition with Tsukimitsu Oka, their strength is naturally not weak. Although their individual strength is not outstanding, doubles cannot win the match by relying on their personal strength. Asterisk. Chapter 24, Hyotae's First Grade, Part 1. Whose turn to play next? Haha, no matter who it is, Hyotae will never lose. 2 winning streak games, and both are 6-0, Hyotae's momentum can be said to have reached a peak. On the other hand, Sardin's second side is not so much better. They can understand that the first doubles lost to Honshu Kawasaki. After all, that was the combination that participated in the national competition last year. But the second doubles lost 6-0 to Hayote's two first-year combinations, and they couldn't accept it at all. At this time, the face of the second person in Sarden was extremely grey, and he was obviously already in the match. Now we will start the third singles match. Please enter the match venue for both players, shouted referee. Hearing referee's voice, in Hayote's lineup, Tezuka slowly stood up and walked into the match field. Did Deputy Minister Tezuka appear in the third singles? It looks like we have won this round. Seeing Tezuka playing, Hayote's cheerleaders became even more excited. As Hayote's deputy minister, Tezuka has no strength to convince the public. His prestige is piled up with the fiasco of Hayote's predecessors. For his strength, the Hayote Tennis Club people are very convinced. Is Tezuka in the third game? Yu Yun came back and saw Tezuka's appearance. He hadn't seen Hayote's playing list beforehand, only knew that he was the last one to play, otherwise he wouldn't go out to see other schools match with such carelessness. Of course, when Tezuka's match is over, it will be my uncle's turn in the next match. Adobe's face finally looked better when he saw him come back in time. He was really afraid that Yu Yun would have a whim and forgot the match. Based on his knowledge of Yu Yun, this kind of thing is not impossible. If Yu Yun comes back 10 minutes later, he will send someone to look for it. It's a pity, the opponent's strength is too weak to see Tezuka's strength. On the one hand, Ashitari Yuushi showed a disappointed expression. In the original book, Ashitari Yuushi is called Hayote's genius. His strength and talent are very good. He has always wanted to find a chance to challenge Tezuka, but he has not been able to understand the specific strength of Tezuka, so he has not put it into action. In the daily training of the Hayote Tennis Club, Tezuka never exposed his strength. After this period of observation, in Ashitari's view, if you want to force Tezuka's true strength, the entire tennis club is probably only Yu Yun and Adobe can do it. Unfortunately, when the three of Yu Yun, Adobe, and Tezuka practiced in pairs, they always clicked to the end, and no one really took it seriously. The strength of the three of them has always been a mystery in Hayote. Ashitari, I advise you to put this mind away, Tezuka is terrible. As for Ashitari's mind, Mukahigakuto certainly knows, but the psychological shadow that Tezuka usually brings to him is too big, making him feel a sense of fear for Tezuka. He is not optimistic about Ashitari at all. How do you know if you don't try it? Ashitari pushed his glasses. As a genius, Ashitari certainly has his own arrogance. If he doesn't try it, he really won't be reconciled. Moreover, not only Tezuka, but Adobe and Yu Yun are also his goals. While chatting with Hayote, the match on the court has already begun. The match started, Hayote Tezuka Kunimitsu played against Sato No. 2 Okayama, and the game ended, Hayote served. Hayote! 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 The shocking cheer of the Hayote cheerleaders sounded again. Sato's second third singles Okayama couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Even though this was the third time I heard it, he still felt the tremendous pressure brought by the Hayote cheerleading team, and it was even more unbearable than when he was off the court. Tezuka's face remained unchanged, and he tossed the tennis ball flatly, his knees slightly bent, his feet pressed hard, and his entire body was pushed down. With a flick of his arm, racket hit the falling tennis ball. Good standard posture. The audience outside the venue was amazed. Such a standard serve is extremely rare. Tezuka's serve has always been a perfect standard like a textbook. Such a serve is more than just good looking. The more standard posture means the more sufficient your power, and the greater the speed and strength of the serve. Coupled with Tezuka's strong skills, he can hit the field and short shots, he can be said to be able to manipulate the spin of tennis freely, and his serve also has a strong spin. Although Tezuka's serve is not a trick, the power, speed, angle, and rotation of this serve are among the top in the country, and it is definitely not something ordinary people can catch. Moreover, this is not Tezuka's full effort. Boom! A yellow shadow flashed by, everyone only felt a flower in front of them, and the tennis ball had appeared behind Okayama. 15-0. Referee swallowed, glanced at Tezuka secretly, and announced the score. So fast serve. Yeah, I didn't see anything clearly at all. With such strength, it is no wonder that Hayate can become the right choice. Asterisk. Chapter 25, Hayate's First Grade, Medium. Tezuka's serve was a surprise to the audience. Those who were able to see the serve completely, except Tezuka himself, are probably only Yuyun and Adobe. Not only the power and speed, but also the rotation and angle. There was a dignified look in Ashitari's eyes. Although he did not fully see Tezuka's serve, he still saw a little bit about the trajectory of the tennis ball, which was an outer corner serve. Tezuka's strength is only the tip of the iceberg, and it has already made him feel the pressure. How is it possible? Looking at the tennis ball behind him, Okayama's forehead was already covered with sweat. There is no other audience outside the tube, and Okayama, who is on the other side, are thinking, Tezuka is still doing his own serve. Boom. 30-0. Boom. 40-0. Boom. Game, Hayate, 1-0. Hayate. 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 Hayate's cheerleading squad burst into huge cheers again. And the face of the second person in Sardinia was already full of despair. Regardless of what the second person in Sardinia thinks now, the match is still going on. 1-0. 2-0. 10 minutes later. The match is over, the score is 6-0, Hayate won. Unexpectedly, even Tezuka has joined Hayate. This year's Hayate is very strong. Maybe it will become a strong competition in the national competition. Inu Mamoru arrived here in a hurry, but it was still late, and Tezuka's match was over. Hayate won the match with 3-6-0 victories. Fortunately, this is Hayate's first match in this regional qualifier, and there are two important singles behind. I don't know when he will play. Inu Mamoru glanced at Yuyun, who was in the Hayate lineup, then picked up his camera and prepared to shoot. Good job, Tezuka. As soon as Tezuka returned to Hayate's rest area, he heard the excitement of Yuji Honshu. Tezuka nodded politely, and said nothing. Others didn't care. After all, after so many days of training together, they already knew Tezuka's character very well. Isn't this a normal thing? Yuyun said. Forward. After Yuji Honshu's words were spoken, everyone began to laugh. They didn't wake up suddenly until now. Tezuka, it's no ordinary first grade. Yes, who is Tezuka, who is the deputy minister of Hayate by his own strength? Can he still lose to these small roles in the regional qualifiers? The reason for this performance is just because Tezuka is still in the first year, so he has a sense of distrust. Looking at the 5 first-year students in the team, Yuji Honshu, Kawasaki Mori, and Otasuke looked at each other, a bit bitter, but more happy. The bitter thing is that as seniors, their strength is no better than that of the 5 juniors, and they are at the bottom of Hayate's selection team. Happily, with these powerful juniors, Hayate's future is full of infinite brightness, and the national championship does not seem to be an extravagant hope anymore. As a member of Hayate, they are in harmony with Urangian. Now we will start the second singles match. Please double serve members to enter. At this time, the referee's voice sounded. Then next, it's my uncle's turn to perform. Adobe stood up, took off his jacket and threw it back. Birchland. Yes. Huadi reached out to catch the jacket thrown by Adobe. As Adobe's playmate and bodyguard, Huadi has been silently following Adobe. As Adobe stood up, Hayote's cheerleading team broke out the biggest shout since the match began. Hayote! Hayote! Adobe! Adobe! Adobe walked into the match venue with a look of enjoyment, and then raised his hands high. Hayote's cheerleading squad rose again. The winner is Adobe! The winner is Adobe! The winner is Adobe! Snapped. Adobe's left hand dropped, and his right hand, still held high, snapped his fingers. The cheers of the Hayote cheerleaders stopped abruptly. The winner is the uncle. Adobe smiled, very satisfied with his performance. Ah! The shouts of Hayote cheerleaders broke out again. At this time, the audience and Inu Mamoru were shocked. Click, click, click. Inu Mamoru quickly raised the camera and quickly took a few photos to record this amazing scene. This is Hayote's first-year minister, Adobe Kigo. Looking at Adobe on the field, Mamoru Inu's face still has a look of shock. The substitute of Hayote's tennis department is a major event in the middle school tennis circle. Although Mamoru Inu is a reporter for the Professional Tennis Monthly, he himself pays more attention to the young people in the Japanese tennis industry. The news that Adobe became the head of the Hayote tennis department has been known to many schools, and of course he has also received the news a long time ago. It's just that the head of the Hayote tennis department this year turned out to be a freshman. Most of the other schools disdain the news and rarely take it seriously. But Inu Mamoru has always felt that Adobe Kigo must not be a simple character. If there is no place to excel, how can he become the head of the Hayote tennis department, or as a freshman? Only after he saw it with his own eyes, did he know the extraordinary thing about this young man. Asterisk. Chapter 26, Hayote's First Grade, Part 2. Hayote Resting Place. Yuyun, Tezuka, and several other candidates looked at each other, and they all saw a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. Adobe, this narcissistic problem is still in the eyes. Yuyun watched this familiar and unfamiliar scene. Shook his head. Unexpectedly, Adobe did this in the first grade, and his personality charm is really surprising. No wonder Sufei, the author of the anime Prince of Tennis, has been called a boy with no shortcomings at all. Since Adobe wants to play, let him go. Sakurataro didn't care, he was happy to comment on this scene. The unprecedented cohesion of the Hayote Tennis Club was the first time he saw him as Hayote's coach. This scene gave him great confidence, and his eyes swept over Yuyun and Tezuka who were sitting on the side. Muse Hatang? Rikai? This year's national championship will be our Hayote. On the online court, the second Sato player opposite Adobe was so scared that he couldn't speak, and he was shaking slightly even with the racket in his hand. Of course, the people in the second rest area of Sardinia on the other side are not much better than him. The match started, Hayote Adobe Kigo played against Takahashi Ichiro, and the first round ended, and Satori served the second round. Referee glanced at Adobe and announced the start of the match. The scene just now shocked him. Standing at the baseline, Adobe looked at Takahashi Ichiro, who was about to hold racket on the opposite side, with a dangerous smile on his mouth. I will treat you well. Just before the match started, he heard clearly what the second group of Shadeng said. Although he is not angry, it doesn't mean he doesn't care. Adobe can tolerate the people in Hayote tennis department provoking him, as long as it is not excessive, he will not care, because he is the head of Hayote tennis department. But he will not tolerate others to challenge Hayote's dignity, this is also because he is the head of Hayote tennis department. Ichiro Takahashi shivered and sent out the tennis ball. Looking at the flying tennis ball, Adobe's eyes flashed. Indulge in the wonderful skills of my uncle. Boom. 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 On the court, the sound of hitting the ball, the sound of a tennis ball landing, and the sound of referee reporting points began to sound. Although Adobe's strength is much stronger than Takahashi's strength, but with Adobe's character, players who are weaker than himself have always liked to drag the opponent into a protracted battle to defeat the will of others. This time is no exception. Just treating this Takahashi Ichiro, Adobe is not as kind as he treated Hato during the Hayate qualifier. Takahashi Ichiro's counterattack was very weak in speed, power, or rotation, and the angle was almost non-existent. Adobe easily caught up to the tennis ball, and then kept hitting the tennis ball to the left and right, but every time Ichiro Takahashi was able to hit the ball back, his powerful ball handling ability was vividly demonstrated. Takahashi Ichiro can only run left and right. Even if he gives up receiving the ball and retains his strength, he will be dragged into the same rhythm by Adobe again in the next ball. 1-0. 2-0. Keep running. With a wave of his arm, Adobe hit the tennis ball to the right court. Ichiro Takahashi, who was transferred to the left by Adobe last time, had no choice but to turn back again and ran to the right, but his energy was already exhausted by Adobe. Puff through. Takahashi Ichiro's legs softened and he fell to the ground. Game, Hayate, 5-0. Referee announces the score. Takahashi. The second person in Sato was anxious and helpless, but Takahashi was inferior to others, and they had nothing to do. After a few minutes, Takahashi still failed to get up from the ground. As Satoru's second player Takahashi Ichiro lost the ability to match, Hayate won the match with a score of 5-0. Seeing that Ichiro Takahashi couldn't stand up anymore, referee announced the result of this match. Inu Mamoru slowly put down the camera in his hand, and he had already taken a lot of pictures of Adobe just now. Just like an emperor, Adobe Kigo, it seems that for other schools, Hayate has one more opponent that makes them feel tricky. Inu Mamoru murmured. Adobe looked relaxed, turned around and walked back to Hayate's resting area. The strength of the opponent does not require him to spend too much time. If he wants to, the time of this match will be much shorter. Good job, Adobe. Yu Yun said with a smile. Adobe's mouth curled up slightly, just about to say something. It just took too long. For it. Before the smile on Adobe's face appeared, he froze. Ha 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 ha. Mukahigakuto and others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yu Yun, you fellow. Several black lines appeared on Adobe's forehead. This guy knew his playing style, so he dared to shave himself. Huh, I want to see how fast you can go. Adobe snorted coldly. Hearing these words, Yu Yun's face was a little weird. Fast. He doesn't want to be fast. Now we will start the final match of the first singles. Players from both sides are invited to play. At this time, referee's voice came over. Asterisk. Chapter 27, Advance to the next round. Yu Yun shook his head and threw some thoughts out of his mind. Finally it's my turn. Yu Yun stood up. Yu Yun, Hayate's last game, win a bit more beautiful. Sakura Taro said lightly. If it's ugly, my uncle can't spare you. Adobe is still brooding about what happened just now. Do not worry. Yu Yun slowly walked into the match venue. Hayate. 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 As Yu Yun entered the field, the cheering cheer of Hayate cheerleaders rang again. Although I don't know why Adobe, who is the head of the tennis department, and Tezuka, who is the deputy head of the tennis department, did not play singles 1, but placed Yu Yun in the singles 1 position. But they believe that since Adobe and Tezuka and coach Sakura Taro have made this decision, there must be their reason. They only need to cheer. Moreover, there are rumors in the Hayate tennis department that the most mysterious Kazumi Yu Yun is stronger than Adobe and Tezuka, and is the strongest in the entire Hayate tennis department. This kind of atmosphere is really easy to mobilize other people's emotions. Looking at Hayate's huge cheerleading lineup, Yu Yun let out a sigh of emotion. It seems that I have to be more serious. Tezuka Adobe and they played very well. It would be bad if I was criticized for failing to beat Hayote's singles. The match started. Hayote Kazumi Yuyun played against Satoru No. 2 Izumicho, and one round ended. Hayote served round. Coming. Inu Mamoru raised the camera in his hand and prepared to shoot. Yuyun is the purpose of his coming here today. At this time, he finally saw Yuyun on the field. Naturally, he had to prepare quickly so as not to miss some of the wonderful scenes. Looking at the opposite side, Yuyun found that the second player Izumicho on the opposite side of Sato was completely confused, and he had obviously lost the desire to resist. It's just that such an opponent really makes me uninterested, so let's end it quickly. Bang bang bang. Yuyun patted the tennis ball, reached out to catch it when the tennis ball bounced back, then threw the tennis ball high, and racket swung down fiercely. Boom. The tennis ball penetrated the court like a phantom, exploded on the court of Izumicho, and flew out of the court. The match is over. The score is 6-0, Hayote won. The match ended and Hayote won 5-0 and advanced to the next round of regional qualifiers. Referee announced the final result. Patter. Izumicho on the opposite side loosened his hand, and racket fell to the ground, still a little bit unbelievable. Impossible, how could this be, impossible? Yuyun is very fast in serving and returning the ball. With his strength, he can't see clearly, let alone catch the ball. Except for serve, I didn't even touch a tennis match just now. The whole match was over without even 10 minutes. This result made him totally unacceptable, and the whole person was greatly hit. Oh, nice. We won. Hayote's cheerleaders started cheering. 4 games are 6-0, and 1 game makes the opponent lose the ability to match 5-0. These 5 straightforward victories made them extremely excited, and they felt that this year's Hayote was stronger than last year. It's really surprising that these first-year players are so strong. Dare to underestimate Hayote's first grade? They are much better than most third grades. Yeah, did you see the last 3 singles of Hayote? How many third grades have their strength? I didn't underestimate them, I just didn't expect it. The people around after watching the match finally recovered and were surprised. Originally, seeing Hayote have so many first grades this year, they thought that Hayote's tennis club had no successor after the third grade fouled out. Now it seems that Hayote has no successors. It is obvious that there are many talents. Which of the 5 first-year simple roles of Hayote? In the final analysis, it is still a matter of strength. If you have strength, others will not care whether you start from the first grade to the third grade. What about the first grade? Just be strong enough. How about it, is it okay? Back in Hayote's rest area, Yuyun asked. Count you through. Adobe glanced at him, then replied. Wow, it's Yuyun, it's really amazing. Mukahigikuto rushed over and hugged his neck. Yuyun has a relatively plain personality, and Mukahigikuto likes to pester him when he is fine. Let go of me first, Yuurin. Yuyun was a little helpless. It seems that I still need more effort. Ashitari pushed his glasses. After the match just now, he found that the strength he found was still some distance away from the 3 of Yuyun, Tezuka, and Adobe. Everyone performed very well in the match just now. Sakurataro spoke. The match here is over, let's leave here. I think, whoever our semi-final opponent is, there should be a result. Yes, coach. The group slowly left here, ready to meet their semi-final opponents in the regional qualifiers. Because Hayote was the champion of the previous regional qualifiers, they didn't have to participate in the first round, and the next round of match was semi-final. Asterisk. Chapter 28, Final Opponent, Fudaman. Defeating the second middle school of Sayaden, Hayote has already advanced to the semi-final in the regional qualifiers. After defeating the semi-final opponents, Hayote will be able to advance to the finals. Hayate and others returned to the rest area after the game, and Ashitari went out to inquire about the next round of opponents. Our semi-final opponent has come out. Ashitari, who came back after inquiring about the news, said directly. Oh. Adobe turned to look at Ashitari. Who is our semi-final opponent? Adobe asked. Shuiyuan Middle School. Ashitari pushed his glasses and said. Shuiyuan Middle School, we played against this school last year, but our strength is not strong. Kawasaki Mori, who participated in the last national competition, spoke up. In last year's regional qualifiers, Hayate and Mizuyuki Middle School were opponents, but Hayate easily won. In this case, let's go and end this match as soon as possible. Adobe said. The group got up and set off to the semi-final location. Shuiyuan Middle School's strength is a little weaker than that of Sandan. Honshu, Kawasaki doubles 2, Ashitari Ueran doubles 1, Adobe plays singles 3. In 3 6-0 games, Hayate easily defeated Mizuyuan Middle School and advanced to the regional qualifier finals. I don't know who our opponents will be in the final round. After the match with Mizuyuan was over, the morning match was over, Hayate and his team returned to the rest area provided by the organizer again. This time it was still Ashitari Yuushi who went out to inquire about the news. Seeing Ashitari not coming back for a long time, the restless Mukahiga Koto finally couldn't help it. No matter who the opponent is, the result will not change. Adobe said confidently. Yes, no matter who the opponent is, we will not lose. Honshu Yuji and others nodded and agreed with Adobe. I think our opponent in the next final round should be Fudaman. Seeing that they started discussing their opponents in the finals, lying on the sofa to rest, Yu Yun also spoke. Fudaman 9. Hearing Yu Yun's words, other people looked over. Yes, the opponents in the regional qualifiers are generally not strong, and only Fudaman's strength is slightly more prominent. Yu Yun sat up. And, didn't I leave for a while during the match with the second middle school of Sardinia? I went to watch Fudaman's match. Yu Yun began to tell them about the match between Fudaman Middle School and Kamada Middle School he saw after he left. What? The people of Fudaman used such a despicable method? After Yu Yun finished speaking, Yuji Honshu became very angry. Huh, Zao School can only use this method. Adobe said disdainfully. There was even a hint of anger in Tezuka's eyes. In his opinion, tennis is not used to hurt people. Sakurataro's face was indifferent, and his fingers lightly tapped on the tabletop. As a coach of the tennis club, he has seen too much of this kind of thing. Not everyone is so sportsmanship, there are always people who will use some means to win. Crunch. I am back. At this time, Ashitari Yuushi opened the door and walked in. Ashitari, who is our final opponent? Adobe asked straightforwardly. Fudaman 9. Ashitari has no extra nonsense either. It's really Fudaman. Everyone glanced at each other. Ashitari was a little strange, as if they had known it a long time ago. Is such that? Mukahiga Koto repeated what Yu Yun had just said to Ashitari Yuushi. Yes. After Ashitari listened, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Similar to what I heard. Fudaman's strength is not enough to fear, it is not difficult to win them, but if you get injured during a match with them, it will affect the subsequent match. Sakurataro said. In order to avoid this from happening, we need to arrange the match list with Fudaman. Sakurataro turned his eyes to the 8 candidates including Yu Yun. Do you have any good suggestions? Hearing Sakurataro's words, Yu Yun and others began to think about it. After a while, Yu Yun raised his head and looked at Sakurataro. Singles 3, let me come. Sakurataro nodded and agreed. So what about doubles 2 and doubles 1? Sakurataro asked. What he meant was that he didn't want to delay the 4th game. I think it's just a Fudaman, and it's not worth our effort. It should be enough to play according to the normal match list. Ashitari pushed his glasses and said. Then Ashitari, Urin, are you confident to deal with Fudaman's attack? Sakakitaro looked at Ashitari Yuushi and Mukahigakuto and asked. He is not worried about Yuji Honshu and Kawasaki Mori. These two are the doubles combination that made it into the national competition last year. Although their personal strength is a bit worse than that of Ashitari Yuushi and Mukahigakuto, as a doubles group that has been working together for more than a year, their tacit understanding and experience are not comparable to Ashitari and Urin, who have just formed doubles. Asterisk. Chapter 29, Regional Qualifier Finals. Don't worry, Coach, if the Fudaman guys dare to use any despicable means, we will definitely give them some color, right? Ashitari. Mukahigakuto can't wait. I agree with Uran's words. Ashitari Yuushi said confidently. If that's the case, let's arrange it like this. Sakurataro took out a form for arranging the competition. After writing on it for a while, lift up the form to show them. Doubles 2, Ashitari Yuushi, Mukahigakuto. Doubles 1, Yuji Honshu, Kawasaki Mori. Singles 3, Kazumi Yuyun. Singles 2, Tezuka Kunimitsu. Singles 1, Adobe Kigo. Substitute, Otasuke. No problem, right? Ask Sakurataro. No problem. This arrangement is very reasonable, and Yuyun and others have no objection to this personnel arrangement. Perhaps the only one who is more depressed is Wanyan's substitute Otasuke. Although Otasuke is very helpless, he can only accept his fate. Who makes him a singles player, the strength is still the weakest of the 8 regular selections of Hyote. There are 3 of Yuyun, Tezuka, and Adobe. He who can't play doubles has no chance to play. In other words, before the 3 of them foul out, no one in the entire Hyote tennis club can shake the singles position of the 3 of them. Let's go, the champion of this year's regional qualifiers is also our Hyote. Adobe stood up and walked out the door first. Seeing Adobe set off, the others followed slowly. The largest online court in Shiki no Mori Sports Park is the final venue for this year's regional qualifiers. The respective contestants of Hyote and Fudaman came here early. After the 2 sides shook hands, they began to prepare before the game. Outside the court, a large number of spectators have gathered around, preparing to witness the birth of the champion team of this year's regional qualifiers. However, the eyes of these spectators looking at the Fudaman participating teams were very unfriendly, and some even made no secret of the contempt in their eyes. Meeting Hyote, Fudaman's rubbish has been lost. Yes, these guys don't deserve to win at all. Look, Hyote really doesn't have so many freshmen in the team, so I won't lose to Fudaman. Lost? Brother, didn't you watch Hyote's previous match? Don't worry, Fudaman's people are miserable today. Damn it, these guys. The discussion from the surrounding audience was not small, and it naturally reached the ears of Fudaman and his party. Hearing these words, seeing the contemptuous eyes of the audience, the people of Fudaman were furious. Don't worry about them, as long as you win. Fudaman's coach also looked ugly. This time the opponent Hyote is a well-known strong school in the country. If you can defeat them, you should know how good it is for you. Fudaman's coach took a look at Hyote's position and said. Don't worry, coach, if it was last year's Hyote, I would still be afraid. This year's Hyote, I'm afraid it won't work. It's just a first grade, there's nothing to worry about. I will give them a good lesson, but it's only the first grade match, it's not something they can participate in. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Fudaman's current election looked at Hyote's Yuyun, Tezuka, Adobe, Ashitari, and Urin, and laughed. Obviously, Fudaman had never investigated Hyote's information beforehand, and had no idea about Yuyun's first-year strength. Now they are still immersed in their previous impressions of the first year, dreaming of winning the regional qualifiers. Those who don't know are fearless. Adobe glanced at the Feudaman group who was laughing on the other side, and said disdainfully, "They won't be able to laugh later." Ashitari pushed his glasses, and the white light reflected by the lenses blocked his eyes, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. "Humph, I really want to teach them a lesson." Mukahige couldn't help it for a long time. Tokyo Region Qualifier Finals, with Hayate Gakuen vs Feudaman Middle School, officially started. Now we will start the match of the second doubles. Players from both sides are invited to enter the field. The referee's voice sounded. "Let's go, Yuushi, let them know how good our Hayate is." Mukahige jumped up and quickly rushed into the match field. Looking at Mukahige who could not wait, Ashitari Yuushi shook his head helplessly and followed him into the match venue. The match started. Hayate Ashitari Mukai faced Feudaman Yamamoto Ogawa, and the game ended. Feudaman served the game. Feudaman's Yamamoto just looked at Ashitari Yuushi and Mukahige opposite, with a cruel look on his face. For first-year students, it's just fine to collect the ball honestly. What match do you play? Yamamoto Kazuo has never been able to see the first grade. In the Feudaman Tennis Club, he is the one who likes to bully and call the lower grades based on his senior status. Because he was bullied by seniors in the tennis club when he entered the Feudaman Tennis Club in the first grade, so he has to put everything he has suffered on others. Asterisk. Chapter 30, Mukahige Stunt Shot. Yamamoto had just tossed the tennis ball, and Racket swung it down vigorously, sending it out vigorously. The tennis ball schemed over the net, landed on the court beside Yuurin, then bounced and flew towards Ashitari. "Huh, the strength is not so unbearable." Ashitari snorted coldly. Seeing the flying tennis ball, Ashitari moved 2 steps horizontally, and with a wave of his arm, Racket hit the tennis ball. Boom! The tennis ball flew back to the courts of Yamamoto and Ogawa at an extremely fast speed. "How is it possible to call back my serve?" Yamamoto was very surprised that Ashitari was able to fight back his serve. Fortunately, he still had some strength, and he reacted quickly. Yamamoto hurriedly caught up with the tennis ball and hit the tennis ball back. It's just that his return was too hasty, and the tennis rushed directly to Mukahige who was standing in the mid-court. Seeing the tennis ball flying towards him, Mukahige lifted the racket and made a shot gesture. "Want to score?" Ogawasuke saw Mukahige movements and stopped him directly. "Ah!" Mukahige smiled. "Not good." When Ogawasuke saw Mukahige smile, he instinctively felt a little bad, but it was too late. Mukahige slammed his feet and jumped to the side. He rolled over half delay, and at the same time Racket hit the tennis ball. Boom! The tennis ball flew past Ogawasuke, landed on the empty back court, and then flew out of the court. 0-15. Referee reports the score. What a flexible action. To change the batting route like this, Hayate's positive selection is really strong. Yeah, it's almost like dancing. Mukahige showed off this kind of hitting skills, and the surrounding audience was bright. Such stunt hitting skills are indeed very easy to attract people's attention. The 2 Feudaman players on the court are in a bad mood. Mukahige stunt shot completely exceeded their expectations. How can it be? Yamamoto and Ogawasuke looked at Mukahige with unbelievable expressions. Mukahige glanced at them lightly and returned to mid-court. Damn it, it's just a first grade. Mukahige performance was a serious provocation in the eyes of Yamamoto, who was extremely disgusted with the lower grades. How could he endure it? But now the right to serve is in his hands, he can't do anything to Mukahige. You must look good later. Yamamoto Kazuko resisted his anger for a while and sent the ball in Ashitari's direction. Ashitari hit the tennis back easily again. Yamamoto quickly caught up with the tennis ball, aimed at Myokahigakuto's direction, and swung a slap fiercely. Boom! The tennis ball flew to Hyakaren, landed in front of Myokahigakuto, and then bounced and rushed directly to Myokahigakuto's calf. Originally, Yamamoto's goal was Myokahigakuto's knee, but he couldn't control the ball with such precision with his skills. Myokahigakuto leaned his body on his side and moved one back, but this time he didn't jump high, instead he flashed to the side, and then stretched out racket to block the tennis ball. The tennis ball hit Myokahigakuto's racket and bounced back. Go to hell! The tennis player Ogawasuke rushed towards the tennis ball, and racket waved at the tennis ball. Boom! Once again, the tennis rushed to Myokahigakuto, who hadn't stood still. Looking at Myokahigakuto, who was too late to escape, Yamamoto and Ogawasuke showed cruel smiles on their faces. Humph! Smiled disdainfully. Myokahigakuto leaned back, his hands on the ground, and in somersault dodged the almost inevitable goal. After Myokahigakuto avoided, Yamamoto and Ogawasuke only saw Ashitari Yuushi, who was blocked by Myokahigakuto. Oops! Yamamoto and Ogawasuke feel bad. Just to attack Myokahigakuto, the two of them had reached the same half-time unknowingly, and their other side was completely empty. Ashitari Yuushi's eyes flashed and racket hit the tennis ball steadily. Boom! The tennis ball flew over the net, landed on the empty court of Yamamoto and Ogawasuke, and flew out of the court. 0-30. Referee announces the score. Good job, Ashitari. Myokahigakuto said excitedly. He didn't expect Ashitari to seize such an opportunity to score a point. It's nothing, Yuurin. To have this opportunity is to rely on your stunts to destroy their formation. Ashitari pushed the glasses, but didn't take credit. Hyote! 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 Seeing the wonderful performance of the two, Hyote's cheerleading team began to cheer. Want to hit Yuurin? They are still a bit close. Adobe smiled. Yes, I can't think of Yuurin's stunt shot so powerful. His physical flexibility is really incredible. Yuji Honshu nodded. Then the first doubles in a while, we have to take it beautifully. Kawasaki Mori said. Now they also let go of their hearts. Myokahigakuto and Ashitari Yuushi are stronger than they thought. This match victory should be easy for the two of them. Asterisk. Chapter 31, Hyote's Genius, Ashitari Yuushi. Fudamon's strength is indeed much better than Hyote's opponents in the first two rounds, Sato 2 and Suzan, but compared with Hyote, it is a little bit inadequate. At the beginning of the match, Fudamon's doubles combination Yamamoto Kazuo and Ogawasuke were already in an absolutely unfavorable situation. In sheer hard power, they are far worse than Ashitari Yuushi and Myokahigakuto. Yamamoto and Ogawasuke could only once again look for opportunities to use tennis to attack Ashitari Yuushi and Myokahigakuto's bodies just like the previous match. It is a pity that Myokahigakuto, who is standing in tennis, is too agile, and each of their attacks is easily resolved by Myokahigakuto's stunt shots. In the original book, Myokahigakuto is better than Seigaku's Kikumaru Eiji in terms of acrobatics alone, but his physical strength is so bad that he can only play short-term decisive battles. When Yamamoto and Ogawasuke realized that their attacks did not have any effect on Myokahigakuto, but Ashitari Yuushi seized the opportunity again and again and kept scoring, they could only turn their target to another Hyote, Ashitari Yuushi. But something more desperate happened. As a genius of Hyote, Ashitari Yuushi claims to master 1,000 unique skills and is even more powerful. With their ball speed, there is no threat to Ashitari Yuushi, who is standing on the baseline. In addition to his own strength, Ashitari Yuushi also showed his ability to control the rhythm of the match. When the target of the two opponents turned into him, he coped with the attacks of the Fudamon II while constantly dispatching the audience to create opportunities for the liberated Myokahigakuto. With the support of Ashitari Yuushi in the rear, the aggressiveness of Myokahigakuto, which can be played at will, is fully displayed. Fudaman Yamamoto and Ogawasuke lost points faster. On court, Myokahiga Koto jumped on the spot, flipped backwards, head and feet, swinging in a semi-delay racket, hitting the tennis ball. Boom! The tennis ball flashed by Yamamoto, Kazuko and Ogawasuke. Game, Hyote, 5-1. Referee announces the score. Huh. Myokahiga Koto squatted on the ground, panting, almost completely wet with sweat. Uran, you can still support it? Looking at the state of Myokahiga Koto at this time, Ashitari Yuushi was a little worried. In the match just now, Myokahiga Koto scored a lot of points with his stunts. But the continuous stunt shots also consumed a lot of his energy. In the latter match, Myokahiga Koto spent most of the time dodging, or standing in place to rest, retaining his strength and waiting for the opportunity to score, so Ashitari Yuushi had to rely on Ashitari Yuushi to support himself. Fortunately, Ashitari Yuushi withstood the pressure, and with Myokahiga Koto's shots from time to time, they only lost 1 point. But at this time Myokahiga Koto was almost unable to hold it. I'm fine, Ashitari, it's the last round, we must win. Myokahiga Koto gasped. It seems we need to be more serious. Ashitari Yuushi's eyes are full of solemnity, and he can no longer hold back. It seems that use physical strength is still a big problem, and physical training should continue to be strengthened, and the study of how to allocate physical strength in a match can't be left behind. Adobe shook his head and said, Tezuka, the question about Uran is left to you, right? Sakurataro said lightly, and his plain expression made people unable to see what he was thinking. Please rest assured, coach, I will help Uran solve this problem. Tezuka nodded. Hearing Tezuka's words, Honshu Yuji and others looked at Myokahiga Koto's eyes with a little pity. With their knowledge of Tezuka, Myokahiga Koto's future will be miserable. Ashitari's face was a bit heavy. Although the current score on the field is Hyote's big advantage, the situation is already very dangerous. Myokahiga Koto is about to reach the limit. Once Myokahiga Koto falls, he will fight one enemy two by himself, which is very unfavorable for him. He is not afraid that Yamamoto and Ogawasuke will continue to attack him, but with the style of the two of them, it is very possible to turn the target to Myokahiga Koto again. At that time, it will be a question whether he can hide in the past. It seems that the red-haired one is no longer good. Ogawasuke said with a sneer. Obviously they were only in the first grade, and they were driven to this point, and they were about to lose the match. As long as the redhead is dealt with first, the other Hyote must not be our opponent. We can still win this match. Yamamoto Kazuka said bitterly. He is very jealous of Ashitari Yuushi and Myokahiga Koto, who have such strengths and can participate in the match as a first grader. Now, the opportunity has finally come. This game is Fudaman's serve game. Yamamoto had just tossed the tennis ball and sent it out. There was no threat to this ball, and Ashitari Yuushi responded easily to this serve. Only. You can't do it anymore, then go to death. Ogawasuke smiled cruelly, swiped the racket fiercely, and the tennis flew towards Myokahiga Koto. Asterisk. Chapter 32 Brown Bear Caught. Sure enough, the thing that Ashitari Yuushi worries the most has happened. The two people on the opposite side of Fudaman really aimed at Myokahiga Koto. Hateful. Myokahiga Koto, whose stamina is almost exhausted, has no way to avoid it in time, so he can only lift his racket to block in front of the tennis ball. Boom! The tennis ball hit Myokahiga Koto's racket and bounced high, over the top of Kawasaki Mori's head, and flew towards the back court. Oops, it turned out to be lob. Seeing this scene, Ashitari Yuushi was shocked and hurried to the tennis ball. Ha ha ha. Yamamoto Kazuo didn't expect such a good opportunity to appear, and couldn't help laughing. Quickly ran to the front of the tennis ball, jumped up hard, and racket waved down. A violent smash shot straight into Mukahige body. Mukahige had no choice but to stand racket in front of him again, hoping to block the smash. "You ran, get out of the way." Just as Mukahige was about to forcibly resist, Ashitari Yuushi's voice suddenly rang behind him. Out of trust in Ashitari, Mukahige forcibly raised his strength and dodged the tennis dangerously. After Mukahige dodged, the goal of the smash became Ashitari Yuushi, who had just rushed forward. A gleam of light flashed in Ashitari Yuushi's eyes as he watched the smash. With violent force under his feet, his body rotated 180 degrees with his back facing the net, and then the whole person squatted on the ground. Racket traversed a trajectory along with the rotation of his body and accurately stopped Yamamoto's smash. Boom! The tennis ball landed on Ashitari Yuushi's racket. The huge force of the smash made the tennis ball rebound faster, flew over the entire court, and finally landed at the baseline of Yamamoto and Ogawasuke. "Brown bear caught," Ashitari Yuushi said lightly. 0-15. The referee swallowed and reported the score. The audience was silent. After a period of silence, Hayote's cheerleading team broke out. "Hayote! Hayote! Hayote!" Hearing the voice of the Hayote cheering team, the onlookers outside the field also recovered. "Hey, what's this trick? Can you hit kickbacks directly? Hayote's first grade is really strong. But there is one more thing that makes me happier than this, and that is that Fudaman is about to lose. Haha, these despicable guys should have lost. Look at what they did just now. If Hayote's players were not strong enough in this match, I wouldn't know how they were beaten. How is it possible? And Fudaman's people are now in a state of loss. Especially Yamamoto Kazuo and Ogawasuke, they really can't imagine that this originally inevitable hit was emptied, and the opponents used it to score. Brown bear caught. Unexpectedly, Ashitari still has such a hand. Yuji Honshu said in shock. Not to mention the ordinary members of Hayote and the onlookers outside the field, even their regular elections were surprised. In previous team training, Ashitari Yuushi has never used such a trick. It seems that Ashitari is also hiding quite deep. Adobe slowly put down his left hand on his face. With his eyesight, he has clearly seen the nature of Ashitari's move by the brown bear. This is a trick specifically aimed at smashing. The greater the opponent's smashing force, the faster the tennis ball will bounce back. As for the power of this trick, he has not personally faced a bad opinion, and he doesn't know if he can catch his disillusioned waltz. The match on the field continues. It's just that the hearts of Yamamoto and Ogawasuke have been completely defeated by Ashitari Yuushi's brown bear, and they have completely lost their desire to match. Boom! 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 Ashitari saw an opportunity, and racket waved the tennis ball towards mid-court. At this time, Yamamoto and Ogawasuke, who were still standing on both sides, had no time to return to defense and could only watch the tennis fly out of the court. The match is over, the score is 6-1, Hayote won. Referee announced the result. It's finally over. After winning the match, Mukahige breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the mentality of the two opposing people is not very good, otherwise it would really be a little troublesome. Ashitari Yuushi stepped forward and held Mukahige somewhat shaky body. Thanks Ashitari, but the trick you just now was really amazing. Mukahige said with a wry smile. Ashitari Yuushi's brown bear was arrested just now, but he was also shocked. It's not a big deal, but think about how to face Coach Sakura and Deputy Minister Tezuka. Ashitari Yuushi didn't have much thoughts about his own tricks, but instead reminded Mukahige it's over. Mukahige just remembered that he and Fudaman's second doubles match had become like this, and he almost fell because of lack of physical strength. In the end, he needed Ashitari Yuushi to save. It is conceivable how Tezuka will treat him when the match is over and he returns to Hayote's tennis club. Mukahige Koto has foreseen his tragic future. Asterisk. Chapter 33 Sakura Taro's Guidance. When the two returned to Hayote's resting area, Mukahige Koto found that except Tezuka and Sakura Taro, everyone else looked at him playfully. Mukahige Koto's bad premonition grew stronger. Yurin, after the regional qualifiers are over, your daily physical training will double. Sure enough, Tezuka's cold voice reached his ears. It's over. Mukahige Koto wailed. Unfortunately, he did not have the courage to resist Tezuka. Now we will start the match of the first doubles. Both players are invited to enter the field. The referee's voice sounded. Well, it's our turn to play. Yuji Honshu stood up. I can't assume that I didn't see what happened just now. Kawasaki Mori said. In the last match of doubles 2, Fudamon's two people could see everything they did to Ashitari Yuushi and Mukahige Koto. Mukahige Koto's physical strength will be consumed to that extent. On the one hand, it is because of the excessive consumption of physical strength on the acrobatic shots, and because of his lack of physical strength. On the other hand, it is also inseparable from the constant attacks of the two people of Fudamon. If you don't give them some color, wouldn't it make people think that their Hayote people are so bully? The match started. Hayote Honshu Kawasaki played against Fudamon Longshang Mida, and one round ended. Hayote served round. The referee announced. Hayote resting place. Ashitari, Yurin, although your personal strength is better than Honshu and Kawasaki, you are playing doubles now. I hope you can understand that doubles is a match between two people. In doubles, tacit understanding and cooperation are compared. Personal strength is much more important. Regarding this, I hope you can learn from Honshu and Kawasaki on the field and stop making mistakes like today. Sakura Taro tapped his thigh with his finger, and said lightly. Yes, maybe in the eyes of others, Ashitari and Yurin had already cooperated very well in the match just now. But in his opinion, that kind of cooperation is obviously that Ashitari Yuushi is forcibly cooperating with Mukahige Koto, and Mukahige Koto is playing unscrupulously. Fortunately, Ashitari Yuushi has a strong ability to control the game and can coordinate the rhythm of him and Mukahige Koto. Otherwise, they will play even more ugly in the second doubles match just now. Therefore, Sakura Taro's words are more about Mukahige Koto. Ashitari Yuushi and Mukahige Koto looked at each other, then stood up and bowed slightly towards Sakura Taro. We understand, coach. Sakura Taro nodded. Ashitari Yuushi and Mukahige Koto sat down again and began to watch the match between Yuji Honshu and Kawasaki Mori in earnest. On the field, the match has already begun. Let me entertain you. Looking at the two people opposite Fudamon, Honshu Yuji's eyes flashed coldly. Boom. 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 Honshu Yuji and Kawasaki Mori have formed doubles since their second grade, and have followed Tsukimitsu Oki in the national competition. Their tacit understanding, cooperation, and experience as a combination of doubles are not what they have yet to grow up. Ashitari Yuushi and Mukahige Koto can compare them. Their match has a lot to learn from. As the match progressed, Ashitari Yuushi and Mukahige Koto and Kazuya looked deeper and deeper. Only then did they know how many mistakes they made in the match just now, and how rough the cooperation was. If they can cooperate better, even if they can't reach the level of Honshu Yuji and Kawasaki Mori, with their strength, they can completely crush the second group of Fudamon's second doubles. Rather than having Mukahige Koto's stamina nearly reaching its limit, Ashitari Yuushi almost faced the danger of one enemy and two, and ended up losing 1 point. Watching Ashitari Yuushi and Mukahige Koto, who are watching the match attentively, a smile appeared on Yu Yun's face. If they can be trained as doubles from the first grade, they may not become a pair of enhanced golden doubles when they reach the 3rd grade. Together with the future Mingto Liang, Odori Seotaro, this pair of doubles. At that time, the Hayate Tennis Club will have Ashitari Yuushi Mukahigakuto, Heido Ryo Odori Seotaro, 2 powerful doubles, and because of his appearance, the more powerful Adobe Kigo, who has not experienced hand injuries, is at its peak. Tezuka Kunimitsu, the 2 singles that are almost invincible in the middle of the country. Coupled with his fantasy system, he is now at the top of all middle school students, and he can't even guess what his strength will reach in the future. At that time, the strength of the Hayate Tennis Club will reach the highest point since the establishment of the ministry, an unprecedented peak state. Even Rikai in the original book is absolutely incomparable with them. Boom! Honshu Yuji made a smash, and the tennis fell heavily on Fudaman Long Sanda's halftime and then flew off the court. The match is over, the score is 6-0, Hayate wins. Asterisk. Chapter 34, Yuyun Appearance. Miscellaneous fish, Hayate, you can't provoke it? Yuji Honshu glanced at Fudaman's too faintly. Kawasaki Mori is not a person who talks a lot, and doesn't care about them. The 2 returned to Hayate's resting area. Then next, it's me. Yuyun stretched. To be honest, I don't want to fight against this kind of opponent, so I think it's better to end it soon. Yuyun said in a relaxed tone, as if not to be matched, but to drink a sip of water. Oh. The people present know Yuyun best than Adobe. What are you going to use? Obviously, Adobe heard Yuyun's subtext. Those tricks. Tezuka's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously began to get serious. As a person who has played against Yuyun, he knows the terrible aspects of those tricks. Now that it has been so long, her own strength has improved, and Yuyun's strength can never fail to improve. Other people are also curious. Even Sakura Taro couldn't help but look sideways. You should know that Yuyun is the most mysterious person in the Hayate Tennis Club. In the daily training of the Hayate Tennis Club, no one has ever taken advantage of him, even Adobe and Tezuka, the 2 Hayate directors and deputy ministers. Same thing too. No one knows how strong he is. Even Tezuka and Adobe, who have formally played against Yuyun, have no idea what strength Yuyun has used in their match. Seeing the curious eyes of Hayate, Yuyun felt helpless. Since you are so curious about my strength, I will let you take a look. He doesn't care about these things, after all, he has too many cards. Now we will start the match of the 3rd singles, please enter both players. The referee's voice sounded. Hearing referee's voice, Yuyun stood up and walked slowly into the match venue. Hayate! 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 The Hayate cheerleaders cheered loudly again. After 2 consecutive crushing victories, Hayate's momentum is now extremely high. The guys from Fudaman were finally educated by the guys from Hayate. Whoever makes them like to use some despicable means when they match, deserves it. Ha ha ha, there is one last one, and I guess they will fail miserably. The popularity of the Hayate Tennis Club was not low, and the surrounding audience could not understand Fudaman's style. Now that Hayate pushed Fudaman into a desperate situation, they all began to support Hayate. At the same time, Fudaman's rest area was gloomy. A hole, trash, Hayate's Yuji Honshu and Kawasaki Mori, even if you can't win, but you were beaten 6-1 by 2 first-year boys of Hayate. What use do I want you to do? Fudaman's coach threw out thunder. Who knows that Hayate is so strong in those 2 first-year students? A weak voice came from one side. What did you say? Fudaman's coach turned his gaze to the person who made the noise and said viciously. Coach, yes, sorry. The man was startled by Coach Fudaman's cannibalistic gaze, and immediately apologized tremblingly. Humph. Fudaman's coach retracted his gaze and looked at the upcoming singles 3. Shan Chen, no matter what means you use, you must win this match. Otherwise, you all the rubbish will get out of the tennis club. Did you hear that? Feudamon's coach yelled. Yes, coach. Feudamon's single Sanchin Citizing said with a gloomy face, then turned around and walked into the match venue with a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. Obviously, he has already produced great dissatisfaction with the cursing behavior of Coach Feudamon. Such a big movement on Feudamon's side naturally passed into the eyes of Hayate and his group. Such a person deserves to be a coach. Adobe smiled disdainfully. I feel that Feudamon's people are not worthy of pity. Honshu Yuji said. Sakura Taro just glanced at Feudamon's resting area indifferently, and then withdrew his gaze. The match started. Hayate Kazumi Yuyun played against Feudamon Shan Chengzeng, and the game ended. Feudamon served the game. Off-site audience area. Inu Mamoru's camera has been pointed at Yuyun. After the competition in the youth group of the youth tennis tournament was over, he paid great attention to the teenager. After learning that he had decided to join Hayate, Inu Maori even paid attention to Hayate. In the 3 matches of the Hayate regional qualifiers, except for the first match, he was late and missed a few. He arrived on time for all the subsequent matches. Now, his camera already has many wonderful photos of Hayate's 8 players. On the net court, Shan Chengxing squeezed the tennis ball tightly, looking at Yu Yun's eyes full of resentment. I was scolded by the coach just now. Although he is very dissatisfied with the coach, he hates Yu Yun and Hayate's first-year students even more. If it weren't for them, how could their Feudamon fall into the current situation? Asterisk. Chapter 35 Hwasu's Eternal Sleep, A Ball. Seeing the look of Shan Chengzeng, Yu Yun showed a strange smile on his face. Actually, I really can't take any interest in playing against an opponent like you. Ha ha ha, don't worry, this match will be over soon. Upon hearing Yu Yun's words, Zheng, the mountain city who felt good about himself, thought that Yu Yun was showing weakness and burst into laughter. Even he deliberately said such a remark in order to stabilize Yu Yun, lest Yu Yun abstained. Because if Yu Yun abstained, how could his full anger vent? After saying this, Shan Chengxing turned and walked back to his baseline. Will this match end soon? Yes, it will indeed end soon. The weird smile on Yu Yun's face is even worse. Shan Chengxing stood on the baseline, flicked his wrist, threw the tennis ball, and racket waved downward. Boom! The tennis ball flew towards Yu Yun. Looking at this one serve alone, I have to say that as Feudamon's third singles, personal strength is much stronger than the first 2 groups of singles. But in Yu Yun's eyes, Shan Chengxing is no different from a few of them. A ray of black light appeared. I don't know when, a pure black butterfly appeared beside Yu Yun, slowly flying around him. The pure black is extremely conspicuous in the court shining by the sun. In the process of the butterflies flying, they bring up black light tails, which are extremely beautiful. Yu Yun raised his arm and racket swung at the flying tennis ball. Dead butterfly Hwasu's eternal sleep. The pure black butterflies flying around Yu Yun instantly turned into beams of light and rushed towards the opposite mountain city Zhengwu. The black light beam penetrated Shan Chengxing's body, and then turned into black lights, disappearing. Patter. The focus of Shan Chengxing's eyes gradually dissipated, and the racket in his hand also fell off and fell to the ground. Sleep. Yu Yun's voice slowly sounded, as if with a trace of special magic. Boom. Happiness. Shan Chengxing fell to the ground. At the same time, tennis also appeared behind him. The audience was silent. Referee stared blankly at Shan Chengxing and the tennis ball behind him, and even forgot to report his score. Hayate rest area. What exactly is this? When Ashitari saw this scene, Honshu and others were full of disbelief. It's just some black butterflies. Why would the mountain city Zing just fall to the ground? Yu Yun's ball skills will directly attack the opponent's spirit. Once this black butterfly touches the opponent's body, it will only lose a part of its physical strength when it touches the opponent's body, and the heavier one will fall directly to the ground like him. Lose the ability to match. Aside, Audiobook's voice reached their ears. Hearing Audiobook's words, Hayote's gaze shifted to him subconsciously. Even Tezuka and Sakurataro were no exception. After this period of contact, they have known that Yu Yun and Audiobook have been friends for many years. Audiobook knows Yu Yun better than them. Does Yu Yun still have such a stunt? Can he directly attack people's spirits? Mukahigakuto's eyes widened. Even if the scene on the court had actually happened in front of him, he still couldn't believe it. After all, the ability to attack the spirit of others is completely beyond his comprehension. Stunt. Audiobook smiled disdainfully. Do you think that Yu Yun will use his stunts to deal with such a small role as Feudaman? Audiobook couldn't help but recall the scene that night. Only open 3/10 of the fan, strange and beautiful but hidden infinite crisis blue and purple light butterfly. If the trick Yu Yun uses now is a stunt, then what was that trick that night? Audiobook's guess is correct. In the series of playing skills of Yu Yuko in Zixing Temple, the death butterfly Huaxu's eternal sleep is indeed not a powerful trick. The reason why Shan Chengxing fell directly to the ground after hitting this move was only because of his own strength and mental strength too weak. If it is to deal with national level or mentally strong players, this trick will not play a big role. Sure enough, you have become stronger again. Tezuka gently held his racket. He is not a competitive person, but only Kazumi Yu Yun, an opponent who once defeated him miserably, gave him the desire to chase and defeat. On court. 0-0-15. At this time referee finally reacted and announced the score. Click, click, click. Inu Mamoru continuously pressed the shutter of the camera in his hand. Fortunately, I didn't miss this picture. Looking at the photos in his camera, Inu Mamoru breathed a sigh of relief. Although it's not the first time I have seen it, but watching this terrifying skill again makes people palpitations. Looking at Yu Yun on the court, Mamoru Inu let out a surprise. Where is the limit of this boy named Kazumi Yu Yun? With the Hayote tennis club he joined, where can he go in the future? Inu Mori thought silently. Asterisk. Chapter 36, Regional Qualifier Champion, Lottery. After a few minutes, the mountain city Xinggu still failed to stand up. Because Feudaman's third singles lost the ability to match, Hayote won the match in this round. The match is over and Hayote won 3-0. The champion of this regional qualifier is Hayote Gakuin. Referee announced the result loudly. Yeah. We won. Hayote's cheerleaders cheered. This Hayote's first year is so strong. Yeah, the opponent fell to the ground with 1 goal. I went to watch the match of the junior division of the Tokyo Junior Tennis Tournament some time ago. I told you, this teenager. This unexpected scene surprised many viewers. After all, they had never seen such a scene. And among these audiences, there were those who had been to watch the youth group match of the youth tennis tournament that Yu Yun participated in, and immediately began to tell the people around Yu Yun's performance at that time. Hayote rest area. Great, Ashitari, we won the championship. Mukahigakuto said to Ashitari excitedly. Don't be so excited, Yuurin, it's just a regional qualifier. That said, but Ashitari, who had always been calm, also had a smile on her face, and it was obvious that she was also very happy. For the freshmen who have just become Hayote's tennis club, the regional qualifier champion is a very good start. What's more, in the regional qualifier champion of Hayote, there is a lot of credit for both of them. Next is the award ceremony of the regional qualifiers. Ding, congratulations to the host, the side quest has been completed, whether to receive the quest reward. While the award ceremony was going on, the voice of the system rang in Yu Yun's mind. Receive. I don't know how long this awards ceremony will be. A ray of light flashed in front of him. A golden virtual turntable that only Yu Yun could see appeared. On the golden virtual turntable, many densely packed small areas were deuced, and each area was engraved with the name of a character from Gensikyo's world. There are some strange brilliance flowing on the entire turntable, giving people a very mysterious feeling. Some names are familiar to Yu Yun, while others are very unfamiliar. Looking at this familiar turntable, Yu Yun's heart also became excited. This is the basis for me to gain a foothold and become stronger after crossing into the world of Prince of Tennis. I don't know whose character abilities I can draw this time. It would be great if I had as good luck as the previous 2 times. Yu Yun thought to himself. The first 2 times he drew 2 top-notch character abilities, Yakumo Zi and Zixingji Yuyuko, which can be described as a lucky sign. Even if Yu Yun knew that the possibility of getting a character of this level for the 3rd time was very low, he couldn't help but feel that way. Start. Putting away the thoughts in his heart, Yu Yun ordered the system. Whoosh. Yu Yun's voice fell, and the pointer on the turntable began to spin quickly. Stop. After the pointer moved for a while, Yu Yun called to stop. There are no tricks in the system's lottery, everything can only be based on luck. Yu Yun has already been very clear about this. The speed of the pointer slowed down, and Yu Yun's heart became more and more nervous. Every chance to draw a lottery is extremely precious. If he draws a name he has never heard of, then he will cry without tears. In any world, the strong will always be a minority, and the weak will occupy the majority, even in a top-level plane like Gensikyo. Obviously, those names that he hadn't heard were among the weak in Gensikyo. Maybe their strengths can be regarded as strong in a world with low power and mystery, but those strong in Gensikyo, even those true big men who are at the top of the pyramid even in a world like Gensikyo in comparison, that's nothing. Under Yu Yun's nervous gaze, the pointer on the turntable stopped slowly and pointed to one of the names. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring Flandre Scarlet's character abilities, and the 5-dimensional attributes have been improved. A virtual panel appeared in front of Yu Yun. Not bad. Yu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. It is also quite good to be able to draw the character ability of the second lady. Yu Yun looked at the system panel in front of him. Host, Kazumi Yu Yun. Current world, Prince of Tennis. Age, 12 years old. 5 dimensions, 22.3. Strength, 3.5 technology, 3.9 speed, 3.4 physical strength, 3.6 spirit, 7.9, cannot be measured. Comprehensive evaluation, national level. Abilities, Ball skills Gensikyo, nostalgic for the gods, power of fantasy. Currently unlocked, Yakumo Purple, Yuyuko Saigenji, Flandre Scarlet. Mission, Main Mission, Phase 1. As a member of the Hyote Tennis Club, he helped Hyote Gakuen win the Kanto Championship. Mission Reward, Different Dimensional Fragment ×1. Side Tasks. Won the championship of this national contest Tokyo Metropolitan Contest. Mission Reward, randomly unlocked the ability of one of Gensikyo's nostalgic gods. Asterisk. Chapter 37 Stage, World. Yu Yun didn't expect that after drawing Flandre Scarlet's character abilities, he could actually strengthen his original 5-dimensional attributes to such an extent. This is another surprise for Yu Yun. Should you say that you really deserve to be the second young lady of a violent ghost? Originally able to draw Flandre Scarlet's character ability, Yu Yun is actually very satisfied. Although Flandre Scarlet is not the top existence in Gensikyo like Yakumo Zi and Yuyuko Saiguji, but it is already quite powerful. Flandre Scarlet, the younger sister of Remilia Scarlet, the owner of the Red Devil Mansion in Gensikyo, is a vampire from the west, but she also possesses the power of a demon. In terms of combat ability alone, Flandra Scarlet is more powerful than her sister and has extremely destructive power. Because she couldn't control her own powerful power, in order to protect her, her sister Remilia Scarlet kept her in the basement for 495 years. In addition to the acquired abilities and the improved 5 dimensions, there is another point that caught Yu Yun's attention. That is the side task that has changed again. The side mission goal of the fantasy system has pointed to the champion of the Tokyo Metropolitan Contest, but the Kanto contest after the Metropolitan Contest has been judged by the system as the main mission. In other words, the side task of this Metropolis competition should be the last side task. Moreover, Yu Yun has always been very curious about the rewards for the main mission. The different dimension is the highest state of the Prince of Tennis world, and it is also a sign that tennis players have truly stepped into the realm of the world-class top powerhouse. Without their own different dimension, then there is no capital to gain a foothold in the world. Fragment, Yu Yun, who has played various games in his previous life, is familiar with this name. What he only cared about was how many fragments of different dimensions could be combined into a complete different dimension. He already had a little guess about what the fantasy system was such a difficult to obtain different dimension, combined with his understanding of Gensikyo. In Yu Yun's view, there should be no other possibility for the existence of the horrible girls in Gensikyo, except for the legendary dragon god. Thinking of this level, Yu Yun became extremely longing for this different dimension. It's useless to think so much. Let's complete the task honestly. When you have collected the different dimensional fragments, you will naturally know everything by then. Yu Yun smiled bitterly, then turned his gaze to his 5-dimensional attributes. I don't know when it will reach the world class. Yu Yun said in his heart. In addition to this mysterious different dimensional fragment, the second thing that bothers Yu Yun is his current lack of strength. Yes, the strength is insufficient. The abilities of these Gensikyo girls are terrifying. Even if they have acquired their abilities through the system, with his current national level strength, some of his powerful abilities are temporarily unusable. There are still some abilities he can use, but he can't use all the power of those skills. For example, he used the anti-soul butterfly in a match with Adobe, but now he can't fully open the fan of the butterfly fan. After all, I still cannot do without the world. Yu Yun murmured. With his current 5-dimensional attributes, ordinary training has no way to improve. Apart from relying on the system, he can only use some special methods or fight against powerful opponents to seek breakthroughs. It seems that after the national competition is over, we have to find an opportunity to find that old man. While Yu Yun was thinking about it, the award ceremony of the regional qualifiers was over. Hyote and his party got on the luxury bus when they arrived and returned to Hyote Gakuen. After winning the regional qualifiers, they have successfully entered the metropolis. Starting tomorrow, they will work hard for the competition. In the evening, Rikai University, Kanagawa Prefecture. Seiki Yukimura forcefully suppressed the entire Rikai Tennis Club with his powerful strength and took the position of minister. In the same way, Sanada Genichiro became the deputy minister of Rikai University. In front of a serve machine, Sanada is doing arduous training. Since his defeat to Tezuka in the youth tennis match, he has increased his training volume and strived to beat Tezuka in the next match. Seiki Yukimura is standing aside, as if waiting for something. Step on foot. There was a sound of footsteps. Yukimura turned her head to look at the person who came, who was a short-haired boy with squinting eyes. Yanagi Renji, Yukimura, and Sanada's friends, joined Rikai together with them. Now he, Yukimura and Sanada have formed the big three of Rikai Tennis Club. How is it, Renji? Yukimura asked. Yukimura, you asked me to collect the information of the Hyote Tennis Club. I have already collected it. As a strategist at Rikai, a person who is proficient in data tennis, he has always done the work of intelligence. Seiki Yukimura also trusts Yanagi Renji's abilities. Asterisk. Chapter 38, Rikai's Big Three. Well, let's talk about it, Renji. Yukimura sits on a chair where people can rest. At this time, Sanada's training had also ended, and he walked over and picked up a towel to wipe the sweat off his face. As expected, Hayate won the Tokyo regional qualifiers. Yanagi Renji said. Hayate. Hearing the two Hayate, Sanada focused his attention on Yanagi Renji. After the match in the junior group of the junior tennis match was over, they once invited the teenager named Kazumi Yuyun who made Yukimura a disastrous defeat to join Rikai University, but was rejected. Sanada remembered at the time that he seemed to say that he would join Hayate. It's more detailed. He has heard about the strength of Hayate. With their strength, it is impossible to lose in the regional qualifiers. As for the Kazumi Yuyun you mentioned to me, I have collected his information. Yanagi Renji naturally knows what Yukimura cares about. Both of them failed miserably in the youth group match of the youth tennis tournament some time ago. He has heard Sanada tell him about this. He understands the strength of Seiki Yukimura and Sanada Genichiro. To be honest, if Sanada didn't tell him the news personally, plus Yukimura would not deny it. He would never believe that the two of them would fail miserably in such a match, and Yukimura was not only a miserable defeat, but also lost the ability to match due to exhaustion during the match process. Even the entire match did not hold it down. This time there are 3 matches for Hayate in the regional qualifiers. Except for the second match with Mizubuchi Middle School, Kazumi Yuyun didn't play because Hayate won 3-0. In the first match, Sand reached the second middle school. He played in the school match and the third match with Fudaman. Yanagi Renji paused and continued. In the second match against Saratov, Kazumi Yuyun played as the first singles and won 6-0. The whole match took less than 10 minutes and did not lose a point. In the second match, he was defeated by Fudaman. Appeared as the third singles in the match and also won, but... Speaking of this, Yanagi Renji stopped suddenly, seeming to be digesting the news. That Kazumi Yuyun only took 1 goal and his opponent lost the ability to match. Yanagi Renji said. What? Sanada's eyes widened, and it was more difficult for him to accept than seeing Yukimura's miserable defeat because of losing the ability to match. Yukimura was silent, did not speak, just clenched her hands subconsciously. It's true. You should believe the authenticity of the information I have collected. Yanagi Renji turned his head to look at Sanada. I'm sorry, Renji, I didn't doubt what you meant. Sanada hurriedly explained. I understand your feelings, Sanada. If I hadn't collected this information myself, I would be the same as you. Yanagi Renji shook his head, not paying attention. One more news, Sanada, you should be interested. Yanagi Renji said again. What news? Sanada asked. You and the Tezuka Kunimitsu who I told me before, he also joined Hayate's tennis club and became Hayate's deputy minister. Hearing the news, Sanada bowed his head in thought. Compared to the unfathomable Kazumi Yuyun, he is more related to the news of Tezuka Kunimitsu, because that is the one who defeated him and the opponent that he trained hard to defeat. As for Kazumi Yuyun, in Sanada's heart, he should be faced by Yukimura. It seems that in the Kanto contest, we and Hayate are destined to have a battle. After a while, Sanada raised his head and said in a deep voice. Renji, you just said that Tezuka Kunimitsu is Hayate's deputy minister, but what about Hayate's minister? Yukimura, who had been silent, suddenly said. After hearing Yukimura's words, Sanada noticed this problem. With the strength of Tezuka Kunimitsu, he is only the deputy minister, so who is the minister of Hayate? Adobe Kigo, the director of the Hayate tennis department, from the intelligence of the regional qualifiers, only knows that this person is extremely gorgeous and narcissistic. As for his strength, the intelligence is insufficient, I can't analyze it. Yanagi Renji said. Is that so? A gleam of light flashed in Yokomura's eyes. Sonata, Renji, do you remember what we said when we first joined the Rikai Grand Tennis Club? Sonata and Yanagi Renji looked at each other. Of course we know that we are going to win 3 consecutive national championships in Rikai. Sonata's face showed a firm look. Hayate is our biggest opponent if we want to win the nation's 3 consecutive hegemonies. If we want to defeat them, we can't relax a little bit. Sonata, before the Kanto contest, I will find a way to help you break through the national level. As for completing your Dark Thunder, you can only rely on yourself. Yukimura looked at Sonata and said. He has successfully entered the national level a few days ago, but Sonata is still a thin line away from the national level. He will fight against Sonata more during this time, giving him greater pressure and helping Sonata break through. I understand, Yukimura. Sonata nodded, and waited until he entered the national level and completed his deep meaning. At the Kanto competition, he would fight Tezuka again. I will trouble you with training matters, Renji. Leave it to me, I will make the most suitable training plan for you. Asterisk. Chapter 39, Purpose of Adobe. Hayate Gakuen Tennis Club. The 8 candidates of Hayate are stepping up their training these days to prepare for the Tokyo Metropolitan Tournament that will be held in a while. The opponents of the Metropolis Tournament are not comparable to the regional qualifiers. Although their Hayate are strong, they cannot relax their vigilance. According to Sakura Taro's instructions, Yuyun and others are doing targeted training. As Myuka Higakuto exposed serious physical problems in the match with Fudaman in the regional qualifier finals, after returning to the Hayate Tennis Club, he was ordered by Tezuka to do a lot of physical training every day. At this time, Myuka Higakuto is doing anaerobic exercise on a training machine, and his training today is almost complete. Quickly, it's about to start. Suddenly, Myuka Higakuto saw many people in the tennis club running quickly in a certain direction. This is. Seeing this scene, Myuka Higakuto quickly accelerated the pace of training. After completing today's training, he dragged his heavy body to the place where the previous group of members gathered. Generally, in the Hayate Tennis Club, there is only one possibility, that is, Adobe Kigo, the minister of Hayate, and Tezuka Kunimitsu, the deputy minister, the most mysterious Kazumi Yuyun. 2 of the 3 of them are going to match. Even though the training had just ended and was exhausted, Myuka Higakuto hurried over. After all, such a match is rare. Although these 3 people are Hayate's choice, they can meet every day, but they don't have many fights between them, and they don't use their full strength each time. But even so, with the strength of the 3 of them, the match is exciting enough. As the protagonists who caused this sensation, Yuyun and Adobe are already facing each other on the court. This time it's Yuyun and Adobe. And Ashitari is actually a referee. After Myuka Higakuto came here, he took a look at the court first. When he saw Ashitari Yuushi sitting on the referee seat, his face was surprised. This was requested by Ashitari himself. Yuji Honshu explained. Yuren, have you completed your physical training today? Tezuka, who was originally watching the court, saw Myuka Higakuto approaching and asked. Of course it's done, I won't be lazy. Myuka Higakuto said with a silly smile. He doesn't dare to come here without finishing the training, otherwise Tezuka will definitely increase his training volume again, and he will definitely be tired and unable to move every day. Hearing Myuka Higakuto's words, Tezuka didn't say anything more, and withdrew his gaze, looking at Yuyun and Adobe on the tennis ball again. He had a hunch that this time the match between the 2 players would definitely not end simply, because the Adobe on the field no longer had the casual and laziness that they used to practice with them. Instead, they were full of seriousness. It is the first time he has seen Adobe look like this since he entered the Hayate Tennis Club. Adobe, are you going to fight me seriously today? Yuyun asked strangely. Of course, This time, the uncle will not keep his hands. Adobe said seriously. Tezuka outside the court saw Adobe's face, and Yuyun, who was facing Adobe, naturally saw it more clearly. It is this expression that makes Yuyun a little strange. Adobe should be very clear that he is not his opponent at all, and he will undoubtedly lose in a serious fight with himself. There are a lot of people watching from the outside of the court. Adobe is not afraid that his defeat in front of so many people will damage his prestige as the head of the tennis department. Could it be? Yuyun suddenly thought of a possibility. System, Adobe's data panel. A virtual panel appeared in front of Yuyun, and Adobe's 5-digit data and various stunts appeared in front of Yuyun without reservation. Sure enough. Seeing the big unfinished words behind the world of ice in the column of Adobe's 5-dimensional attributes and stunts, he finally understood Adobe's purpose. Now Adobe's strength has been stuck in front of the national level, and his stunt ice world has reached the final moment of completion. The reason for looking for himself in such a match is obviously to use the strong pressure he brought to him in the match to seek the opportunity to enter the national level and complete the world of ice. Although I can understand your thoughts, if you want me to help, it's a bit unreasonable if you don't suffer a little bit from you. A playful smile appeared on Yuyun's face. Adobe, have you thought about it? Don't regret it? Yuyun looked at Adobe and said. Adobe was taken aback, then reacted. After seeing Yuyun, he has already guessed his purpose. With his bad personality, I am afraid that I will feel uncomfortable later. But now that Adobe has decided, then naturally he will not back down. My uncle never regrets what he does, just let him go. Adobe said disdainfully. In this case, you have to be careful. Yuyun's smile gradually became dangerous. Asterisk. Chapter 40 Determination. Ashitari, in this match, follow the normal process to score points. Yuyun said to referee Ashitari. Oh. Hearing Yuyun's words, Ashitari's eyes flashed, subconsciously sitting upright, and the whole person became serious. Then decide the right to serve first. Ashitari said. Just. Adobe said. Then I'll go the other way. Yuyun doesn't care about the right to serve. For him, the right to serve is the same for anyone. Adobe stood racket on the ground, the handle of the racket was facing upwards, his fingers were slightly hard, and the racket began to spin. Patter. Racket fell to the ground, front, Adobe serve right. It seems that even the goddess of luck is on my side today. Adobe smiled, then turned, and walked back to the baseline. Yuyun shrugged indifferently, and turned and walked towards his baseline. The match started, Kazumi Yuyun played Adobe Kigo, and at the end of the game, Adobe served the game. Seeing that the two were ready, Ashitari announced the start of the match. At the same time, his eyes became sharp, staring at every move on the court. A heavy atmosphere gradually permeated the venue. Even the ordinary members of the onlookers felt it. What's going on? It's a depressing atmosphere. Today seems to be different from before. Are they serious? Mukahigakuto was also a little surprised, and looked at the other people. Yes, today's match should be very exciting. Kawasaki Mori nodded and spoke. Then the two of them, who is stronger? Honshu Yuji asked a question that he had always been curious about. In fact, it is not just him, but several other people in Hyote are also very curious about this issue. As the minister of Hyote, Adobe's strength is undoubtedly very strong. But Yuyun, the extremely mysterious person in the Hyote tennis club, whose strength is a mystery, will naturally not be a weak one. Especially Yuyun's weird goal in the regional qualifier finals made him even more invisible to him, who was already shrouded in a cloud of fog. Upon hearing Yuji Honshu's words, everyone's eyes turned to Tezuka subconsciously. Among them, perhaps only Tezuka has a better say in this issue. Seeing other people's eyes focus on him, Tezuka was about to speak. If you want to know which of the two of them is stronger, don't you know after watching this match? Sakurataro's voice came from behind them. I don't know when, Sakurataro has already arrived here. Coach. Tezuka and others greeted Sakurataro. Sakurataro glanced at them, nodded, and then turned his eyes to Yuyun and Adobe on the court. Adobe, can you do it? If you want to become the Emperor of Hyote, your current strength is far from enough. Sakurataro murmured, with a look of expectation on his face. With his eyes, he naturally saw the purpose of doing this, but he didn't know if Adobe could succeed. If Adobe can successfully evolve, Hyote's strength will be even higher. On court. Happiness. Adobe slapping the tennis ball, his eyes dignified. In fact, he has been stuck at the national level for some time. Originally, his idea was to train step by step. At most the Kanto contest, he would definitely be able to jump over this hurdle. However, a match against Tezuka in the tennis club a few days ago made him give up this idea. When Tezuka first came to the tennis club, the two of them were not serious about their dual training. Tezuka could not make Adobe feel the pressure. However, I don't know when the pressure appeared, and with the passage of time, the pressure that Tezuka put on him began to grow more and more, and his feelings were especially obvious during the pair training a few days ago. Perhaps even Tezuka himself did not notice this. But Adobe knows very well that Tezuka, he has successfully passed that hurdle, entered the ranks of the country, and walked ahead of him. With Adobe's arrogance, how can you endure such a thing? But his strength, wanting to improve in a short time is not easy, there is only one way, and that is the powerful pressure that can push himself into desperation. Only under such pressure can Adobe be able to break through the limit, reach the national level, and take the opportunity to complete his own ice world. As for the entire Hyote Tennis Club, only Yuyun can do this. Therefore, he came to Yuyun today. Adobe stretched out his hand to catch the tennis ball that bounced off the ground, then tossed the tennis ball, and racket swung down heavily. Boom! The sound of the ball hit, a yellow phantom flashed across the court, and the tennis ball had landed and came in front of Yuyun. So fast serve. I just felt my eyes dazzled, and I didn't see anything. The general members of the tennis club who were onlookers also saw the president of Adobe reveal their strength for the first time today. This is the true strength of Adobe. Looking at this serve, Ashitari sitting on the referee seat was shocked. Asterisk. Chapter 41, Yuyun's terrifying power. Yuyun watched the tennis ball flying quickly, her eyes were flat, without the slightest fluctuation. Such an expression means that he is going to be serious. Yuyun held racket tightly, aimed at Adobe's powerful ball, and smashed it hard. Boom! Call out! A sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the tennis ball penetrated the court like lightning, and the speed was not slower than that of Adobe's serve. The tennis ball flew by Adobe's side, and the strong wind it brought caused Adobe's uniform to shake slightly. Hey! The tennis ball bounced behind Adobe and hit the isolated iron net on the edge of the court. The high-speed spinning tennis ball was rubbing frantically on the barbed wire, and there were bursts of harsh sounds. Click and click. The power and spin on the tennis ball slowly disappeared, and it fell gently to the ground. A scorched smell slowly diffused. This, 0-15. Ashitari, who served as the referee, looked at the slightly darkened tennis ball behind Adobe for a while, before finally reacting and hurriedly reported his score. You guy, really? Adobe glanced at the tennis ball behind him, then turned his head to look at Yuyun, who was about to say something, but when he saw Yuyun's current expression, he was slightly startled and didn't say what he wanted to say. At this time, Yuyun's indifferent smile that had always appeared on his face in the past has disappeared, replaced by silence and coldness. The original deep black eyes now exude a starry sky-like mysterious brilliance. At the moment when they meet these eyes, Adobe only feels an invisible pressure spreading across the court, pressing hard on him. This is Yuyun's close to 8 points, which is even stronger than Tsukimitsuoka's mental power. Even if he doesn't have the terrifying skills like mental assassination on Adobe, it's just pure mental pressure, which is not what Adobe can bear. Live. How long has it been? The last time, it seemed to be a year ago, when I was in Greece. Seeing Yuyun's expression at the moment, Adobe thought in his heart. Yuyun's expression is terrible. There was a trace of sweat on Mukahige face, and he felt the strong pressure even when he was off the court. One can imagine how bad the situation is at Adobe, who is facing Yuyun on court. Perhaps, we never knew him. Tezuka spoke. Hearing his words, everyone nodded subconsciously. This is the first time they saw Yuyun like this. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to believe that Yuyun, who is usually plain and easygoing, would appear on court in the opposite direction. Perhaps after today, it's hard for us to see such a scene for the second time. Sakurataro said lightly, the expression on his face was as calm as ever, no one knew what he was thinking. Hearing Sakurataro's words, everyone's eyes finally turned to the court once again, and they began to seriously watch the actions of the two on the court. No one wants to miss such a rare scene. On the net court, Adobe shook his head, clearing the thoughts in his mind. After all, this match is still going on. Adobe raised his arms, which became somewhat heavy under Yuyun's mental pressure, and sent the tennis ball out. However, the power of this ball is much worse than the previous one, and it is far inferior in terms of power, speed, or rotation. Obviously, under such heavy pressure, Adobe's strength has been greatly affected. A ray of purple light appeared on Yuyun's body. This purple is different from the regular purple, and it feels even more mysterious. The mysterious purple light slowly spread out, covering Yuyun's entire body. A faint color flashed in Yuyun's eyes, lifted the racket, and aimed it at the flying tennis ball. Uranus barrage enchantment. Boom. There was a hitting sound. A large number of purple light bullets appeared, rushing towards Adobe frantically. Adobe, can you see it clearly? Yuyun's voice came into Adobe's ears. Hateful. Adobe's face was very ugly. But he has no way, with his current insight, how to see through the countless purple light bullets. The purple light bombs all landed on the court of Adobe. However, what is strange is that these purple light bombs landed without making any sound, and they did not leave any traces on the court, as if all the purple light bombs were false. Boom. A dull voice sounded. The tennis ball has appeared behind Adobe and then flew off the court. 0:30. After the ball just now, Ashitari reacted quickly this time and reported the score. It's just that in his eyes, there is still a shock that is hard to hide. What the hell is this? Ashitari said to himself. The other 5 Hyote were selected off the field and coach Sakurataro watched all this on the field intently, for fear of missing a certain picture. You guy, is it so scary to be serious? Adobe lowered his head, panting with big mouthfuls, and the lip on his forehead slid down his face, dripping to the ground. Asterisk. Chapter 42, Adobe, don't die. Look, Adobe, actually smiling. Suddenly, Mukahige looked at Adobe's expression and said in disbelief. Hearing Mukahige words, other people's eyes also looked at Adobe. At this moment, although Adobe's head was lowered, most of his face was hidden in the shadows, and his expression was not very real, but his slightly raised corners of the mouth really explained it. Adobe, really laughing. Adobe, this guy is really. They couldn't understand why Adobe, who was about to reach the brink of despair, was still smiling because of the tremendous pressure on their bodies. Adobe recalled his previous experience in the UK. During the period when he was living in the UK as a child, Adobe had already fallen in love with tennis. However, as an Oriental, Adobe's natural physique and strength are much weaker than those of his British peers. Therefore, Adobe matches with them and loses miserably every time. After every loss, Adobe would be laughed at by those people wantonly. Adobe has never said much. In his opinion, losing is losing. The loser has no right to speak, as long as he wins back next time. So Adobe never gave up, challenging them again and again. As long as they are human, they will have weaknesses. Although their physical conditions are at a disadvantage, as long as they can find their weaknesses, they can also defeat them. From this moment, Adobe has embarked on a path of tennis that belongs to him alone, that is, using his eyes to see through the opponent's weakness, and then completely defeat it. Gradually, those who were once stronger than him fell in front of him one by one. By chance, Adobe met Yu Yun at a street tennis court in the UK. He suffered the biggest defeat since he played tennis. 6-0, no point. With Adobe's pride, how could he admit that he was weaker than others? It happened that Yu Yun was also living in the UK at the time, so since that fiasco, he has challenged Yu Yun time and time again. However, from then until now, Adobe has never beaten Yu Yun once, and it is even difficult to score from Yu Yun. But the two also became friends. He had always thought that although Yu Yun's strength was stronger than himself, it was not much stronger. Until a year ago, Yu Yun and Adobe took advantage of the holiday to travel to Greece, and met a teenager who was 1 year older than them, but whose strength was extremely terrifying. That was the first time he saw Yu Yun playing tennis seriously. At that time, Yu Yun's expression was exactly the same as it is now. He still remembers the scene at that time. After the fiasco of the Greek boy, his confident face was gradually replaced by horror, despair, and disbelief. From then on, Adobe knew the vastness of the world and rarely challenged Yu Yun. Because he knew that for Yu Yun, he was too weak. He matched himself and never took it seriously. Even if he challenged him many times, the same result would be obtained. This is the tennis experience of Adobe from childhood to adulthood. Adobe has been able to grow to this level, withstands unimaginable failures and pressures that ordinary people can hardly imagine, and ordinary people have long since collapsed and can't stand up anymore. But Adobe's will, after experiencing all this, became more tenacious. Tezuka and others who have never experienced this, how can they understand his feelings? Is this how the person standing in front of you felt when I was in Greece a year ago? Adobe put his hands on his legs and raised his head to look at Yu Yun, who was already wet with sweat and his hair stuck to Adobe's forehead. Although the situation is getting worse, Adobe's eyes have become sharper. Boom. Adobe sent the tennis out again. It seems that this level is not enough, then the next deeper despair, Adobe, don't die. Yu Yun said faintly, and then there was a trace of blood in his eyes. A taboo game. A faint blood-colored light curtain surrounds the entire court. At the moment when this blood-colored light curtain appeared, a strong sense of crisis rose in Adobe's heart. Boom. Yu Yun's racket hit the tennis hard. Whoosh. The whistling wind sounded, the tennis ball hit the ground, and the entire court trembled slightly. Unlike Yu Yun's style in the past, this ball carries strong strength and power. Unstoppable. Seeing this ball, Adobe had such thoughts in his mind. Taboo bird in a cage. Yu Yun's voice sounded. In the blood-colored light curtain around the court, a small silk thread appeared, and then quickly wrapped around Adobe's body. At the moment when he was entangled by these bloody threads, Adobe suddenly felt that he could not control his body. The racket in his hand stretched out uncontrollably and stopped in front of this powerful tennis ball. Boom. The tennis ball fell into Adobe's racket. Adobe only felt an unstoppable force from racket to his arm. Asterisk. Chapter 43, Evolution in Despair. That powerful force made Adobe feel that his palm was about to be torn, and subconsciously released the racket. Patter. Adobe's racket was bombarded and dropped into the distance, and the tennis ball rushed out of the court without blocking. Adobe looked at his trembling right hand, a look of astonishment appeared on his face for the first time. What exactly is going on? Adobe murmured to himself. The fiery pain in his hand reminded him that everything that happened just now was real, not the hallucinations Yu-Yun had used before. The coach Sakurataro, Tezuka, and the ordinary members of the Hayate Tennis Club who were watching from the outside of the court looked at Adobe a little strangely. The behavior of Adobe just now was really strange. The power of that ball just now, even those who were standing outside the field were extremely frightened. Adobe actually just stretched out racket to block it? Tezuka's eyes flashed, thinking of the bloody threads that had been entwined with Adobe just now. And he heard Yu-Yun's voice just now. This trick seems to be called, bird in the cage? Combining these 2 points, Tezuka probably has guessed the essence of this trick. I think it's not that Adobe wanted to block it, but Yu-Yun asked him to block it. Tezuka spoke. Tezuka, what do you mean by that? Mukahige was a little surprised why Tezuka said that. I heard what Yu-Yun said just now. The name of this trick is called a bird in a cage. I think Adobe is compelled to do so. Sakurataro said lightly, but his entangled fingers showed that he was not at peace in his heart. What? After hearing Sakurataro's words, Mukahige and others thought about it a bit, and finally reacted, staring at Yu-Yun on the court with wide-eyed eyes. Caged bird? Manipulate other people's bodies? How could there be such a terrible trick? They guessed it was true, but this trick was even more terrifying than they thought. The bird in the cage, everything belongs to its owner, like a toy in Flandre Scarlet's eyes, life and death are all within her thoughts. On court. Adobe, serve. Yu-Yun's voice came into Adobe's ears. Adobe came back to his senses, looked at Yu-Yun opposite, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes, raised his hand again, and sent the tennis ball out. Boom. 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 The match continued, but the situation on the court was still one-sided. 0-40. 1-0. 2-0. 5-0. 40-0. In less than 20 minutes, Adobe has lost 5 points in a row, and even the last point has come to the match point. At this time Adobe had fallen to the ground, motionless. Stand up, Adobe. Yu-Yun said lightly. Seeing Adobe lying on the ground, Yu-Yun was unmoved, tossed the tennis ball and swung a racket. Boom. The tennis ball flew towards Adobe, who had reached its limit and completely lost the ability to resist. How long has it been? How long have I not felt this familiar yet unfamiliar feeling, this powerless despair? How did you stand up at that time? Adobe's mind began to recall the scenes of living in England as a child. Boom. Adobe stood up, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Click, click, click. The entire court seemed to be plunged into the boundless darkness, and only oneself and one's opponents could be seen clearly. In this dark court, there are icy icicles inserted beside Yu-Yun. What happened? Mukahige and others looked at each other, not knowing why. Obviously Adobe has been defeated miserably. Why did such a change happen again at the last minute? What are these icicles around Yu-Yun? Did you make it? Looking at the icicles around him, the coldness and silence on Yu-Yun's face disappeared, and a smile appeared again. Click. A crisp voice sounded, and the icicles around Yu-Yun all shattered. The tennis ball passed by Adobe's side and then flew out of the court. The match is over, 6-0, Kazumi Yu-Yun wins. Ashitari pushed his glasses and announced the result of the match. Congratulations, Adobe. Yu-Yun walked to the net and said to Adobe. Ah. Adobe smiled, but didn't say much. He has truly reached the limit, and he doesn't even have the strength to speak. Are you few people here, will you carry Adobe out for a rest? Yu-yun turned to look at Tezuka and Mukahige who watched the entire field outside the field and said, Here it is. Hearing Yu-yun's voice, Mukahige took the lead in reacting, and hurriedly entered the online court, and coordinated with Ashitari Yuushi, who got off the referee seat, to lift Adobe to a place dedicated to resting. Tezuka took a deep look at Yu-yun and Adobe, then turned and left here to continue his training. As always, his face was expressionless, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Sakurataro's face showed a happy look, Adobe's strength once again improved, and the Hayate Tennis Club became stronger. More importantly, he also has a general understanding of Yu-yun's strength. For this year's national competition, he has been increasingly looking forward to it. Thanks to a few big monthly tickets, today Yuxiang will work hard to add one to everyone. Asterisk. Chapter 44, Opening of the Metropolis Contest. Since the daily match, the Hayate Tennis Club has returned to the usual daily training. It's just that the impact of that match has not completely disappeared. After a while, the entire Hayate Tennis Club became excited. Kazumi Yu-yun, the most mysterious member of the Hayate Tennis Club, finally took the initiative to unveil his mystery and let everyone see his strength. All the people who watched the match were deeply shocked, but then they were happy. With such great people, their Hayate will definitely get better results this year. Before you know it, the day of the tournament is slowly approaching. April 27th, the opening day of the Tokyo Metropolitan Contest. Hayate and his group still took their iconic luxury buses to the venue of the Metropolitan competition. Hayate's bus drove to the entrance of the Metropolitan competition venue and slowly stopped. Hayate's coaches, Sakurataro, Yu-yun, Adobe, Tezuka, and 8 selected candidates, as well as a huge cheerleading team, slowly got off the bus. There were already some spectators who had already come here to watch the Metropolitan tournament. At this time, they all turned their attention to the Hayate group who was about to enter the match venue. Hayate's people are here. As expected, there are a lot of first-year grades as rumored. Don't underestimate these Hayate's first-year students. I heard that they easily defeated their opponents in the regional qualifiers and showed great strength. I really want to see it. I hope Hayate's match will start soon. Ashitari, it's a big match, look at it, there are many people. Mukahige kept looking around. Uran, you have started again. Ashitari Yuushi shook his head helplessly, then said seriously. I heard that there are more than 100 schools participating in the competition every year, and every school is selected from the regional qualifiers. Ashitari Yuushi turned his eyes to Mukahige. The strength of these schools is not comparable to the opponents in the regional qualifiers. Uran, if you don't take it seriously, you might lose. Don't worry, Ashitari, I won't be careless. Mukahige said with a smile. The group chatted and came to the staff in charge of registering the school information for the competition. This is the list of 8 official players from our Hayate Tennis Club. Adobe handed Hayate's entry information to the staff. The staff took the information handed over by Adobe and started to register quickly. All right. After registering Hayate's entry information, the staff raised their heads and told them about the rules of the competition. The first match of the competition, regardless of the victory or defeat, the 5 matches must be compared. The remaining matches can be won by winning 3 matches. The top 5 in the competition are eligible to advance to the Kanto competition. 4 can directly advance to the Kanto contest. The 4 schools that failed in the quarterfinals will have to have a defeated resurrection. The winner of the defeated resurrection can get the 5th place to participate in the Kanto contest. Do you understand it? The staff member looked at Hayate's group and asked. Understood. Hayate and his group nodded, and then walked towards the match venue. Ashitari, next, you are still responsible for collecting information about our match opponent. Adobe said to Ashitari on the side. Okay. Ashitari nodded, separated from the crowd, and went to other places to gather information. What? I thought that the opponents in the major competitions were so powerful, and that was the result. Mukahige yawned and said boringly. Don't be careless, Yuiran, this is only the second match. The truly powerful schools are all behind. Sakekitaro reminded him. Yes, coach. Hearing Sakurataro's words, Mukahige finally calmed down. That's right, this is Hayote's second match. Hayote's opponent in the first match was a little-known school. His strength was not strong. Hayote easily won 5-0. Their opponent in the second round of match was Akiyama No. 3. Now the two schools are in the process of fierce match. However, the strength of Akiyama No. 3 middle school is still not very strong. The first two doubles 2 and doubles 1 have easily won the score of 6-1, and now the third singles match is going on. As the third singles, Hayote's deputy minister, Tezuka, is naturally impossible to lose. Snapped. Tezuka easily hit the tennis ball into the opponent's open court with a stroke. With the tennis flying out of the field, the match is over. The match is over, the score is 6-0, and the winner is Hayote Gakuin. Hayote easily defeated his opponent Akiyama Sanshong 3-0 and easily advanced to the semi-finals. In these two matches, Hayote had a total score of 8-0, and did not lose even one game, showing great strength. It also dispelled those who doubted Hayote's ability because they saw Hayote's first grade starting lineup too much. Now Hayote has been regarded by many schools as the biggest opponent in the competition. Asterisk. Chapter 45, Seigaku 2 years ago. Our opponent in the next round is Seigaku. After hearing the news that Ashitari Yuushi brought back, Yuyun asked in surprise. Yes. Ashitari Yuushi nodded. Seigaku, that's the place where legends were once born. Sakurataro murmured, thinking of the hope in the Japanese tennis world, a rare genius in 10 years, only one step away from becoming the number one man in the world. The brilliance of Seigaku has already been, and the current Seigaku has long since fallen. Adobe smiled disdainfully. In his opinion, being immersed in the past will only blind his eyes and stop moving forward. What's more, even when Ekizen Nanjiro was there, Seigaku's results were not very good. It is true that Seigaku's overall strength is too poor, and Ekizen Nanjiro is unable to recover by himself. Hearing what Adobe said, Ashitari and others nodded. The current Seigaku has been stumbling all the way in the Tokyo competition. Whether they can enter the Kanto competition depends on luck. With their Hayote's strength, there is no need to be afraid. Only Tezuka was silent, not knowing what he was thinking. Tezuka, what's wrong? Seeing the strangeness of Tezuka, Sakurataro asked. He didn't know that Tezuka was originally planning to join Seigaku, but he was invited by Yuyun to transfer to Hayote halfway. Nothing, coach. Tezuka put away his thoughts, shook his head, and said he was okay. Since the opponent for today's last match has come out, let's go. Sakurataro didn't delve into Tezuka's problem anymore. Hayote and his group set off to the venue of their upcoming third match. Look, it's from Hayote, they are here. There are so many first grades, I thought the rumors were exaggerated. I heard that although Hayote has many first-year students this year, their strength is stronger than last year. Yuyun just entered the match venue, and the surrounding audience began to talk. Seigaku's resting area. Hayote, do you look down on us? Even if you come so late, let so many first graders come to fight us. A person wearing Seigaku's team uniform said with a bit of irritation. This is a matter for other people's tennis clubs, and it's not ours. Seigaku's coach Ryazaki Sumair sat calmly on the coach's bench, unmoved. But what else does that man want to say? Okay, the match is about to begin. Let's prepare for the match first. These things are not what we should care about," said a man with round glasses. "Yes, Minister Yamato." Hearing the minister's words, the man finally calmed down. The conversation from Seigaku just reached Yu Yun's ears. "Ashitari, who is that person, and what position does he usually play in Seigaku's match?" Yu Yun pointed to Seigaku, who was the first to speak, and asked Ashitari. Ashitari Yuushi has always been responsible for the collection of information on Seigaku match opponents. "Who?" Hearing Yu Yun's voice, Ashitari Yuushi looked in Seigaku's direction and made a careful identification. "If I remember correctly, that person is named Take Kenshi, who is of average strength, and seems to have played more doubles in Seigaku's match," Ashitari Yuushi said. "Oh." A smile appeared at the corner of Yu Yun's mouth. "Coach, doubles 2 later, how about letting me play?" Yu Yun turned her head to look at Sakura Taro and said. "What did you say? Are you going to play doubles?" Hearing Yu Yun's words, Mukahi Gakuto and others were surprised. "Why are you playing doubles too? Can you give me a reason?" Even Sakura Taro was a little surprised by Yu Yun's request. "There is no more formal reason, I just saw a person who makes me a little annoying, and can't help but want to make a move to impress him a little bit more deeply," Yu Yun said lightly. This Take Kenshi was the one who injured Tezuka's arm in the original work. Although Yu Yun felt a pity that Tezuka's arm was injured in the original work, but he didn't have any special thoughts. This Take Takeshi made a big mistake, but Tezuka himself was too careless. The reason Yu Yun wanted to take action against Take Kenshi was simply because he simply couldn't understand this person. There are 2 types of people that Yu Yun most unfamiliar with in his life. One is those who have little ability and likes to bully others by their own identity, and the other is those who like to be jealous of talents. And this Takeshi Kenshi happened to account for both. As a senior, even if I don't have the ability, I still use my senior status to oppress the younger generation, and even hurt Tezuka's arm out of jealousy. For a tennis player, the arm is like a second life. And Tezuka was called a genius in Seigaku at the time. As a member of Seigaku's tennis club, how narrow-minded is he, only because Tezuka didn't use his left hand to match him with such a ridiculous reason to destroy Seigaku's future? Now this Take Takeshi hit his own hand unluckily, how can he be worthy of his identity as a tennis player without taking a lesson? Asterisk. Chapter 46, Yu Yun's Doubles, 1 against 2. Mukahi Gakuto and the others looked at each other, and they all saw a strange look in each other's eyes. You should know that Yu Yun is a fairly easygoing person on weekdays. Although he has great strength, he has never looked down on anyone because of this. Therefore, not only are they the right candidates, but the rest of the Hayate Tennis Club has a very good relationship with Yu Yun. They are also very curious about how this person named Take Kenshi provokes Yu Yun so that Yu Yun will take the initiative to ask Sakura Taro to change Hayate's list of deployments and let him play doubles. Since Yu Yun made such a request, then I agree. Sakura Taro thought for a while, but finally nodded. The coach really agreed. It seems that Seigaku's guy is going to be unlucky. Sakura Taro will agree that it did not exceed their expectations. At this time, their eyes on Take Kenshi were a little bit of pity. The end of Adobe that day is still vivid. Adobe and Yu Yun are both members of the Hayate Tennis Club, and the two were originally good friends, so Yu Yun absolutely showed mercy to Adobe that day. As for the people in this foreign school, it is not known what Yu Yun will achieve. Thank you, coach. Yu Yun said with a smile. You have no problem playing doubles too, then what about the other candidate, what do you think? Sakura Taro said lightly. Let Otie-senpai come. As one of Hayate's official players, it is not good to have not played. Yu Yun said. In this case, there is no problem. Hearing Yu Yun's words, Sakura Taro already understood Yu Yun's purpose and nodded in agreement. He had seen Yu Yun's strength that day, and he felt that Yu Yun could do it. Then the list of entries for this match will be rearranged. Doubles 2 Yu Yun Oda, doubles 1 Ashitari Uerin, and singles 3 let Tezuka play. Sakura Taro has made a new arrangement. Although there are only the first 3 games, Hayate and his team believe that this will not be delayed to the 4th game. In the next 2 matches of singles 1 and singles 2, just arrange 2 people to go up. That's it? Then Seigaku and Hayate each handed in the match list, and the match officially started. Now we will start the match of doubles 2, please play with both players. The referee's voice sounded. Hearing referee's voice, Yu Yun and Otasuke got up and entered the match venue. Senior Ota, in addition to serve for the match, you should stand outside the court and leave the match to me, okay? Yu Yun said to Otasuke next to him. I see. A wry smile appeared on Otasuke's face. He knew that Yu Yun didn't look down on him, but his strength was too weak. He was also in the match between Yu Yun and Adobe that day. He knew very well that if he matched Yu Yun's doubles with his strength, it would be far better to let Yu Yun play at will on the court alone. Even if there are 2 people on the opposite side, he doesn't think there is hope of winning on the other side. The match started. Hayate Kazumi Ota played against Seigaku Takesato, and 1 round ended. Hayate served round. This is. Seeing the situation on the court, Seigaku's coach Ryazaki-jin couldn't help but stare. Originally, according to the normal doubles position, usually 1 person stands on the baseline and is responsible for the back court, and 1 person stands on the center line for the front court. Although there are occasional doubles combinations that use parallel arrays with double baselines or double center lines, such cases are rare. But now Hayate's doubles is even more strange. It turned out to be standing alone at the baseline, and the person who was supposed to defend the front court went straight out of the field. He wants to fight 1 against 2. In the audience area of Seigaku, a young man with brown hair, a gentle smile on his face and his squinting eyes opened his eyes slightly, and a pair of ice blue eyes stared at Yu Yun on the court. Huh, Oishi, that guy is too arrogant. A young boy with okay bounce on his face said unhappily. Ag, Hayate, it is impossible for the players in the match field to be foolish. Since they dare so much, they must have their reasons. I am afraid the seniors are in danger. The boy named Oishi didn't look good, with a worried expression on his face. These 3 are Fujisi Asuke, Kikumaru Ag, and Oishi Seiichiro who joined Seigaku this year. Even if their strength is much stronger than some seniors, but because of Seigaku's rules, they can only pick up the ball in the first year, and can't even participate in internal training, let alone a match. Cut, they will be fine if they lose. Kikumaru Ag was originally not very good at these strengths, and would only bully the so-called seniors in the lower grades. Ag, you can't say that for seniors. Hearing Kikumaru Ag's words, Oishi Seiichiro became a little angry. Why, am I wrong? Oishi, you are too honest. The 2 quarreled directly. Fujisi Asuke glanced at Kikumaru Ag and Oishi Seiichiro who were arguing next to him, then turned his gaze to Hayate and landed on Tezuka. Tezuka, did you suddenly decide to join Hayate because of this? Monthly pass plus more, asterisk. Chapter 47, Seigaku's Dispute. But Ryazaki-jin has no time to manage the subsequent quarrel. She turned her head to look in the direction of Hayate, but found that whether it was the coach Sakura Taro sitting on the off-field coaching seat or the Hayate candidates sitting in the auditorium, the faces were as plain as ever, without the slightest worry. Could it be that they really have such self-confidence that even if this young man is 1 against 2, he will never lose? Ryazaki-jin thought in shock. But at this time, Seigaku's 2 doubles 2 players on the court didn't look good. You 2, what does this mean? Takeshi said angrily. What do you mean? Isn't that obvious? Hearing Takeshi's voice, Yu-yun said. Do you look down on us? Takeshi was even more angry. In his heart, the concept of generation is extremely heavy. How can he tolerate a first year like Yu-yun who looks down on him so much? Look down on you? Don't make a mistake, I just think this is the easiest way. Yu-yun said lightly. The easiest way? Is it possible that in Hayote's opinion, it is the easiest way for him to beat the two of them alone? Yu-guy is just a first year. Before Take Kenji finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yu-yun's. Coach Ryazaki, if you can't restrain the Seigaku players' words and deeds, don't blame me for being rude, I'm not your Seigaku person. Yu-yun was not talking nonsense with Take Kenji, turned to look at Ryazaki Sumair, and said coldly. He is not a good-tempered person. At this time, Ryazaki-jin's face was already very ugly. When Takeshi said that, she clearly saw the angry look on the faces of the first-year members of the Seigaku Tennis Club. Especially Fuji Seiasuke and Kikumaru Eiji. That was Seigaku's future, and Ryazaki Sumair finally had the hope of Seigaku's rise in them. Once Take angered them and caused them to resign, Seigaku was really over. Wuju, shut up. Ryazaki-jin roared angrily. Coach, Takeshi Kenji wanted to continue to argue. Take, dare to challenge the coach again. After this match is over, you will get out of the Seigaku Tennis Club and never want to come in again. Yamato Yuta said coldly. I'm sorry, Minister Yamato. There was a cold sweat on Take Kenji's face for an instant. Unexpectedly, Minister Yamato, who has always been gentle, would say something like kicking him out of the Seigaku Tennis Club. Takeshi was finally afraid. Being kicked out of a club in Japan is a very serious matter. Once kicked out of a club, it will be recorded, and even higher education will be affected. Yu-yun was not interested in the dispute between them, and silently tossed the tennis ball. Boom! A stream of light flashed, and the tennis ball passed Seigaku's side and flew out of the court. 15-0. Referee announces the score. How can it be? The two looked at the tennis ball behind them in a daze. So fast, I can't see clearly. Fuji Seiasuke outside the field opened his eyes instantly. Kazumi Yu-yun, just returned from abroad some time ago, the official match record is only this year's Tokyo Junior Tennis Junior Division and the regional qualifiers. Of all matches so far, except for 1-4-0 and 1-1-0, the rest of the matches were all 6-0 wins, and no one even got a point from him. A somewhat low voice came from one side. Fuji Seiasuke turned his head to look, and a man with glasses was writing and drawing in a notebook while talking. FK, you are here too. Fuji Seiasuke was a little surprised and said, at this time, he shouldn't have known where to go to collect information. Of course, the strength of the Hayote Tennis Club can be topped even in the whole country. I won't miss such a good opportunity to collect information. The man with glasses, Inui Sadaharu, answered Fuji Seiasuke's question, and the pen in his hand still didn't stop. The match on the field continues. Yu-yun still serves silently. Boom. 30-0. Boom. 40-0. Boom. Game, Hayote, 1-0. Yu-yun easily won the first game. Even if he wasn't serious at all, but with the strength of the two opposing people, he still wouldn't even have a chance to react to the serve in the face of him. Trash fish is trash fish, and it's just talking about it. Adobe said disdainfully. The words that Takeshi said just now made him very upset. He kind of understands why Yu-yun deliberately proposed to go to doubles to deal with him. The first match is over, and now it's Seigaku's serve round. Seigaku Sato, who is in charge of serving, is shaking slightly with the tennis ball. He has never seen such a fast serve, such an opponent. Even if there are two people on his side, can he really beat him? Sato, what are you doing? Why don't you serve? Standing in the front, Takeshi Kenji saw that Sato was in a daze behind him, and he said with a bit of displeasure. It's just a first-year grade. As for being scared like this? Watching him come, no matter how strong the first-year students are, they have to listen to their seniors obediently. Asterisk. Chapter 48, Easy Victory. Ah, oh. Hearing Takeshi's words, Sato finally recovered and quickly raised his hand and sent the tennis ball out. The tennis flew towards Yuyun, but Sato's serve was too slow for Yuyun. Yuyun lifted the racket and swung it at the tennis ball, but he deliberately controlled his strength and ball speed to maintain a range that was uncomfortable for Take and Sato but still acceptable. Boom. 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 As the three of them played against each other, the tennis ball kept shuttling on the court. Although this is a doubles match, Yuyun's defending range has increased, but for him, the impact is not significant. Yuyun defended the whole game without leaking. No matter where the two of Seigaku hit the ball, he could steadily return and hit the ball to the left and right side line. The precise control of the ball made Seigaku have to use a double baseline play to barely hold. After all, even though Yuyun suppressed his strength and ball speed, it didn't mean they could bear it. On the contrary, he would lose points if he didn't pay attention. It would be impossible to rely on someone to stop Yuyun's counter-attack from the front court. But once the people in the front court withdrew to the baseline to save, Yuyun directly put the short ball, pushing Take and Sato head and tail in embarrassment, losing points frequently. Yuyun Wei turned sideways, racket cut to the flying tennis ball from top to bottom. Boom. The tennis ball flew over the net and landed gently. Although Yuyun's short ball was not a zero-type short ball, the bounce height was also very low. Take and Sato, who had just been transferred to the backcourt by him, couldn't save the ball anyway. Game, Hyote, 4-0. Referee announced the score and looked at Yuyun with some surprise. It was the first time that he saw someone in a doubles match who could beat his opponent without fighting back on his own. At this time, both Take and Sato were about to collapse. They tried various methods, and even deliberately hit the ball to him when Otasuke was serving, but it didn't work. Yuyun will not stand in midcourt defend in the serve bureau of his companion like normal doubles. Even when Otasuke served, he stood directly in the middle of the baseline, and when Otasuke finished serving and exited the field, they also had to face Yuyun. They only felt today, what is the difference in strength? And now, it's Yuyun's serve bureau again. Boom. 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 With another 4 goals, Take and Sato only felt a yellow ball in their eyes flashing, and the tennis ball had already flown out of the court, and they had no possibility of catching it. Game, Hyote, 5-0. Referee announces the score. Now it's Seigaku's serve bureau. Sato, who was close to collapse, sent the tennis ball out in a daze. He didn't even notice that his serve was almost a turnover. It seems that this match has no value to continue. Yuyun looked at the expressions of the two people opposite Seigaku, and decided not to play anymore. FK, did you just say that this Kazumi Yuyun won 6-0 in one match except for a 4-0 and 1-0 match, and did not lose even points, then this 4-0? What's the matter with 1-0? Kikumaru Eiji, who was in the appearance battle, asked Inui Sadaharu on the side. At this time, a few drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. Hearing Kikumaru Eiji's words, Fujisiasuke and Oishi Wachiro also turned their attention. The reason why there will be 4-0 and 1-0 is because the opponents in this match lost their ability to match because of his skills. The 1-0 match was the regional qualifier finals Hyote and Fudaman. In the singles 3 match, the opponent's strength is not strong, so there is not much reference value, but Inui Sadaharu pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and when he said this, his conversation suddenly changed. That 4-0 match was the semi-final of the junior division of the Tokyo Junior Tennis Tournament held in a certain stadium during the period before our school started. The opponent of that match, Kazumi Yuyun, was currently known as the Rikai Grand Tennis Club. The minister of one of the big three, Seiki Yukimura. What? Fujisasuke, Kikumaru Eiji, and Oishi Sawachiro glanced at each other, and they all saw deep surprise in the eyes of the other two. Inui Sadaharu didn't seem to see their surprised expressions, and continued. And some time ago, I went to Hyote on purpose and found out a secret that is not considered a secret. A few days before the metropolis, Kazumi Yuyun and Adobe Kigo, the head of the Hyote Tennis Club, had a duel exercise. The process was different. Clearly, but the result was that Adobe Kigo lost to Kazumi Yuyun 6-0. After the match, he didn't even have the strength to stand up. As for Hyote's deputy minister, Tezuka Kunimitsu, he was in the final of the junior tennis tournament. I lost 6-0 to Kazumi Yuyun in Shanghai, so according to my guess, this Kazumi Yuyun is the strongest one in Hyote's tennis team. As for why he played in doubles second in this game, the reason is temporarily unclear. Inui Sadaharu said this, and it was finally over. Asterisk. Chapter 49, Seigaku is about to change. After listening to Inui Sadaharu's words, Fujisasuke couldn't help but smile. This is really not good news for Seigaku. Inui Sadaharu, Kikumaru Eiji, and Oishi Sawachiro may not know Tezuka's strength, but he is different. He and Tezuka met when they were in elementary school, and there was a match between the two, and he knew Tezuka's strength too well. Boom. The match is over, the score is 6-0, Hyote won. The referee announced the result of the match. Yuyun, who did not deliberately suppress his strength and speed of the ball, ended the match with 4 lightning ball returns. In the last round, except for Sato who served, the two of Seigaku never touched a tennis ball. Hyote! 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 Hyote's cheerleader with more than 200 people rang out, and the shocking momentum made Seigaku, who had been demoralized because of the fiasco in the first game, once again suffered a severe blow. Hey, I didn't expect it to be 1-2 in the doubles match, and I won. Yes, this player from Hyote is really terrifying. It seems that today's Metropolis champion is Hyote's again. At this time, those outside the field who watched this weird doubles match turned their eyes to Yuyun, with an unconcealable shock in their eyes. With 1-2 doubles, and also defeated the opponent, this is the first time in the competition. After the match, Yuyun and Otasuke left the court and returned to the rest area of Hyote. After Yuyun left, Takei and Sato also walked in Seigaku's direction. Yugai, you also said that my uncle likes to delay the match, but you are not the same. As soon as Yuyun returned to the Hyote resting area to sit down, he couldn't remember the sound and came over. It's not easy to be able to play a match once, but if you don't have a good time, it will be too boring. Yuyun smiled indifferently. You fellow, you are really scary. Myuka Higakuto, Honshu Yuji, and others looked at each other, all a little helpless. For Yuyun, such a match is just a level of play. Ashitari, Yuirin, now it's your match, don't be careless. Yuyun turned his gaze to Myuka Higakuto and Ashitari Yuushi. Although they are not worried about their strength, it is better to remind them just in case. Don't worry, we won't lose. Myuka Higakuto said. Now we will start the match of doubles 1. Please play on both sides. At this time, the referee's voice rang. Let's go, Yuirin, don't let others underestimate us. Ashitari pushed his glasses lightly and said. Of course, I was already shaking with excitement. Myuka Higakuto said with a smile. Then the two got up and walked into the match venue. It turned out to be the first grade again. On Seigaku's side, Ryazaki Sumire looked at Myuka Higakuto and Ashitari Yuushi as they walked into the match venue, and said with some surprise. Ryazaki-jin looked in the direction of Hayate, and his eyes fell on Adobe and Tezuka. This year's Hayate, is there so much fresh blood injected? Mizuno, Fukatsu, you guys. Ryazaki-jin looked at Seigaku's first doubles, who was about to enter the stadium, with some concern. Don't worry, coach, we won't lose. Mizuno and Fukatsu's faces were full of serious expressions. After the match just now, where did they dare to underestimate Hayate's first-year elections? Moreover, the two of them and Take Kenshi are not the same type of people. On the contrary, they are also very uncomfortable with Take's actions in the tennis club. They take care of the younger generations of Seigaku Tennis Club. After all, a scum like Take Takeshi is still a minority after all. Hey! Ryazaki Sumier looked at Mizuno and Fukatsu, who had entered the match court, and couldn't help sighing, then looked at Seigaku Tennis Minister Yamato Yuta who was standing behind her. Yamato, you say, did I really do something wrong? Ryazaki-jin said tiredly. After all, the first grader who just entered the Seigaku Tennis Club had to pick up half a year before participating in the training and match rules of the club, which she said. Coach Ryazaki, I have no way to answer this question, but I think you must have your own consideration when you set this rule. Said Yamato Yuta. Hey! Hearing what Yamato Yuta said, how could she not understand what Yamato Yuta meant? Looking at Fujisasuke, Kikumaru Eiji, Oishi Ichiro, and Inui Sadaharu in the Seigaku auditorium, there was a trace of guilt on their faces. If it weren't for the rules that they had set themselves, they would not still be silently picking up the ball in the Seigaku Tennis Club, but like Hayate's first-year graders, standing on the stadium of the major competitions, for the honor of their tennis team. Let's fight. Take another look at the two people, Take and Sato, who still haven't recovered. Ryazaki-jin's eyes flickered, and then he became firm. Some things should change. Sorry, the background just broke, this chapter is a bit late, sorry, asterisk. Chapter 50, Kikumaru's Surprise. The match started, Hayate Ashitari Mukai played against Seigaku Mizuno Fukatsu, and one round ended, Seigaku served round. The referee announced. Mizuno, these two people can play as Hayate's doubles. It seems that the strength is not easy, so be careful. Seigaku stood on the baseline and Fukatsu looked at Ashitari Yuushi and Mukai Higikuto on the opposite side, and said solemnly. Don't worry, Shinjin, I won't underestimate any opponent. Mizuno, who was standing in the mid-court, nodded. Fukatsu stopped talking, and lightly tossed the tennis ball, and then hit the tennis ball with a slap. Watching the flying tennis ball, Ashitari flashed his eyes and swung his racket towards the tennis ball. Very satisfactory. At the moment when he fought back, Ashitari made such an evaluation. This ball has nothing to do with speed, power, or rotation. It is a very common serve. But Ashitari didn't underestimate the two people opposite Seigaku. To be able to play as Seigaku's first doubles, there will certainly not be only this kind of strength. Boom! Ashitari's arm energized and hit the ball back. A yellow shadow flashed, and the tennis ball had jumped over the mid-court water field and came to Seigaku's backcourt. Step on foot. There was a sound of footsteps, and Fukatsu at the baseline had already caught up with Ashitari's return. He was ready to defend long after the serve, and with a flick of his arm, racket hit the tennis ball. Boom! The tennis ball flew towards Ashitari Yuushi and Mukai Higikuto again. Boom! 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 The four people ran continuously on the court, and the sound of hitting the ball kept ringing. The match had just begun, and the two sides temporarily launched a tentative attack. Ashitari guessed right, Mizuno and Fukatsu can play Seigaku's first doubles, so naturally they have certain strengths. They are not the kind of talented players who can develop their own tricks, but their tennis foundation is very solid, and they have worked as doubles for nearly 2 years. Their cooperation, tacit understanding, various experiences of doubles, and various tactical cooperation have been integrated into their match. Even if their personal strength is not as good as Ashitari Yuushi and Mukahige Kuto, it is still Mizuno and Fukatsu who suppress them on the scene. Boom! The tennis ball passed between Ashitari Yuushi and Mukahige Kuto and flew out of the court. Game, Seigaku, 1-0. Referee announces the score. Seigaku. 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 Seeing that Mizuno and Fukatsu had the advantage, the depressed Seigaku cheerleader finally recovered a bit and began to cheer the two on the court. Hayate will win. Hayate will win. Hayate will win. Seeing Seigaku's cheerleading team cheering for Seigaku's people on the field, Hayate's cheerleading team was not to be outdone, and began to shout. The Hayate cheerleading team, with more than 200 people, instantly suppressed the voice of Seigaku's cheerleading team. Cut, it's really uncomfortable to fight. Mukahige Kuto said angrily. It doesn't matter Yuurin, I have probably figured out their strength, from the next round, I will cooperate with you to attack. A confident smile appeared on Ashitari Yuushi's face. Ashitari Yuushi didn't care much about losing the first game. Anyway, this was the opponent's serve game, and it didn't matter much if it was lost. Really? Then I'm not welcome. Mukahige Kuto asked with some excitement. He hadn't moved much in the whole game just now, and it was Ashitari Yuushi who was standing in the back court. Had it not been for Ashitari Yuushi before the start of the match, Ashitari Yuushi had told him that he had to observe the opponent's strength in the first game, and let him bear with him for a while. His stunt shot would have been shot long ago. Hearing Ashitari Yuushi's words now, how could he bear it? Ashitari Yuushi nodded, then walked to the baseline. Pay attention, Mizuno, I feel that the other side is going to use real strength. The expressions of Ashitari Yuushi and Mukahige Kuto have been in his eyes, and now he feels that their aura has changed, and immediately reminded them of a game. I see. Mizuno responded. Ashitari Yuushi tossed the tennis ball high and sent it out. Boom. The tennis quickly rushed to Mizuno Fukatsu. With Ashitari Yuushi's strength, the speed of this ball was much faster than the serve of Fukatsu in the previous game. Really? Fukajin's gaze narrowed, but although the ball was fast, it was still within his acceptable range. Run quickly to catch up with the tennis ball and hit the ball back. Boom. 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 The two sides played against each other again, and Seigaku's side suddenly found a chance while standing in the front court. Mizuno. It's now. Mizuno made a backhand and hit the tennis ball outside Mukahige Kuto's defend range. According to the situation in the previous game, they have a high probability of directly scoring this ball. But want to score? Mukahige Kuto, who has discussed new tactics with Ashitari Yuushi, has decided not to keep it anymore. Mukahige Kuto leaped forward forcefully and stretched out the racket to stop the tennis ball he couldn't reach. Acrobatics. Seeing this scene, Kikumaru Eiji exclaimed. Asterisk.